Cool, let's continue.
Expect much good faith from the champagne leftist Nepo baby, just to be clear. To which I responded with, Houthis and ISIS / Al-Qaeda are enemies, you oaf. The American government considers Cuba and DPRK to be terrorist states as well. You're crying about a ridiculous designation that Trump slapped on in 2020 to aid the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in his deadly blockade. Biden overturned it, then put it back on to aid Israel. Of course, he doesn't understand any of these concepts. My point here is, I've done a bunch of stuff that he would also consider terrorism or aiding terrorism if his designation simply was state sponsors of terror from the American State Department's designation, because that's what it is. I have interviewed a Cuban doctor who has done medical missions on this broadcast on Twitch, okay, at a time directly because Marco Rubio was trying to make it illegal, okay? Marco Rubio was trying to make it illegal for Cuba to do medical missions, and I interviewed a Cuban doctor in Cuba. For the record, Cuba is a state sponsor of terror, okay? Cuba is a state sponsor of terror. Technically, that would also be illegal, or Twitch shouldn't allow this. I said this would be like demanding I get banned for interviewing a Cuban doctor in Cuba after Marco Rubio tried to make Cuba's medical missions illegal. Cuba is a designated state sponsor of terror. The entire point of the First Amendment is so I can discuss these things freely, dumb Canadian, right? And I think he he didn't quote retweet me after that, but he still kept posting stuff. But I'm not sure. I didn't see it because I was on a plane. Oh, he said, do you think I'm using an American designation? Cute name calling, but I'm
yeah. Yeah. It's either you're using the U.S. designation or you're using your own designation. Yeah, that's words mean something and it comes from somewhere. Terrorist is a designation. Either you're using the U.S. State Department sanctioned definition of terrorist, or you're making up your own designation of terrorist, or you're using the Canadian designation of terrorist, but you're using some designation, right? So somebody, either it's you or the Canadian government or the U.S. government, has to decide what is terrorism and what isn't terrorism. And that is subjective to serve their own political interests, right? The U.S. decides who is and who isn't a terrorist to serve their own political interests. Canada decides who is and isn't a terrorist to serve their own political interests. And you decide who is and isn't a terrorist to serve your own political interests. So when it serves your purpose, right, that Cuban doctor is not a terrorist, even if the U.S. state decides that there are. But when it does serve your purpose as well, then the Houthis are terrorists, right? Or Hamas are terrorists or whatever. The designation is quite literally meaningless because it's quite literally fully subjective. If you're just going off of like, oh, terrorists are people who target innocent civilians, the U.S. police department, right? The police force in the U.S. are terrorist organizations. The U.S. military, terrorist organizations. The Canadian military, terrorist organizations. Pretty much every police force, terrorist organizations. ICE, terrorist organization. And if you believe that, right? If you believe that both the Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas or whatever, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, you think that they're all terrorist organizations because they innocently target civilians. And you think that, sure, maybe the police departments and U.S. police departments are also terrorist organizations or whatever. But you have all the smoke for like, because they don't even have smoke for like ISIS. They have smoke for like the Houthis specifically. If you have all your smoke for the Houthis and none of the smoke for the other terrorist organizations by your own definition, maybe there's something underlying there that you're not addressing, in the fact that like maybe you're pro-Israel and you hate that that the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas are just anti-Israel. Maybe.
Canadian, my government and many others consider them to be a radical terrorist organization. First of all, I'm sorry to say this, okay, but Canada is America's hat, okay? What America says, Canada also follows through with. I'm not even familiar if Canada considers the Houthis to be a terrorist organization. I'd be shocked if they do. The United Nations doesn't certainly seem to think so, from what I understand, because guess what, dude? A lot of the countries or a lot of the formations that America considers to be state sponsors of terror or terrorist organizations are ridiculous. They just do that for politics. They do that so they can just keep killing civilians over there. If you still haven't figured this out after 9/11, I don't know what the tell you. Jesus Christ. The Houthis being designated as a terror organization was insane. Do you understand? Like
what people don't understand is that the term or the designation of terrorist is effectively meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. Like, it's completely subjective and arbitrary to serve political purposes, right? If like the left in America wasn't completely feckless and actually grew a substantial, sizable movement, they would also designate like Antifa as terrorist, designated terrorist organization, if it meant to like strip them of their rights. If Black Lives Matter continued and escalated outside of summer in 2020, they would have designated Black Lives Matter as a terrorist organization. You know what I mean? Because it serves a political purpose, because they can strip them of their rights. Terrorist, especially in America, but in general, terrorist is a designation you put on somebody in order to strip them of their human rights. If you designate somebody as a, and this is like, it's literally a cheat code. Like in a video game where you put a cheat code in, like, oh, one hit kill. Now every time you actually touch an enemy, they die. And that's what it is. You put a cheat code in the game to be like, oh, now I can kill this person and nobody's gonna care. You already tried both? I don't know, actually. It's like, oh, I can kill this person and nobody's gonna care. Because that's what the term terrorist is used for. So people who sit here and hide behind, oh, they're a terrorist, including people like Mudahar and Ethan and Willie Dick Show and freaking Hutch,
I live like a
and all these
capitalist
people,
every single day, Shank.
like,
I live as a capitalist. Okay.
who are, oh, they're terrorists. End sentence, you know? Oh, they're a terrorist, period. Without explaining about like, or contextualizing what they do, what actions they partake in that they disagree with. Right? Because you know that they'll never say that, right? They'll never actually engage with, you know, I disagree with Hezbollah blocking or instituting a blockade on Israeli ships or ships going to and from Israel to bankrupt the genocide of Palestinians. It's a lot easier, instead of pushing back against that, to make yourself seem like you're pro genocide, to just be like, oh, they're terrorists, therefore they're bad. Oh, they're terrorists, therefore it's self-evident that they're bad. You feel me? That's what they operate as. They operate as like, oh, Hezbollah is self-evidently bad. You said Hezbollah inside of the Houthis? I just said Hezbollah, but I didn't say Hezbollah before, did I? Well, you know what I mean. The Houthis are self-evidently bad. So that was Islamophobia and its ultimate liberal brain fryer. Yeah. Like you, and this is the problem, and this is what I've always said, is that you can't hold, like, actually, I forgot what I was saying. Anyway, people are dumb. They're dumb and they're stupid. Also, Aurelian, thank you for the 11-month subscription. And Deke of Hazard, thank you for the 6 month. And Undersuit, thank you for the 9 months. And Chuck Dye, thank you for the 2 months. Much appreciated.
They're getting logistical support from Iran. That does not mean you are a terrorist. That's insane. That's an insane reason to be like, oh, you're a terrorist. Sorry. You are against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in your own country because KSA has its own interests in your region, like has its own interest in your country, and you are against that. Sorry, you're a terrorist now, is a psychotic reason to decide that a militancy that is up until recently only involved in a civil war in his own country is psychotic. There are many ridiculous designations, I agree. This specific designation has merit decided by numerous countries, even countries who aren't friendly with each other. He's
like, he never explains what the merit is. You feel me? He never explains it. Like, what is the merit? Maybe Mudahar's correct. Again, I'm willing to hear him out. Explain the merit. Explain why you believe, right, the Houthis are, is like the merit or the designation of terrorists on the Houthis is, you know, or holds weight and then explain why you think it doesn't for Israel. Because if you think that it does hold weight for Israel, and you're not talking about Israel in the same way you're talking about the Houthis, you're not going after pro-Israel content creators the same way you're going after, like pro-Houthi content creators or whatever you think, then you're dishonest. And if you don't think that if you think it applies to the Houthis and not applies to Israel, then you're just incorrect. But he just doesn't have to say that because he thinks it's self-evident, right? He's like, why should I even have to explain why the Houthis are bad? My government said so. The government said so.
He says, again, can this man have an honest discussion without name-calling like a child? They listed them as terrorists in December.
Like,
says, again, can this...
Call in then. If you want an honest discussion, why doesn't Mudahar call in? Why doesn't Mudahar talk to Hassan about this? He calls into Dixony to like the pro-genocide, his own words, right? Pedophile sex pest. He calls into his show. He talks to a pedophile lolly VTuber. He talks to Diddy Saltman. You know what I mean? Talks directly to them. But instead he cowers on Twitter when it comes to having a conversation with Hassan. Why is that? You want to have an honest discussion, but he also wants to cry on Twitter that he left because it was getting too much racism for him. I guess he's back now to yell about how Hassan is bad. Only 8 countries consider the Houthis terrorists. Well, have you considered those are the only important countries that matter according to Mudahar? So, exactly.
Does this man have an honest discussion without name-calling like a child? They listed them as terrorists in December 2024, Lamau. Yeah, Canada's designation is also ridiculous. Regardless, by the way.
Wait, also, if he claims that he's not using the American designation for the Houthis being terrorists, and what's it called? Canada designated them as terrorists in December 2024. Didn't that happen after the conversation with the Yemeni teenager, like 19-year-old? Because wasn't Mudahar also crying about that too? So what was his issue with that conversation if he's like, but I'm not looking at the American designation? Because it kind of seems like he was looking at the American designation. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying.
The designation of them being a terror organization also, unironically, in the United States of America, will not stop you from being able to talk about them. And it should not stop you from being able to talk about them. I remember when these
So it gets to the point where, like, you had Asmon saying that, like, Hassan was offering material support to the Houthis by talking about why they're doing the blockade. Which is kind of funny. Listen, he's doing material support by talking about it. That was pretty funny. And this is the point where, like, I don't think these people know what words mean, right? I don't think they know what material means. Conversation when she was in early 2024, like January, February.
Slop commentary YouTubers were pro free speech. Now they're pro censorship, social justice warriors for Israel. They were never for free speech, but it is so crazy to be.
They just wanted to say slurs. Right, which is kind of the issue was like we should stop calling people pro free speech content creators. Like that in quotes makes sense because that's how they describe themselves. But they just wanted to say slurs. They were like, "Oh, you don't want me to say slurs, but I want to say slurs." Right, and now I want to deplatform anybody that disagrees with me. Those aren't incoherent positions. They were never pro free speech. They were just, I want to say slurs, and I hate you and your politics, so I want you to be deplatformed. They want free speech only for hate speech. Exactly.
Anti-speech, but at the behest of Israel. It is so crazy. It is so insane to be like, no, you can't talk about the Houthis, even if they are doing something that is against Israel and you consider that to be positive. You are not allowed to say that because that's what this is. Okay. That's literally what this is. My position on the Houthis is not like, oh, they're awesome across the board. Their domestic affairs are great, or they're not homophobic, or whatever the right? My position on it is very clear, okay? In terms of resisting against Israel committing a genocide, their blockade on the Red Sea is just. Their blockade on the Red Sea is good. You should be able to say this. You should be able to say this. It is ridiculous that the likes of Mudahar and many others, these apolitical, free speech, anti-cancel culture content creators, are all losing their minds at this commentary where they go, how dare you do that?
But they'll never say they don't think it's, or they think it's bad. That's the problem, because they're stupid. And they know they're stupid. Like Destiny will say that, because Destiny has no problem with like writing for genocide, right? But like Mudahar would never come out and say, no, the blockade is a bad thing. They'd be like, oh, well, like they're terrorists though. So like, you know, end of sentence. They're terrorists. They're bad. They're bad people. They are evil. They're bad terrorist people. They're never like, no, I think that it's bad that they are blocking ships. Because then they have to actually engage with that discussion. Then they must actually have to defend their position. They must state why they think it's bad that they're instituting a blockade. You know what I mean? Whenever I say I don't support kidnapping Filipino sailors, but he won't even say that, right? Because if you say that, you are then now you're forced to defend your position. You've now taken a stance. It's a lot easier to be like, I don't care about any of this, but I don't like terrorists, right? Because there's a conversation to have there about like, okay, you don't like kidnapping Filipino sailors. Why are you not talking about the fact that Israel has and routinely does kidnap, right, sexually torture and rape Palestinians pretty consistently, way more than the Houthis have kidnapped Filipino sailors, right? And so once you get into that, you now have to then argue that position. But it's a lot easier to just be like, I don't like terrorists, because it's a lot optically. It's a lot easier to just be like, oh, why are you defending terrorists? And to be like, oh, why are you trying to refocus the conversation about Israel's genocide instead? Well, he wouldn't actually engage with a broader conversation, just make a snide remark that kidnapping equals bad. Yeah, but he opens the door to that conversation, which is why it's a lot easier for them to just be like, terrorist bad, and not even start or not even go there, you know?
Dare you say that? What's the alternative? That we're not allowed to talk about this at all? Is that a world that you want to live in? I don't know. I don't think that's an appropriate thing to advocate for. Oh, they actually don't care, Hassan. They just want you deplatformed. I know, but what do you want me to do? Not address how inconsistent and incredibly hypocritical this is? Like, oh, okay. I guess I'll just sit around as they constantly.
I'll await the next video that Mudahar makes. I don't know what this is here. About
hello, guys, and
Twitch being bad. It'll come eventually. Wait. Is this it?
hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar. I got a bit of a short little video. Obviously, I'm sure it was.
No, this is about something different. It's about gaming. Okay. I'll await it. He had one about Frogan. About Frogan being bad or whatever. Somewhere. Like Twitch is gonna Twitch is bad or whatever.
Constantly churn out and like whip up their fan bases into actively trying to deplatform me. I'm not going to stop pointing out this ridiculous idea, especially because these people have no understanding. Notice how he didn't respond to anything here except the
I think, and hear me out, whenever you create a social media account from a Canadian like IP address, social media should be required to slap a label on you that says Canadian, so we know to disregard your opinions. No offense to all my Canadians out there, but I feel like we should know, you know, like Canadians who are like trying to talk about US American politics and LARP as though they are in America. Like, I think we deserve to know. I think we deserve to know. You don't even live here. Blood think he's on the team, and he's not on the team. I think there should be a label on your accounts so we can actually see that they are not from here. Only thing that's US citizens too, though. I mean, it wouldn't matter, chat. Like, I'm sorry, Canadian chatters. It wouldn't matter. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Everybody already assumes that Americans are American. You feel me? But like, I think we should have to now. It should say Canadian derogatory.
American designation? Where does this designation come from?
Tattoo a maple leaf on Kevin O'Leary's forehead, please. Exactly.
It comes from America. Who is the real?
They not like us. 100%. 100%. Kendrick tried to warn us. People were like, "Oh, not like us" is about like Drake being a culture vulture and trying to commodify and absorb black culture. But no. It's about freaking Canadians. It's about Canadians who are trying to infiltrate us and try to pretend to be one of us. But they not like us. They not like us. Being Norwegian following American politics is true. Why not both? True. We just export our waste? True.
Reason why the Houthis were ever placed on a terrorism list. America. That was at the time when Donald Trump did this in 2020 on his way out.
There's a lot of first-time chatters. All right, first-time chatters, where are y'all coming from? I'm curious. What communities do you what communities do you serve? Where are you from? Canada? Makes sense. I should have known. There was a lot of people who came out and started defending Canada pretty quickly. There's just a lot of people who came out defending Canada. I'm just saying. It's the Mike refugees. There's a committee in Gremlin are not streaming today. Well, welcome. Wait, what is today anyway? Today's Saturday? Yeah. Welcome in. Hello, chatters. The committee does not defend Canada. Respect. I'm from Quebec. What are you like, XQC? Got him. Sorry. Also XQC too. You know what I mean? I think, you know what? I'll say it. I was going to say it. I'll say it now. I think it's terrorism that I have to see the opinion of XQC as though it's important and relevant to my life. I think that's terrorism. I think that's worse terrorism than whatever the Houthis are doing. The fact that I have to wake up and see what XQC has to say on my timeline is the real shame. It's the real terror. All right, I'll say it. These gosh darn freaking bro, these are all up in my timeline, infesting my timeline, and I don't want to see them. I don't want to see these freaking I don't want to see them. I do not want to see them. They are America LARPers. They are America light. Nobody wants to see them. I don't like these bro. I don't like these bro. I don't like them. I'll say it. No, if nobody else will say it, I'll say it. If nobody else will say it, I'll say it. We need to out these freaking bro. We need to out them. There should be a little tag next to their name that they have to put if they're bro. They should be like, oh, you're not American, you're a Canadian. I deserve to know. I deserve to know if the person next to me is I do. I'm like, hello, Jeff. How are you doing this morning? And he's like, okay, I was gonna do a little accent. I was gonna butcher it. But he's like, Jeff is a little bit too nice. I knew it. My neighbor Jeff is a little bit too nice in the mornings, right? He's too happy and he's too cheerful. I thought Jeff is just happy because he got a new job, right? But that job was 6 months ago. Why are you so happy, Jeff? Why are you so nice, Jeff? We're Americans here, are we not? I don't know. I deserve to know. These use attempt of objectivity by using vague statements like, I think all murder is bad, just reveals how unprincipled they are. 100%. 100%. My neighbor started calling me Crody. Okay, let's act like Americans don't call themselves Canadians when they go on vacation. A bunch of proud Americans, huh? You're coping. I'm sorry, you've outed yourself as a Canadian, chatter. This is the only Canadians say this. It's cope. It's cope. You think we're not proud out and about Americans? Wearing American flag underwear? Waving the American flag when we go out? Come on. Only Canadians think that. That is a lie that we tell Canadians so they out themselves when they repeat it. All Americans know that that's not true. But we say it because we knew Canadians wouldn't understand, and they'll just pick it up and repeat it uncritically. You've outed yourself, chatter. You've outed yourself as Canadian. Everybody point and laugh. Point and laugh. The Canadian has outed themselves. This is so stupid, bro. Okay, the bit has gone on for too long. They have breached containment. Okay, let's continue.
That was already a controversial decision because it actually limited humanitarian aid from going into Yemen at a time when it was critical, at a time when it was a necessity. The Al Houthi
trip to America, every time Pelagian asked me if I lived in an igloo. Look at that's crazy.
family were already sanctioned by the United States of America. The Al Houthi family also did not actually participate in any sort of global network of trade. They're in Yemen, okay? So they didn't even end up sanctioning anything serious. All they did was implement a further blockade upon the Yemen.
This was my first time chatter from Hassan's Denims, but watch you a few of your streams because of the drama. W drama. W drama, we love drama here. Honestly, a little bit too much. Y'all should stay for my league gaming. Can I get a W for league gaming, chat? Can I get a W for league gaming? Eh? Anybody? Can I get a W? Okay, I'm sorry. Bronze league gaming. I appreciate the bronze. L. What are we doing? What are the L's for? What, did y'all coordinate this? Did y'all coordinate this? What are we talking about? Drama OD, I'd rather have less. You know, if y'all, and this is what it's funny, chat is always saying how they would see less drama and more fun stuff, but y'all don't watch the fun stuff. I'm gonna be real. Y'all don't watch the fun stuff. And as a creator, and I'll let you know a little bit of the sauce, why I don't often do streams like I did yesterday, like last night, is because my viewership number, just like how much I get paid for sponsorships and things relies on my viewership number. So if my average viewership goes down because I do something that's like fun but nobody watches, means I would get paid less money. It doesn't matter for somebody like Hassan, right? Hassan, who's at lowest end, 20,000, 15,000 people watching, even when he plays games, right? If I drop down to like, 300 average viewers, I get paid a lot less money, right? If I were to take a sponsorship than I do if I'm at like 900. Which is why I don't often do that. Now?
Takedown pair just subscribed.
So maybe if y'all watch my fun streams, I would do more of them. But I know what you are. Chatters. I know what you are. You are drama fogs. You are drama frogs. You like drama. That's all you like. I even consider doing something else. Like the thought crosses my mind. You leave. And I know you. And y'all like to pretend like that's not the case. Any decoding streams you ever do UE5? No, I don't use Unreal Engine. I don't do game dev because I'm bad at it. Drama streamer Sean the Black. I'm a politics frog. I bought us get 3. I was about to get 3 lurking last night. Very worth. Honestly, I'm a drama frog, but even this much drama has been tiring me out. Why do you think I've been taking breaks, chatter? What? I can go live on TikTok again. Wait. Wasn't there more drama on TikTok? Wasn't there more TikTok drama? I don't remember what it was, but I remember that there was TikTok drama that happened, right? Chat, do you remember? Peyton? Yes. We're gonna go live on TikTok when talking about and watching the Peyton video. Somebody grab the Peyton video for me, please. Because I did convert one chatter over from a TikTok viewer into a Twitch viewer. Oh, there's a 12-minute video. Okay. Yes. Okay. I'll play this Hassan video and I'll set up my TikTok live.
Famine population, the civilian population that was starving due to the famines that were created by the Saudi Arabian government. How did they do that? With what weapons did they do that? I might add, our weapons. How else did they do that in Yemen? Oh, that's right, through Al-Qaeda, an actual internationally designated terror organization. Looping all of these guys up and being...
What should I title the TikTok live, chat? What should I title it? Let me see. Unfreak, all cap. America tour. Drama. Continued. I got banned from live. Oh well. Ooh, mentioned you is good. Nah, no. I hate it when I get that notification. The Peyton situation is wild. That's okay. That's actually a good one. I'm gonna say the Peyton X Dean Withers. Gotta throw Dean Withers in there. Situation is wild. Save. Wait, what are the TikTok categories? Gaming. Chats. We're gonna do chats. Chats. Save. Go live. Oh, it worked. I'm no longer banned on TikTok. Thank you, TikTok, for not banning me. TikTok, modify. That's the same, okay. Okay. I'll leave that to the side.
Being like, well, that's just like making jokes about ISIS. Like, no, it's not the same as making jokes about ISIS. Perhaps that's the reason why I don't make jokes about ISIS, actually. Perhaps that's the reason why I'm not a fan of ISIS or Al-Qaeda. Like, this is my job. I don't go to your job. I don't go tell you what to do with a...
Chat, I'm really struggling to get my friends GFM
Chatter,
off the ground.
DM the mod.
Not gonna be
or
annoying, just asking you all to share
in the
if you
Discord.
can. Sorry to derail. Happy Saturday.
We're not gonna
Sean.
watch this in a clip,
Twitch
Chatter.
Unity, Twitch Unity.
Thank you for the form of the description. But it's gonna get more visibility in the Discord. GFM is GoFundMe.
A Steam Deck, you know what I mean? Like, if I were to tweet
No,
about
you're all good.
constantly about like Mudahar's Steam Deck reviews are ass, he doesn't understand how to operate Linux or whatever, everyone would make fun of me. Everyone would be like, dude, what the are you talking about? You don't know anything. Shut the up. Stay in your own goddamn lane politics, man. But when it comes to politics, you can just lean on the stupidity of the audience and just directly yell at a guy who knows more than you
when we start talking about the TikTok stuff. So after this.
Do while in the process of demonstrating your idiocy, and people who are also just as idiotic will go, yeah, you did it, King. You did it. My argument here and my anger here and my resentment here is about the stupidity and the entitlement of these dumbasses who just sit there and demonstrate their lack of intellectual curiosity on this process
please?
and
No.
yell at those who actually do approach the subject matter with a little bit more nuance than you would normally get. And they yell at motherfuckers like me for doing this. That's what's so crazy. They're like, no, it's not enough that I am intellectually incurious, but I want others to also not be intellectually curious either. How dare you? How dare you talk about the nuances and the differences in both methods and ideology of different kinds of militancies? How dare you not just say, these guys are just like ISIS, they're terrorists because America said so? What the if there is a
oh, no, I don't want to do gaming. I want to do chat and interview. Okay.
comparison here to be made. It is between Israel and ISIS, who have aligned time and time again, okay? Goddamn. Or Al-Qaeda and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States of America in opposition to groups like the Houthis. Yeah, he said even countries that aren't allies, but the countries that aren't allies are Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, United States, Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. And he's too stupid to understand that when he says those countries that aren't allies, yes, they are allies, you moron. They're aligned in dominating Yemen. They have a material interest in dominating Yemen. That is the reason why they are aligned in dominating Yemen. The idea
they give it the form of the description
that Saudi Arabia and the United States of America are not allies. If you were to openly say such a stupid, I feel like a 14-year-old has a better understanding of politics than Mudahar when he says, oh, Saudi Arabia and America, they're not allies. UAE and America, they're not allies. Are you kidding me?
Well, maybe not Gen Alpha 14-year-olds, because Gen Alpha 14-year-olds are kind of wild and very right-wing. So couldn't be me as a older Gen Z person. You know. Couldn't be me.
Where are they getting their weapons from, you moron? Where are the planes coming from? Where are the guiding systems?
That's what they want you to think.
Systems coming from? Where are the missiles coming from? From us. We sell it to them, and then they use it on Yemen. Holy shit. Of course there are allies. Saudi Arabia is up the United States' ass, dude. Mohammed bin Salman will wear American leadership like a glove sometimes. He just shoves his ass up the American leadership and do this so they yap. What do you mean they're not allies? Please have Avi Shlaim on. I would love to hear him dismantle Ethan's Hasbara. We're working on it right now. But like the reality matter is it doesn't matter to these people. It doesn't matter that, like, you know, well-established scholars and historians directly are at odds with them. They don't care. And they know that they don't have to care because those are just some dumb nerds, okay? Whereas YouTubers can tackle this issue from the
we haven't
point.
even gotten to the Asmon stuff. Asmon's in the thumbnail, and he's not even featured in the video. W bait. W bait. I got baited. I wanted to see what Asmon goal was. What was going on with that?
Of drama, and a lot of dumb Americans only care about the drama angle of it all. That's it. It is incredibly difficult to get the average American to respond to this stuff with the intellectual depth necessary to even scratch the surface and develop a deeper understanding. And the reason why they yell at me so much is because I am capable of doing that for many people. Many of you have done that. Many of you gone through that journey. They consider that to be radicalization. It is literally post 9/11 hysteria. We are back and firmly in that kind of rabid Islamophobic hysteria now. It is so psychotic. I thought maybe we were above this. Turns out we are certainly not above.
They never even cared about politics their entire lives. Now is the biggest topic they throw their uninformed opinions into to get clicks. Because, like, honestly, because people are more tuned in and tapped into politics now than before. Like in 2016, it was like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Cringe. It was cringe to be political, and even to care from both sides of the aisle. That's how Trump grew to a large presence, because he was like going to drain the swamp. He was the politician for people who hated politics, right? He was the guy that everybody was like, man, I hate all of this stuff. I'm throwing my support behind that guy. And that's how he got so much prominence. Right? Back in 2015, 2016. But now it's like very easy to see politics has like grown to a certain extent on the internet that like people now, everybody wants a piece of the pie. Right? You can get such a large audience by just being a white lady, meth head who just like flips off a child and calls them the N-word, you know? You can get a lot of prominence for just being a right-wing Nazi. That's how you attract attention. And that's what all these freaking like drama sloppers are doing. They're just like, I don't care about any of this stuff, but like, just give me attention, please.
Of it. This is literally like, hey, why are we invading Iraq? How dare you say that?
Tyler Rivera is a perfect example. I'm so glad that he's like, I don't see him anymore. Right? I'm pretty sure he's still around, but like, I don't see him anymore. But he's a perfect example of that. Yeah, he posted a video 4 days ago with 1 million views. Like, he's still doing this. Right? He's still doing this, but like, I don't see him anymore because like, I don't want to see it. I can't think Asmon's taking India's side to farm more views. That wouldn't be surprising. Dudes love our community so much Canadian election misinformation. I'm sorry. What election misinformation? Maybe chat. Maybe they just care a lot about the neighbors to the north. The province is in my username. We found the Canadian, chat. We found the Canadian. I told you they always out themselves. They always out themselves. I can tell. Get them. Trying to real Canada like it's no big deal. I feel sorry for the chatter. The chatter may not have been here for like 10 minutes ago where we were doing this entire bit. And so they may just not be informed. That was pretty funny though.
Terrorists. That is all this is. Hey, why have we dropped 4 F-18 fighter jets in the process of bombing Yemen, the poorest country on the planet? You terrorists, how dare you say that? You love terrorism! Terrorism! This is literally what happened after 9/11, okay? All of those people that we now look back
to start looking at the racist donations platform now. They're skipping the plat and going straight to the site's payment processor in order to either shut down the campaign or get them shut down the site. I'm here for it. Blue Sky link. Sign in required. I refuse. Sorry, chatter. Send me a normal person link.
back at fondly for protesting against the decisions that the government was making and demonstrating the social courage necessary to speak truth at a time when everyone was immediately hostile to you and wanted you to go to prison or wanted you to get killed. All of those people that we look back and go, wow, Jon Stewart, he really nailed it, huh? Like those guys, they were literally speaking out against the American government at the time. Also here, a single picture destroying decades of Western propaganda on terrorism, a made-up label weaponized selectively against adversaries until they're either destroyed or become allies. As Chomsky once said, if they do it, it's terrorism. If we do it, it's counterterrorism. I mean, this guy literally, like 6 years ago, was beheading people, okay? Like directly beheading people. And now he's offering kissy poos to Macron. How the did that happen? We remain committed to bringing the leading AQS figures, Al-Qaeda and Syria figures in HTS to justice. Stop this terrorist, Mohammed al-Jablani. I think he still might be on the terror watch list, by the way. I still have some difficulty believing with my own eyes that Abu Mohammed al-Jalani, a man who when I was a teenager was a leader of an Al-Qaeda branch and wouldn't show his face on camera, is now meeting with Macron as any other state leader would. They don't do this kind of for actual national
Okay, is this a TikTok posted on YouTube Shorts, but still in the format of TikTok that has 15,000 likes, bro? I can't stand the state of the internet we're in. I cannot stand the state of the internet that we're in. I will see a tweet that is being reacted to on TikTok, that gets posted on Instagram Reels, that is screenshotted and then posted on YouTube Shorts, that I'm now showing on my Twitch stream. This is like the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, but in content form. This is like Flat Stanley, but in content form.
Militancies that are seeking out emancipation from our foreign allies like Israel, okay? They won't do that. But as long as you declare allegiance to Israel, then you can do this. Then you can just go out there and parade around. Bro, people are so funny. He's like, dude, you don't
Sorry, Tyler, I'm scary. Yeah.
saying he went to Iraq to fight the U.S. insurgency. Okay, dude. You know, couple beheadings in the process. Bro, you're talking about Al-Qaeda, man. What the are you saying? What they claim I'm doing, you're unironically doing right now. You are trying to whitewash someone who was a leader in Al-Qaeda. Like, hello? What are we doing? That's crazy. This is why this distinction matters. The distinctions that I put on when offering coverage to different kinds of militancy in the Muslim world, their ideology, their methods, their operations. Like, we have to learn about this so that don't turn around and go, come on, man, he just joined Al-Qaeda to defend against the United States of America. It's like, okay, my bad.
I still have no idea what Asmon did. One day we'll do it. But since the TikTokers are here, hello TikTok. I have to sign in. Oh my freaking goodness, bro. Why does everybody want me to sign in? Stop, please. Stop making me sign in. That was my TikTok playing. I don't know if you heard it.
All evidence being used in this video against any.
Haha. Okay. So, quick aside, we're going to take a brief break and dive into a little bit of TikTok drama just to see what's going on there. Peyton makes a new video. It's 12 minutes long on freaking TikTok. Let's see what this is about. This is watching. He has receipts and everything. All right. Let's see. Let's see. TikTok Live is back. Yeah, I got banned. Yeah, they banned me. All right, listen, I don't know what to tell you. They were like, get out of here. So, but we're back now. Hopefully they don't ban me. They don't ban me again. It is Cinna's fault. I can't even play what got me banned last time because it was going to ban me again, but it's entirely Cinna's fault. Gosh darn it. All right, Peyton, don't get me banned. Can I not full screen this? Oh, they didn't mean to like that. I'm unbiased.
Person or entity.
Stop. There you go. All right.
All evidence being used.
So, for people who've seen this, does Peyton give a rundown of what's going on here? Because I don't feel confident enough to actually explain what's actually happening. I think he does, right? He goes from the beginning to now. Not really. Oh, jeez, Louise. Okay. You know what? Why not? Let's just start from zero.
Feel free to reach out to me because I'm.
Let's just start from zero. Where's it at? Why there's so many videos, bro?
This video might get me into legal trouble, but you guys gave me a platform for.
Oh yeah, this is a 3-minute video. This is a 3-minute beginning video for what's going on here. All right. Good to see. I can't full screen this, so you're gonna have to stick with this.
Legal trouble, but you guys gave me a platform for a reason, and I'm not gonna take that for granted. Fucking.
Why is it so low?
Ever remember that? Remember that.
There was a trans person in the Walmart.
My hair. This video might get me
I think I accidentally scrolled by accident.
into legal trouble, but you guys gave me a platform for a reason, and I'm not going to take that for granted. Fucking ever. Remember that. Remember that. I know who gave me this platform. I'm on my way to Texas.
Remember that. Remember that, chat.
the Unfuck America tour. Basically, they sponsored a trip for a bunch of us creators to go and fuck with Charlie Kirk at Texas A&M. And at first, I was a little apprehensive to take it because I don't like the Jubilee fucking, we're here to debate, I'm not going to platform conservatives, whatever, like stupid bullshit, right? I
agree.
don't fucking like that shit.
I agree. I've spoken to it before. I also don't like the whole like TikTok debate, bro. Debating 100 conservatives. I'm gonna go debate a Nazi on the Nazis platform style content. Not a fan of that. Not great. Why are we debating Nick Fuentes? Doesn't make much sense to me. So me and Peyton are in alignment there.
Shit. But a lot of my friends, people that I've grown to like on this app who are very intelligent, were going, and I was like, oh, wow, okay, cool, so maybe this is something completely different. I ended up signing on, right? Turns out the lead organizer, who was horrible at organizing, by the way, I want to point that out, had no clue, still have no clue what the fuck we're even going there to do. I actually have a whole other plan planned. I don't know what the fuck anybody else is doing, but I'm going there to do something actually dope as fuck. But anyway, the lead organizer, turns out she's incredibly racist. She hopped on a live last night where a bunch of black women, women creators on this app.
This was about a month ago at this point now. But again, I was going to talk about it before, but I got banned off of TikTok. So yeah, just for timeline's sake.
Who are obviously in the political space were a little upset, voicing their concerns, talking about how they felt about the Unfuck America tour. And the lead organizer didn't like that very much, and so she hopped on there to spew, you know, anti-black rhetoric, especially towards black women, making them sound like bullies and aggressive and
Is this that one cursed Discord call? It was a TikTok live, but yeah.
It was really gross. It was really gross. It was really gross. There's no way you watch this and don't think she's racist, by the way. Like, I went into it going like, what happened? Is this a, you know what I mean? Like, I need to make sure what happened before I come and give any information to anybody, okay? There is no other way to interpret what she did. She was just being racist. Like telling them that because black women are involved, and how could it be problematic they didn't invite black women on this trip?
Yes, we listened to that before I got banned on TikTok.
Black women have been doing the best forever. I also want to point out, before she joined, they were being incredibly respectful from what I saw, okay?
I didn't see that. And honestly, even if they weren't, right? You're the organizer of the event. Getting out of character like that makes your event look bad. And you got to take the criticism on the chin about that.
Even if they weren't,
oh,
you're the fucking
yeah
organizer for Unfuck America. You're the face of the brand. You're the one reaching out to creators. You reached out to me. Who the fuck cares if someone has an opinion of Unfuck America that doesn't jive with whatever the fuck you think it is? I don't know that her views reflect that of the entirety of the Unfuck America tour. So, personally, I have one gripe with one person, the person who organized this, who was the person who decided not to include a lot of black women on this trip. And I also think I can do her job better than her. So here's what I want you guys to do. Down below, tag your favorite BIPOC women creators, okay? Tag them below so they see this video. And if you guys see this video, if you can make it to Texas A&M on April 22nd, right? April 22nd, let's all meet up. Let's all make some content together. Let's all grow your platforms to the size that mine are, while telling Unfuck America to go fuck itself until they get this racist out of the organization spot. Deal? Deal. Okay. Unfuck America, feel free to reach out to me because I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions about this video, and I'm very sorry to tell you this, but I do not care. Also want to point out for the record, my views are my views alone. Any creators that I may be involved with or friends with, they do not share the same sentiments. However, if you are a creator friend of mine, we're probably friends because I think you're dope as shit. So if you want to meet up while we're at Texas A&M, shoot me a DM or something like that. A couple of you were already meeting up, obviously. Love you guys. I also want to say that I'm sorry to everyone that follows me. I know you expect more from me, and there will be more in the future. There's no excuse. I should have been more discerning with who I was doing business with, and I will be in the future. This video might get...
So yeah, that's Peyton's first video. And this is the video that kind of... This isn't like the original video where like the organizer of the event, Z, was, you know... being unkind to a bunch of black women on a TikTok live call. We're not going to go into all of that, but this is not that. This is the first video that kind of sparked it into being a huge thing. Right? But following this, and this is just context for this video that we're going to watch. Following this,
guys, you want to see my girlfriend's feel free to reach out to me because
this is a 14-minute video. We are not going to watch the entire thing because we already did. Right? We already did. But essentially,
I think that
essentially they kicked him off the tour. He had an interview with D, by the way. Stop. Stop. No, you're lying to me. You are 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 lying to me. You're lying to me. You're lying. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I do not believe it. Do not believe it. I'm gonna need some proof or evidence for that. Also,
these are
about
5 people.
what? About what? About this situation? I'm curious. Yeah? Probably defending the use of the N-word again. Like, I'm sorry if you're like 9 times out of like 9, essentially, aligning yourself with Destiny is just proves you're just not, especially when you're being accused of racism, is not like a way to go about it, I would say. But anyway, long story short,
Will you be returned?
Peyton gets kicked off the tour.
That's racist tour.
And like, there are people who are like, this is a whole thing, right? I'm not gonna get into it. But he gets kicked off the tour. The tour. There are other things going on with the tour that aren't good either. Like, people are thinking the organizers of the tour are like coordinating with Charlie Kirk, who they're supposed to be debating to set up the people on the tour. I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff like that. Not the most insanely relevant thing. I do want to see Peyton's new video, but please, somebody, please, somebody send me the link to that. I need to know.
All evidence being used in this video against any person or entity has been backed up by first-hand accounts, second-hand accounts, and screenshots, so you can put your lawyers away. You're not getting me this time. And with that out of the way, what the
Oh my goodness, bro. What?
Everybody's racist and everybody.
Yeah, this makes you look not racist. Yeah, this makes you look not racist. Great job. Great job, lady. This definitely absolves you of the racist allegations. All right. All right. That's some new information. That is some new information. Interesting. All right.
what the fuck happened with the Unfuck America tour, you might be asking, because
I am asking that, actually. Please enlighten me. Come on, Peyton, enlighten me. What happened? What happened with this tour?
million DMs about it because nobody's story is matching up except for mine, and things keep getting weirder. But don't worry, I have all the answers to all of
I
your
got banned on TikTok the next day. I got banned on TikTok literally the next day. Also, he didn't DM me. I told him to DM me, and I got no DM. So, yeah.
Questions, and I've broken them down into 5 categories. Number 1, which creators are lying? Number 2, where is the money? Number 3, why does this matter?
Sure.
And number 4, how do we continue?
That's only 4 questions.
Wrapped around this woman, Elizabeth Z. Cohen Sanchez. But we'll
Wait,
get to
Did he not say 5 questions? Did I misunderstand?
You in a second, Lizzie. First, we're going to talk about these creators because most of the confusion being caused right now is by them blatantly lying. These are the creators we'll be talking about, and I want to start.
Dean Withers. Hope you find your dad. I have no idea who that is. Off Jawagon. Hear me out on this. Johnny Palmadessa. Dan Malik Politics. Americana Hannah. Wait, hold on. Wait. How is Hannah involved? Chat, you might know Hannah from the last time we talked about TikTok with Harry Sisson. How is Hannah involved? How is she lying? I'm so confused. Okay, give me in. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Start with Andra because I want to start with Andra. So this is Andra. You might have seen Andra on your For You page. She's the one that talks like this out of the side of her mouth. So that people...
I have not seen Andra on my For You page. I'm gonna be real. I have not. I don't know any of these people really, except for Dean. And I don't even like Dean.
Won't hear her lying all the fucking time. And we're starting with Andra for...
Also, I think Chad's making a good point.
But won't hear her lying.
Chad is making a good point. We're gonna make a MS Paint board so we can keep track of what's going on here. Bow. This person. Okay, how is she involved?
Lying all the fucking time. And we're starting with Andra for a very specific reason. I'll get to it in a second. First, let's hear her response video to this entire Z being racist situation.
If you're not familiar with what happened, I'll explain. The National Ground Game PAC started a group called Unfuck America, in which Dean Withers and Parker were headlining, and we were going to go and debate Charlie Kirk on college campuses. I was very excited about this because combating red pill, misinformation, pipeline stuff is very important to me, and that's kind of what the whole thing was about. So I signed on immediately, and then apparently our organizer, Z, joined a panel full of black women and said a lot of microaggressive and racist comments.
Okay.
And that's what it was. Point blank, no excusing it. And I want to be clear, I don't support any of that. What she said was messed up. And the second I found out about it, I voiced my opinion in our group chat strongly. In fact, I started a lot of fights about it. Because if you know me, the last thing I'm going to do is...
Okay, she's gonna show proof of this, right? Like, if you're like, as soon as I found out about it, I've been very strongly, you know, I voiced my support extremely strongly. She's gonna show screenshots, right? I don't need her to leak messages or DMs or whatever, but like, just a screenshot being like, oh, this is what happened, right? This is what happened, and this is what I said at this moment. Wait, why don't you like Dean? Is it because he's just a debate bro type thing? I genuinely don't know. Please don't hate me. Chat, I could never hate you. I do hate Dean though. And if you have an hour of time after the stream, on my YouTube, there's a video titled, and I quote, Hassan should not platform Dean Withers, where I go into extensively why I don't like Dean. Not just Dean specifically. It's not a Dean specific thing, but people like Dean. But you don't have to agree with me. Just know that, like, I'm not a fan of him. I don't, and I'll break it down like this. My biggest gripe against Dean is, one, he is a debate bro through and through, which means, right? Which means he will debate anybody on anything. He went on Nick Fuentes's, well, he went on Aiden Ross and Sneeko's stream to debate a literal Nazi. And then he was promoting that literal Nazi in his debate against him on his very large and prominent Twitter page. I think that's unacceptable. Regardless of my other issues with him on his style of content and what he does and things of that nature, like, you don't do that. You don't legitimize a Nazi's position and debate him for your content. You don't do that. It's gross. It's gross. And it's one thing to debate that person, but to go on Sneeko, another Nazi, and Aiden Ross, who's at least Nazi adjacent, on their streams to give them content as well, It's gross. And this is kind of my problem with that style of content to begin with, right? The whole like, oh, we're gonna go follow Charlie Kirk around and debate him. Like, sure, you think you're combating red pill misinformation, but you're giving Charlie Kirk content. You are giving Charlie Kirk content. That is what you're doing, right? He wants you there. You are feeding into his content. You think you're getting a clip? He's also getting a clip. Why are we feeding into this? There has to be something that's at least a little bit more productive that we can be doing instead of spending thousands of dollars to chauffeur two white kids around to give a right-wing fascist content, right? Unless I'm incorrect. What's the point of debating a Nazi? What even is the debate? The guy is just openly racist. You can't debate someone about something that makes no sense. Yeah, if it was this, it would be one thing, right? I'm trying to hear Charlie Kirk. I'm trying to hear Charlie. Punk show drowns out Charlie Kirk's rally at SF State.
Just subscribed.
Yeah. This is what you do. Right? You don't feed into their content, you disrupt. Right? If they got on the microphone to debate Charlie Kirk and they filibustered or whatever, and they just had like hundreds of students, and this is what I say. This would be infinitely more effective. Infinitely more effective if you get on the microphone, you start talking about freaking anime, right? You're like, well, in Naruto, basically you have Naruto and Sasuke, which are the reincarnations of the sons of the Sage of the Six Paths, and they're like basically anime magic space ninjas, and that you just filibuster because you don't give them the content. Charlie Kirk cannot use that as content. And once they kick you off, you have 100 more students after you to do the exact same thing for the entire day, so that they cannot do what they are trying to do. Right? But you debating them is exactly what they want. Charlie Kirk wants you to debate them. Because they want the clips of being like, oh, this is like what left-wingers believe, and they're so crazy. Because you don't control the editorial. You are not as large as Charlie Kirk is. You are giving Charlie Kirk the footage that his editors can then cut up and then push out to his audience to further reinforce his notion. Don't play their game. Why are we playing their game? It makes no sense. What if you don't know that much about Naruto, though? You make it up. I don't care. You better talk about Naruto, though. That's a requirement here. If anything, his content will be more effective because your arguments are going to hold better. Yeah. Like Charlie Kirk, and this is the problem with Steven Crowder as well, right? Who came with a binder of content or a binder of information. And like maybe you'll have like a one or two students who like catch him off guard and something he didn't prepare, right? But the difference between Steven Crowder and Charlie Kirk is that Steven Crowder is a moron. He's stupid. Charlie Kirk is a little bit more malicious. He's a tad bit smarter. Steven Crowder would leave in himself getting owned. He would post a video and there will be like 2 or 3 videos where he leaves in himself getting owned. Why he did that? Because he's stupid. He's dumb. But Charlie Kirk is more malicious than that. And so it doesn't work. So like, I don't like that style of content. Lights or thing for the tier 1. Much appreciated. I'm just not a fan of that style of content. I just don't think he did that because he's dumb. I think he did that because those clips did better. I mean, maybe, right? But again, this is more of like, it still serves my purpose because like that's Steven Crowder not being a true propagandist. He's a content farmer, right? And so Steven Crowder will leave himself being owned in the video because it does better for content. But Charlie Kirk doesn't care about that specifically. He cares about doing propaganda. He cares about his outreach and changing people's minds. right? That's where he differs from Steven Crowder. Charlie is ideological in a way that Crowder wasn't. Exactly. And so it just doesn't work against him. It doesn't. And so paying, people thousands of dollars, potentially, I don't know. Paying people thousands of dollars potentially to go and give Charlie Kirk content is a kind of disgusting misuse of funds, in my personal opinion. Right? And it's also not effective.
Bite my tongue unless I'm literally so sick in bed that I cannot take a phone call.
Okay, she was sick. That's why
Remember
she
when Santa got your
couldn't
TikTok
respond.
live banned? Yes. Yes, I do remember, and I will never forget.
But of course, she hates Z. She hates all of the things that Z did. And oh, you bald-faced liar, you racist little fuck. You were there during the live, and when Z was on the live, and after Z got off the live. You were on your spam account trolling them. You were saying that black women on that live were miserable, that they were just attacking Z to
In 4K? How did you get caught in 4K? You're doing this in a group chat? And you think you can just come out here and lie like that? Bro. Bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Signal group chat? Yeah, the group chat got leaked like Pete Hegseth, bro. Shout out Pete Hegseth in this group chat for leaking it. W.
To attack her, that they were just yapping to yap. And later on, you were talking about how you were losing mutuals because you weren't speaking out about this situation. And you most definitely did not immediately get mad at Z and tell her to fuck off and you know what? I'm going to say it. Racism's bad. That's not you. That's not what you did. I can say for damn sure there was nowhere in those signal chats that night where you were like, hey, Z, that was racist. Or, hey, guys, that wasn't cool. No. And you all heard her. Apparently, our organizer Z hopped on a live with a panel full of black women and said some microaggressive and racist things. And that's what they were. That full stop, period. You do support it. You did. You supported it. You were there supporting her.
Oh,
I found out about it,
that's true. That's true. So if she actually thinks that it was racist and microaggressive things, and she did support her saying that, I don't know this creator, but I think that there is a claim that you can make about what her belief about racist and microaggressive things are. She said, her own words, that they were racist and microaggressive. And while Z was saying those things, she kind of co-signed them a little bit. Interesting.
Voiced my opinion in our group
That's
chat
what I'm thinking.
strongly.
Well, hey, you were voicing your opinion very strongly. It's just not the opinion you were implying, but still strongly nonetheless.
Because if you know me, the last thing I'm going to do is bite my tongue unless I'm literally so sick in bed that I cannot take a phone call.
I guess we could see this as biting your tongue, but you were okay with all of it. You didn't care about any.
Okay, I want to see her account just because. Also, I can full screen this. No, wait. 256. This is actually probably better.
I'm okay with lying, but still strongly nonetheless.
What is her account?
Any of this shit. Now, Andra,
Hope you find your dad. I don't know any of these people. Oh, she's verified too. Remember your info board? Note down what she did. Oh, you're right. You say her name is Andrea? I just checked she hasn't posted anything. Racist. Allegedly. All right. Just to keep this in mind. Oh, Andra, no E. Okay, my bad. My bad. Andra? I got you. I got you. Don't worry. I won't disrespect you like that. Bow. There we go.
Because if you know me, the last thing I'm going to do is bite my tongue unless I'm literally so sick in bed that I cannot take a phone call.
I guess we could see.
League streamer, of course. Hey, leave league streamers alone. All right. You know what? Solidarity with Andra, just as a fellow league streamer on Twitch. Wait, it depends. What position does she play? What? Oh, she's a top laner. Oh, come on. She's a fellow top laner. You know what I mean? Like, oh, but she plays Teemo. Or not, that's Heimerdinger. She plays Heimerdinger. Disgusting. Patooey. Gross. Nasty. Andra, you're dead to me. You're dead to me. Let's continue.
This is biting your tongue, but you were okay with all of it. You didn't care about any of this shit. Now, Andra, I don't want any excuse.
The Heimerdinger is dope. Heimer's for people who are bad at the game.
Sick in bed that I cannot take a phone call.
I guess we could see this as biting your tongue, but you were okay with all of it. You didn't care about any of this shit. Now, Andra, I don't want any excuse for you to try and report my video. So, I'm just going to say, you have some growing to do. I don't think we should be entrusting you with a platform right now. Next up, we have Off Jawagon. A lot of you guys...
I'm guessing that's something that she says often. I don't know any of these people. I'm purely like third-party viewer here.
correctly assumed he was the person that sent me these DMs from that previous video. And what was his story again?
Oh, really? Okay. Who's Off Jawagon? Okay, we need to, come on, chat. We gotta keep the board updated. We need to keep track of all the characters. Bow. Mr. Off. Bad friend. Allegedly.
Again?
I want to be very clear that I and the majority of people...
Who is this guy? Off Jawagon. Guys, 600K. Oh, he responded. Okay. Yes. Yes.
We have Off Jawagon.
Yes, he responded. Okay, I'm so invested. I'm so invested. Come on. Come on. Come on, please. Give it to me.
Who joined this fight?
The longer video? No, he didn't. This is a 16-minute response video. Oh, okay. That's crazy.
For equality, whether it's class equality, gender equality, marriage equality, and definitely racial equality. So there's allegations of racist comments against an organizer in the group that I was a part of. I had some concerns. I was not present for any of these comments. I did not understand the context of any of these comments, and I'd gotten a dozen conflicting stories from a dozen different people because, you know, it's the fucking internet.
So he wasn't present for any of these comments. He got conflicting stories. You know, what's...
Okay, wait. Maybe that would fly if, I don't know, the entire conversation wasn't recorded. Like, maybe that would fly if that conversation was not literally available on the internet for him to watch. You can't say, well, I got differing reports, you know. Some people said this and some people said that. Go watch it. It's on the internet. I saw it. It's on YouTube. Go look at it. Go watch it and come to your own conclusion. That's so cowardly. Be like, yeah, I didn't see anything. I don't know. Like, it's just, some people told me some things, other people told me other things. Like, I don't really know what's going on. Then just go watch it. Go watch it. Come to your own conclusions.
The guy supposed to... Oh.
In 4K? In 4K? Come on. This is the second. Okay. This is the second time. caught in 4K. Put that over there.
That's a pretty distinct name. Okay, Peyton, so he's...
But like, he's okay with the receipts.
That's a pretty distinct name. Okay, Peyton, so he's lying to his audience like the rest of these people are. Who cares? What's the big deal? Well, believe it or not, later on in that video, this dipshit made a crucial error on behalf of himself and all of his creator buddies who are trying to lie to you right now. Let's take a listen and then I'll explain.
What I did is I went and met up in person with a couple of people of color who were involved, a couple of whom who were present and did understand the context of those comments. And I asked them, where are you at on this and what do you need from me? And they said they were excited to move forward. They were still in support of the mission and the organization. And at this point, that's all. I was like, cool, if you guys are in, I'm in. If you're out, I'm out. Where you guys go, I follow. I am here to support this mission. And that's what I did. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the mission. I'm proud of the work we accomplished. And I'm proud of the vast majority of people I got to do that with. Over another
Listen, let me give you the take, chat. From somebody who's not on TikTok, from somebody who's not invested in this drama, these are just clout farmers. A tale as old as time. Right? Why the message is cropped though? I mean, you know why. Like, these are people, and I won't extend this to Peyton, right? Grifter's a good way to put it. These are people who realize that they can get a lot of clout from being like anti-Trump and anti-Republicans and not actually holding like leftist values, right? They can get a lot of clout by going and being like, oh, we're going to argue and debate Charlie Kirk and go and give me an audience and watch my videos and boost my platform. But when there are actual material, like when there's harm coming towards black women, right? They're being bullied and pushed off the internet for just voicing concerns about this tour, right? They're like, well, not only are you threatening this tour, but you're also threatening me and my platform and all the money that I can make from this. So I don't like that. And so they basically signed off on Z attacking all of these black women, right? Because it would bolster their own platform. It will make their careers stronger. They didn't have to worry about actually standing by their values, right? Because who cares? They get the views. They go on this tour. They cozy up to people with millions of followers. They get, a large audience to push their content out to, and that's all that matters to them. And from what I've seen, Peyton is the only person so far who is willing to like take a step back and look at what this tour could do for his career, stick by his morals, take a step back and be like, I don't want to be involved in this. I don't want to be involved in this. I don't want to be involved with any of these people. Z is a racist, and y'all, all of you are defending a racist. And then they threw him under the bus. They called him out. They said he was a white savior. They, said they don't care about what black people have to think because their specific black people are fine with it. Right? So, like, I think it's kind of crazy as this person to be a white person and using the black people around you, who, I must remind you, also have a material reason for the tour to succeed. Right? The few black people that were invited are reinforced to not speak up because of the fact that if they speak up, they are threatened to end up like Peyton ended up. And Peyton could deal with that. Peyton has a much larger audience than some of these other black content creators. Right? So if you are a smaller black content creator with 100K or whatever, 100K followers, you are more likely going to be like, nope, it's not a problem. It's fine, right? I want to keep this tour going because it helps your career. It helps most of your career because it's already so hard for black people in this space to grow in the first place. And so this person is using those people to justify why he should stay on the tour to help his own career. And the only person who took a financial hit, right, or a clout hit, if you will, and a hit to his audience was Peyton. He was like, I actually have morals, and I was like a hit to myself to stand by my morals The only person to do that so far that I've seen was Peyton. There may be others, I don't know, but I just have not seen them. But all the people that he showed so far are just kind of gross.
Decided to go a different route and make videos exploiting the issue for views and clout. And he did this despite being told by numerous people of color involved that they did not want him doing this, they did not want him speaking for them, and that his actions were making them feel
like the idea that, oh, the people in color involved in the tour are the only people that matter here, it's kind of gross, right? Because the people of color that are like at the tour are the people of color who have a high enough following to be invited in the first place. So he's basically saying like, yo, fuck the people of color, fuck the black women who have a smaller audience that weren't even invited in the first place, right? I only listen to the black people who are here who are clouded up, right? The black people who are clouded up here, who had a big enough audience to be invited, their opinion are the only people that mattered, right? And Peyton, who listened to the black women who had a smaller audience proportionally, right? Who had a smaller audience, that's like white saviorism, I guess. It was racist for Peyton to do that and not listen to the clouded up black people. Okay, this is the analogy that I'll use, right? It would be like rich black people, like freaking like LeBron James or whatever, and like that level, like NBA players, saying that like police brutality doesn't happen, it's not a thing, and like somebody like a rich white person being like police brutality is a thing, is a white savior for calling out how it happens to like working class people, essentially. You know what I mean? Nicole would never say that. This is an example. Like, why are we listening to the most clouded up people of color on the tour and not the black women who were affected, right? Or the black people who don't have enough clout to be in these rooms in the first place? Do their voices not matter? If they think it's racist, right? If they think it's racist, does it not matter? It's such a weird thing to use against Peyton, to be like, oh, you wouldn't understand, right? Because I talked to the black people on the tour and they said they wanted it to happen. Of course, the black people on the tour said that the tour wanted to continue. They are creators. They want to boast of their own platforms. The tour is good for them in their careers. Of course, they're going to allow a certain level of bigotry to exist so that they can further their careers. And honestly, I don't even truly like blame them for that. It's already so hard for black people to grow in this space in the first place, right? But they're not indicative of like the entirety of like black society. That does not mean what Z did wasn't racist, and it does not mean that like you're now justified in defending it.
That's all. I was like, cool, if you guys are in, I'm in. If you're out, I'm out. Where you guys go, I follow. I am here to support this mission. And that's what I did. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the mission. I'm proud of the work we accomplished. And I'm proud of the vast majority of people I got to do that with. However, another pasty-ass creator decided to go a different route and make videos exploiting the issue for views and clout. And he did this despite being told by numerous people of color involved that they did not want him doing this, they did not want him speaking for them, and that his actions were making them...
Like honestly, fuck him. I don't care. I don't care about what the black voices on the tour have to say. They are not the end-all, be-all of black people. They are putting their own personal careers over the smaller black creators who were harmed by what Z was saying. I don't care what they have to say. It's meaningless to me. It's meaningless. It does not matter. It does not matter in the slightest. But you listening to them instead of the actual black people who were harmed by this stuff is kind of gross. It's gross. It almost feels like you wanted a justification for why you, right? A justification for why you wanted to continue to go on the tour, and you were looking for the black voices who also benefited from the tour to tell you why it was okay as a white person for you to continue to do so. That's what it sounds like to me, personally. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. I don't know. But that is how it reads to me.
Incredibly uncomfortable.
So he obviously didn't catch what he did. A lot of you probably didn't either. Some of you might have, but I'll break it down. So what he's trying to do here is perpetuate the narrative that I made people of color on the tour feel uncomfortable. But he's doing it differently than some people are. Some people are saying that it was after my second video that I made them uncomfortable. But obviously before my second video is when these messages were shared between him and I. He even said it himself.
I didn't follow that person immediately after realizing that they were willing to exploit marginalized groups for their own gain. And they reached out to me. And he's like, dude, I hope we can still be friends. He was trying to defend his actions. And while I was sitting next to two people of color who were involved with the whole thing, who had literally just told me that they were feeling uncomfortable and unsafe because of his actions, and that they were being harassed and having slurs I can't repeat hurled at them online because of his videos, I told him that he needed to stop, that if he really cared about the things that he was pretending to care about, this was not it.
But it seems like he's also trying to say that people of color felt uncomfortable by me before I even made my first video. They were telling me not to do my first video. But that's not the case, and that video wasn't about anyone who was on the tour. So why are they lying about this? It's because they're all following the playbook that Brandon and Z set up. See, after I made my video, they actually deactivated the Signal group chat for a little while, right? None of the influencers were allowed in there. They just had a staff meeting, right? And Brandon's telling everybody, listen, I've worked in PR crisis management.
Wait, bro has those messages too? Stop. Stop. How does he have everything? Bro, who is the Pete Hegseth? Who is leaking the Signal group chats? I need to know. I need to know.
For 7 years, I've got this. Nobody say anything. Let me handle this. And then he calls me. If you go back, don't even think about Z. Listen to the first half of that phone call, and it seems like I did something wrong that's getting me kicked off the tour. And Z's first message to me after my video was, have you returned the car we paid for? And at first I thought it was like a narcissistic thing, which it is, obviously, because it's Z, but it makes a lot more sense in the context of them acting as if we've already had a conversation and they're kicking me off the tour for my behavior. And just for good measure, here's some of the scripts they came up with for their little plan. So everyone, I would like to extend a thank you.
Wait, okay, now I'm curious. Oh, this is iMessage now? No, this is still Signal. Why does Signal look like iMessage? Is this Peyton? Is this guy Peyton getting his hotel paid for? Oh man, you really got him on this one. I've never seen a video of his that wasn't long enough to monetize. In our crisis management plan, we have that route deemed performative. That weird gecko guy, bro. Who are these people? Hey, some of us are getting eaten alive because we're not speaking out against racism in the event. Is there a statement coming? Sorry if this has already been answered. Work has been crazy. You can say we've all spoken internally, and the black people on the tour are comfortable and confident in this organization. Okay, I need to know if that weird gecko guy is black. I need to know. Wait, I want to keep this open. Okay, the tabs are growing. That weird gecko guy. Nope, that's wait, why is Hassan here?
Friend of mine just sent me a
that's so loud.
video of Hassan talking about Elon Musk being neurodivergent and oh honey.
Sorry, this is worlds colliding here. But no, this is not a black guy. So why is this very clearly non-black guy being like oh sorry, that's the wrong person. Excuse me. He asked the question. I need who's Patrick Jones? Excuse me. Jones is black? Okay. I misread it. Excuse me. My apologies, that weird gecko guy, for actually not really saying anything. So Patrick Jones is black, and he was like, you can say that we've all spoken internally and the black people on the tour are comfortable and confident in the organization. Okay, sure. Misinformation from Sean? Yeah, a little bit of misinfo.
The context of them acting as if we
Jones X? Wait, is he also a creator? Okay, now I'm curious. Now I need to know all the people involved. Who's Jones X? Is he a creator? I don't know if he's a creator or not. Jones has a ton of issues.
I just want to address this comment.
Mr. Jones X is his account. Oh yeah, he has 200,000.
So you want to unfuck America? It's simple. Don't be a conservative. Never in history has conservatism been good for a society. Not for your rights, not for your wages, not for your safety, not for your future. Every time progress was made, Whether it was ending slavery, winning workers' rights, civil rights, women's rights, conservatives fought it tooth and
This guy's one of the co-leaders of the tour.
child.
Does he have a podcast?
What does emotional vulnerability mean to you, and how do you handle it? Let's start off with Jones.
There you go.
Listen, I'm terrible. I'm not even gonna fucking lie. I'm terrible at this shit. I really am.
Really?
I really am. So,
Bro, who are these
I know
people?
what it means, right?
Let's look at popular. Wait, okay, why did that break? Wait, his most popular video has 100,000 like views? Really?
Well, how about you stop fucking mocking world religions and claiming...
How does he have so many followers? I'm sorry, it's not important. Not important. Sorry, I'm getting confused. We're getting distracted. We'll circle back around to him later. Jones left the tour for the tour married and came back single. Okay, wait. I need more of that. Mishi for Change gave him her account. Who is that? Who is Mishi for Change? Who is that person? You're so far behind the curve. I don't do TikTok stuff, okay? I don't do TikTok stuff. I am a Twitch exclusive and YouTube sometimes. Wait, why is Kai Cenat downfall trending? What did Kai do? Phantom got kicked? Phantom got kicked? What did Phantom do? What is happening? Kind of university thing, I'm guessing. But what's wrong with Streamer University? That's fake. No, he didn't. Then why is he? Then why? What is? Okay. Stop. Focus. This is why I don't go on TikTok anymore. Because none of this makes any sense. Focus. We're gonna stay on the TikTok stuff. We're gonna stay on the tour. All right. We can get to Kai later. Let's continue on this video.
Already had a conversation and they're kicking me off the tour for my behavior. And just for good measure, here's some of the scripts they came up with for their little plan. So everyone, I would like to extend a thank you to Offjawagon for being dumb enough to do this. These are just miscellaneous pieces of shit. I've never seen their content personally. I just know about their whole interactions with this tour and with this situation.
What is Hannah's interaction with the tour? Because I know Americana Hannah. Not like personally, like we're like a degree removed. We have mutual friends. So like, what is her beef? What did she do? She lied about all of it too? Isn't Hannah a leftist? Why is she in bed with all these liberals? Why are all these leftists in bed with all these liberals? Is there like a leftist liberal coalition on TikTok that I don't know about? If you're on TikTok and you don't know, like, freaking liberals and leftists on every other platform hate each other. Like, on Twitter, on freaking Twitch, on YouTube, they cannot stand each other. There's no shaking hands here. Like, you will not see like Gremlo and Hutch dapping up on Twitch. I guess TikTok is just different. They'll say it's for the mission. Because liberals lie and say that they're leftists for clout. That makes sense, actually. Okay, wait. I want to see what... Okay. Oh, there's so many people, bro. There's so many people. Wait. That Tyler Bloodman?
Yeah, so Americana Hana, man. So she is just so dumb.
Whatever happened to Tyler Bloodman? Is Tyler Blutman still around? This was like 4 or 5 years ago, by the way. That's where my TikTok knowledge starts and stops, right? Tyler Blutman, Papa Gut, that's it. Political MJ, he got canceled. Who else? Eosius, is Eosius still around? I see Eosius on freaking Twitter. Dami also got canceled. Who else? Lacey, I love Lacey. Lacey's sick. Not really. Who else do I know? Morgan, what is her name now? I don't know what her name is now. It was like cyber something. But Morgan always had like videos with her eye, and she would do like a like wall of text videos. Papa Good is a weirdo. Papa Good is a weirdo. Let's see. Wait. Yeah, this is here. This was the last time I was on TikTok, essentially. Was the Black Leftist Hype House. I was a part of this, by the way. In case you don't know, for all my Twitch people, I was firmly in the Black Leftist TikTok sphere. Ziora. Ziora's still around. I see Ziora on TikTok and stuff. Where? See, this is me. So I want to talk about this document. My hair was nice here. I miss when my hair was this length. Listen, sorry, this is the shorter side. Hey, this is me again. Hey, my bonnet. I kept it. How long ago was this? This was 2021. Me and my hair was very short back then. Let's see. Political MJ. He got canceled. Dami also got canceled. Is Dami back? No, he's still gone. Yeah, he got canceled. Who else? Jay's doing something now. I think he's like has an internship. Have you seen Peyton's new video? We were watching that. He has a new one. Leah. Hey, it's me again. Lacey. Hey, sorry. Focus. Focus.
And they are garbage. Hey, Dean, I know we've talked before, but you've got a lot of explaining to do. See, I know a secret you've
Okay, focus. We're on Dean. You're going to talk about how Tashika is often problematic too. Listen, I have no idea who that is. I'm going to be entirely real. I have no clue who that is. I know the old guard of political TikTok. Listen, y'all kiddies don't know. We was talking about y'all don't know about the Rihanna's son situation. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. I know none of these other people except for Hannah.
keeping. You betrayed the creators on this tour and your audience.
No. This is the Dean stuff. This is the stuff that I care about.
Interactions with this tour and with this situation, and they are garbage. Hey, Dean, I know we've talked before, but you've got a lot of explaining to do. See, I know a secret you've been keeping. You betrayed the creators on this tour and your audience who donated to this tour because you knew about Z a week before that live even happened. Note the time and date of the first message.
Interesting. Okay. Also, it got very loud for some reason.
And here's a screen recording of all of the messages, and you can see that Dean absolutely saw these. He was told that Z doesn't like paying her employees a week before this live even happened, and he didn't tell any of us creators.
I was there for the 15 months. Okay, wait, hold on.
Even happened. D doesn't all of the messages, and you can see that Dean absolutely saw these. He was told that Z doesn't like paying her employees a week before this live even happened, and he didn't tell any of us creators. I was still on the tour. I hadn't been kicked off. Didn't hear a goddamn thing about this, Dean. And then come to find out, you were partying with Z at Texas A&M after everything went down.
Interesting. Interesting. Parker, Dean, Jones, No Rads, no idea who that is. Johnny and a few others. I can't remember everyone. I do remember those people. I initially thought they were going to shoot cons together, but they came back high as hell. Oh, and Chris too. Parker had admitted to me at the table afterwards. Wait, so is Harry fully cut out? For all of my people who are TikTok up to date, is Harry fully cut out? Yes, for now. Rip Harry. LOL. Imagine getting cut out of the liberal sphere in circle of influence. Is Harry canceled? But Harry got canceled like a month ago. Keep up, chatter. Even I heard about that one.
When you said you were all torn up after the live, but you really knew that you needed to be there for your fans, you lying bitch. So just to be clear, you knew about her deceptive business practices beforehand and decided not to say anything to your audience who kept donating to the Unfuck America tour, and not to say anything to the creators who were professionally linked to her. But no harm, no foul. It's not like any money went missing, right? Did somebody say money? I know everyone has heard by now that the...
I didn't say money, but I want to know what happened.
Creators are not getting the money they were promised, and $100,000 seemingly vanished into thin air. But I think I know exactly where it went, right into Zico and Sanchez's pocket. These are screenshots from the FEC's website for the National Ground Game campaign, and you'll notice there's $95,000 sent to a company called Soul Strategies. Well, that seems like
I already did this. I did this immediately. Last time I talked about this. This was the first thing I did.
a lot of money, Peyton, but why is that so weird? Well, guess who the founder and owner of Soul Strategies is? If you guessed our girl Z, you would be right, except for between 2020 and 2023 when she was pretending it was a black-owned business while giving a black woman only 15% of the company and making her do all of the work while calling her lazy and a piece of shit. So if you're following me here, Zico and Sanchez from the National Ground Game Pack, we know Z, she gave Zico and Sanchez of Soul Strategies, I think you guys know her, $95,000.
Like, I told you this directly. I told you this is a normal thing that happens. Then I brought up that Z went on D-Stream. Yes, people did bring it up.
For voter registration efforts. Me personally, $95,000 is an insane amount of money to spend on voter registration efforts from a company that was sued for fraudulent voter registration efforts. But I guess when you're the sender and
that did happen as well. True.
And the receiver, you can kind of make up your own rules. I also found money being sent to places like this, with websites like this. Can somebody spell money laundering? And if that wasn't enough for you, I have unequivocal proof of her engaging in illegal activities just this morning. This email was sent this morning to someone who works for Z, who was supposed to be paid on Friday, still hadn't been paid, reached out to them, and they said, you have to sign an NDA to get the pay that you're owed. Hey, that's fucking illegal. That's really fucking illegal. Even if she doesn't go through with this, that's incredibly illegal. You can't tell someone they have to sign an NDA to get the pay they're owed. Cherry on.
You can't do that. You can make a stipulation in the contract of employment or for like whatever activation you do, stipulate an NDA is signed before, but if somebody has already rendered services, you have to pay somebody for those rendered services. You can't add extra qualifications for those rendered services after the services have already been rendered. That is, you can't do that. That is illegal. Like you can't go to a barber and tell a barber that, you know, you're gonna pay him like $50 to cut your hair. They cut your hair and he's like, well, actually, you actually need to run around the office 60 times. And if you don't do that, I won't pay you. Like the barber rendered services that were agreed upon by both parties, you must then pay for those services.
Obviously, she's a flaming fucking racist, and most of us in the know already fucking knew that, but here's her being...
What?
You can't tell someone they have to sign an NDA to get the pay they're owed.
So yeah,
Cherry on
top for my job, not after, yeah.
Obviously, she's a flaming fucking racist, and most of us
The black guys have me weak. What is even like? What, I need to know the context behind that.
And then no, are
Yeah. Okay. That just
racist, and most of us in the no are already
every MLK is the ghetto. We lived on 2 MLK streets, and it was so bad. Jeez Louise, bro. If these is my liberals, we going to jail.
knew that.
I don't know what cis means, but go off, queen.
But here's her being a piece of shit otherwise. I do know a lot more, but I'm not going to give you it, obviously, because where's the fun in that? All I can say is you are fucked, and anybody who helped you, Dean, is fucked as well. You knowingly defrauded the creators on the tour and their audiences who continue donating to the tour. Why does this matter? The rest of this video is going to be freeform, and I'm going to tell you guys right now, I'm pretty fucking pissed. Because even if
Did she say that she wouldn't vote for AOC because she would raise taxes? Did I skip that one? That's actually pretty funny.
Want to believe that I went about it the wrong way, and that's why you guys treated me the way that you did. Why the fuck did you treat these women the way you did? You know, those black women from that live that Z was incredibly racist on, that you guys were ha-ha and laughing about. But even after coming out and saying like, hey, she did behave in a macroaggressive and racist way in political talk, you still wouldn't let them up on your live. What the fuck? You know, when you're apologizing for how you handled the situation that was directly involving them and the aggression towards them. Really weird you didn't want them up on your live. That's insane. It's almost like none of you guys fucking care about the shit that you claim to care about. And I'm talking about everyone on the tour, but specifically the white creators, the ones that love to fucking virtue signal and be like, and that's something I don't stand for, but I stood for it and I was egging it on. And on that
That sounds exactly like Dean. I'm being real.
sentiment, to those of you entering the comment sections of the black creators who were on this trip using my name to justify you berating them, shut your fucking mouths. You don't speak for me. That's not what I'm about. I know they're lying. I don't fucking care. Focus your time and energy on not only following these creators right here, and making sure you're unfollowing these creators right here, these creators. You cannot be following these people. They are fucking liars. They will blatantly lie to cover their asses to make more money. They cannot be trusted. Fuck these people. And how do we continue? Well, first it starts with not letting these fucking people in these goddamn spaces.
I echo the first one specifically. Can I just say, vindicated. I have never been wrong once in my entire life in existence about judging the character of somebody. Vindicated. Everybody yelled at me when I said Dean Withers was a bad boy. Everybody yelled at me. Everybody got so mad at me when I put out the Hassan Shanat platform Dean Withers video. But I was once again proven to be correct. Proven to be right and correct. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Stop letting the Deans, the Parkers, the Z's, the Andras.
I'm gonna watch that video right now. Oh, do it after the stream, okay?
White person lead these movements, especially when they know fuck all
hold
about
on. This is important. I agree with this.
These fucking people in these goddamn spaces. Stop letting the Deans, the Parkers, the Z's, the Andras, the XY white person lead these movements, especially when they know.
Is that not literally exactly verbatim what I have said for months, if not years? Precisely what I've said is that all too often does the left elevate formerly racist white kids who may or may not have addressed the racism, but still hold on to some microaggressions and push them to the front of the movement to speak on behalf of the left while leaving behind the same marginalized people that they claim to care about in the first place. And then they gain a lot of prominence right? They get a huge audience, and then we are surprised when they still hold racist beliefs and continue with racist tendencies. You know what I mean? Like, this has happened consistently. Consistently.
Fuck all about organizing and fuck all about these situations. They're just there for fucking money and to be debate bros. Fucking
True.
kick them to the curb. They're counter to the movement at this point. And I say,
They can get Peyton on the stream. I think it'll be good content. Peyton, if you're watching this, you can come on my stream. We can have a conversation about this because I agree with you, and I've been saying this forever. Don't fall for the TikTok numbers. We have like 700 people on Twitch, and yeah. So is Ethan Propulsion or not? I'm confused. He keeps saying that he is.
a counter to the movement because the movement is progress. And silencing these voices and saying it's trivial and saying that we're focused on the mission at hand. How can we fight fascism and also fight racism? They're the same fucking thing. The reason they act so fucking obtuse in any situation like this is because they know if they have to stop for even a second to deconstruct, they will start losing money. Very quickly, they will learn that they don't know fucking anything. And they'll have to take a back seat to voices like these. It's always about fucking money with these people. You know what? Actually, fuck it. I'm just gonna speak candidly for a second. Fuck all of these people. Like, actually, I swear to God, these people are fucking evil. They only care about money. It does not matter. Their bottom line is what matters. Sure, they're not gonna take money from Charlie Kirk, but hey, a racist like Z, I mean, she says she's for the cause, so like, and here we are. Oh, this is trivial bullshit. What? She said a couple microaggressions. What? Micro, by the way. No, she was a fucking racist piece of shit on that live. That's what she was, and none of you wanted to call it out. I actually don't give a fuck anymore. You guys are sad, dude. All of you people are sad. You can't make money without the racist? Is that what it is? Obviously, I know your platforms shrivel and die if the Conservative Party does, but I mean, like, you can't find...
Cook, bro. Exactly. And this is something that, like, we haven't even gotten to yet, but, like, this is true. This goes for every single liberal influencer, by the way. Right? They need the conservatives. They don't want to eradicate conservatism. They don't want to, remove Republicans from power, right? Just like the Democratic Party as an institution, they need the strong Republican Party to justify their own paychecks, right? Because if the Conservative Party doesn't exist, if the Republicans didn't exist, they would be the Conservative Party. They would be the people holding back progress against the leftists. Which is why they want to continually debate Charlie Kirk instead of actually making Charlie Kirk obsolete. Instead of attacking Charlie Kirk and limiting his influence. They want to feed into his content. They want to go onto his platform to bolster their own platforms so they can be the controlled opposition. And that's it. That is it. That's it. And that's why they get mad at anybody who threatens their bottom line. That's why they got mad at Peyton, right? They have more contempt for Peyton than they did for freaking Charlie Kirk and the Republicans. Because Peyton threatened their bottom line. Peyton called them out for what they were, and that is opportunistic losers who are throwing the same marginalized communities that they claim to care about under the bus to bolster their bottom line, to pocket thousands of dollars.
a different, like, liberal white woman, right? Like you can't find someone else. You had to try and cover it up. You had to try and lie. But the only reason you were acting that way was to try and cover your guys' ass and use me as a scapegoat. And hey, look at how well that did you. All of you are fucking sad and don't deserve these goddamn platforms. Fuck you.
True. True. So there were a couple of responses, and if anybody else responded, let me know, chat. There was this 16-minute response from Off Jawagon. Which I guess we can look at. Oh, I liked it by accident. Sorry, I don't want to sway the opinion here.
Wagon.
Oh, look, it's
Why is it so loud?
Dollar Tree Dane Cook still out here trying to milk this grift for everything he can. Lovely.
A lot of you guys correctly assumed he was the person that
What?
sent
Okay, I didn't understand the reference here.
me these DMs from that previous video.
Oh, right, the screenshots from the messages, you know, when you messaged me. And you messaged me, if I recall correctly, because I unfollowed you. And I unfollowed you. Why was that again? Oh, right, because I was sitting there with multiple people
Why doesn't he show the screenshots?
of color a few days before the tour who were on the tour who were saying that your video was making them feel unsafe and uncomfortable. Although, to be fair, I have seen screenshots from a woman that would lead me to believe that you making women feel unsafe and uncomfortable is not an uncommon occurrence. I would share that here, but since I'm not a piece of shit who shares people's private communications without permission...
Come on, bro. You can't insinuate allegations and be like, but I'm not going to share it because I'm not a bad person. I'm a good person, actually. People actually follow this guy, like, purely from a like third party perspective. That kind of sucks. I'm gonna be real. Because that's kind of gross. This content is good. He's talked about historical communism. Then why is he tying himself to the hip to liberals? I don't understand.
I'm not going to.
Like this dude, I don't know why he's doing this if it's not in good faith.
I did ask for permission, but they weren't comfortable with it. I can't imagine why, though. It's not like you spent all of your time on the internet doxing women for views. And no, I'm not talking about ZZ, the racist who made her bed, but literally all of the other women on the tour who were even peripherally involved with this. Getting messages like this.
That's not okay. That's not what doxing means. I watched every one of Peyton's videos. He didn't dox any women on the tour. What? What?
This, you know, right from the jump, right from your first video. You know, the type of vile hate, harassment, and threats you knew these people were getting, because even if you hadn't been told by multiple people, you apparently have screenshots of all of our communication from the whole fucking time. So
Okay. Few things. Number one, just because a certain amount of haters will use and mobilize this entire thing against criticism and use it for their own means does not mean the criticism is inherently invalid. So even if those people from the screenshot,
uncommon occurrence, I would share that here, but since I'm not a piece of shit who shares people's private communications without permission, I'm not going to. I did ask for permission, but they weren't comfortable with it. I can't imagine why, though. It's not like you spent all of your time on the internet doxing women for views. And no, I'm not talking about ZZ, the racist who made her bed, but literally all of the other women on the tour who were even peripherally involved with this. Getting messages like this, you know, right from the jump.
like, okay. And like, not to be the Peyton Defense Brigade, but like, you can't prove this came from like Peyton's first video. That like it was like people in Peyton's community and not just random haters. Like you're anti-conservative, right? It's 100% likely that it's just somebody big piggybacking off of the entire situation to just do this in the first place. And number two, you can't then use this as an insinuation, be like, oh, well then Peyton shouldn't have spoken up for the black women who were who were harmed by Z. Z said she was doxxed in her video because of Peyton. It's public. What do you mean she was doxxed? She's publicly the face of Soul Strategies and Ground Game Pack. That's not what doxing means. It's public information. And she is the person who herself went onto the live stream and identified herself as the organizer of the tour. I'm so confused.
Right from your first video, you know, the type of vile hate, harassment, and threats you knew these people were getting, because even if you hadn't been told by multiple people, you apparently have screenshots of all of our communication from the whole fucking time, so you've seen them yourself, and yet you've continued. And now just from my...
Yeah, because the screenshots make you look bad. Like, you can't turn around and be like, you've seen the screen. Is Ground Game the LA org or another? I don't think it's an LA specific organization. It's National Ground Game Pack. I'd only say a creator would be at fault if they were saying for people to do that, but Peyton legit was telling people not to do that in every single video. No, even then, you can insinuate that you want to do that, but he didn't like. So if Peyton was like, you know, these are all the black creators on the tour, or whatever, I'd be like, yeah, he probably shouldn't have done that. He's trying to direct hate towards them, but he didn't do that. You know what I mean? He didn't even name the black creators. He did also say, don't go after and attack the black creators. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that. The black creators here are not blameless. The black creators here are not blameless. They have chosen to get in bed with the racist. And that is worthy of critique as well. And that's what I will say.
Limited perspective here. Kind of seems like to me you could be possibly a raging misogynist who's perfectly okay with hate, harassment, and threats of violence against women and marginalized communities as long as it suits your needs. But I wouldn't want to make any ridiculous accusations for views, so I'm sure there's a perfect...
Wait. You can't say, I don't want to make any ridiculous accusation for views when you just insinuated that, that Peyton was like an abuser. You can't do that, bro. You can't do that. What are we talking about here? And honestly, I can't sit here and act like this person is like cares about women victims when he like does that. You feel me? He's like, yeah, I care about victims, but also I'm going to insinuate that Peyton is an abuser and not elaborate on it. Like what are we talking about? Gotta put the video of Mermaid going off on Peyton on Dean's live. I don't even know who that is. I'm being real. I don't. So y'all have to tell me these people's ats, or tell me where I can find the videos, or go to Twitch and drop me the videos in the chat, because I just don't know who these people are. I don't even know what to look up. Do I look up Mermaid defending Dean TikTok? Will that show up? Jesus Louises, what are these people's names?
For your behavior, I just can't quite figure it out. You know,
trying to explain this to my mom would get her to disown me. I'm gonna be real. Like, no, mom, you don't understand, right? Peyton called out Z for being racist on a TikTok live with a bunch of black women content creators, and Dean Withers, who's a TikToker who is also known as the Jubilee Liberal Spider-Man, defended Z, and Mermaid came in and also defended Z, and Mermaid is a black creator on the trip, and Jagamuffin, or whatever his name is a guy in a neon shirt. What is his name? Jagamuffin. Off the wagon. Is a guy in a neon shirt and sunglasses, and he walks around in his TikTok videos. Like, he was also defending Z by yelling at Peyton, and Peyton was not happy about this. And the Simple Black Theory was involved at some point because he was also on the trip, and he was defending Z. And like, it would make no sense.
now because I'm a dumbass or whatever you called me. Anyway, sorry, moving on. I got sidetracked. We were talking about my messages, right? Where you reached out to me because I unfollowed you because the people of color I was physically sitting there having drinks with, I could see were visibly being harmed by your content and the way you decided to do it. And
Bro, TikTok is so funny. he said the people of color that I was sitting next to were visibly being harmed by the content that you put out. Sure. Okay. Sure.
I told you that, and apparently I wasn't the only one who told you that, and you doubled down and tripled down. So I finally got frustrated and said you were too white to have an opinion on this because all the not white people who are directly involved in dealing with the consequences of your actions.
I'm sorry, a white person cannot tell another white person that they're too white to deal with this. I don't care what the situation is. Like, you defer to why didn't you defer to the black people who are next to you? Why does he feel like he needs to come out and this is the question. Why does he feel like he needs to come out and speak on behalf of the people of color next to him? I'm curious. Maybe it's because you felt like your voice would have more of an impact because you have a larger audience than they do, and you needed to speak up as a white person to defend them. Almost like exactly like what Peyton was doing in the first place. Peyton feeling like because he had a larger audience and because he had the privilege of being a white person, that he needed to speak up on behalf of the black women that were harmed in this situation. He's literally getting mad at Peyton while simultaneously doing exactly what Peyton is doing for people who have smaller audiences than these black creators who were invited on the tour in the first place. Isn't this shit they talk about on Blue Sky? I assume so.
Considering, and I apologize for letting my emotions get the better of me in that situation and phrasing it that way. In hindsight, I absolutely would have phrased it differently, and I wish I had. But I still stand behind the point I was making. If you cared about the things you were pretending to care about, you would have reached out to at least the people of color on the tour, if not all of us on the tour.
Fuck the people of color on the tour. I'm sorry. I don't care. They are large enough creators that they can defend themselves. They were invited on the tour. The people who don't have a voice are the people who weren't even large enough to be on the tour, right? And who are directly harmed by Z's rhetoric. The black women in the TikTok live. They are the victims here. They were voicing their opinion about the tour, and the organizer of the tour, Mrs. We have a $1.4 million budget or whatever, came in and started dogging on them for no reason. The black people on the tour said nothing about that. The black people on the tour were silent about that. They didn't speak up to defend the other black people who were harmed by Z's rhetoric. Why? Why did they not speak up? Because maybe, this is my surmising, my inference, because they put their own priority, right, as content creators and their own audience over actually advocating for the black women in the situation. They are on the tour, they are bolstering their audience, and they put that, or like the mission, over speaking out against the person who paid for them to be there. That's what I get from it. That's what I get from it. And you don't get to like allow or attack people who are defending those black women, right? Using the black people around you as a reason for that. It turns out they barely got paid for it too.
With us your knowledge, your perspective of what was going on, and then gotten all of theirs, or preferably all of our understanding and perspective of what was happening, and helped everybody form a clear and cohesive understanding of what was happening, and then made sure that your messaging took into account the people who would have to live with the consequences of your actions. That would have been the responsible
like,
thing.
I don't know, the black women in the TikTok live. And this is the problem. For some reason, Mr. Jagamuffin doesn't know or doesn't acknowledge the black women really at all. Want to that video with the mermaid? How do I share it? I'm not good at Twitch. I'm also on YouTube, so you can just put it in the YouTube chat and drop it there.
To do not the thing that would have gotten the most views, so you decided to run with it and just fill in
Or
the
you can
lies
just drop it in the TikTok chat if you're able to do that. I can just copy and paste it.
where you think sounded good when there was plot holes in your story.
So he wasn't present for any of these comments. He got conflicting stories.
Oh, Peyton, you're so cute when you're winding up because you think you got you a little gotcha.
You know, what's a guy supposed to do?
Oh, right, you know what? You got me. I said at 6:42 in my time, a general message to everybody, get out of the fucking live, there's no good that can come from it. And the only possible explanation for that is that I was lying and watching the entire thing and understood the full context of
Okay,
everything.
that's just a straw man. Like, this is a very obvious straw man. Like, you made the claim that you didn't even know the live was going on. You weren't involved. You weren't privy to the situation. And you got caught in the lie. Right? Peyton proved that you did know what was going on. You made a statement about the live that was going on, telling Z to leave. That is a lie. You did lie. You got caught in the lie. 4K. And now he's trying to strawman Peyton by saying that, like, Peyton's claiming that he had intricate knowledge about every single word and he watched the entire thing. Like, that's not what Peyton claimed. We know. We just watched the video. You feel me?
That was going on firsthand could have absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I just dropped into hundreds of messages of people freaking out about a live and telling them to get out because I'm not a fucking idiot who understands that arguing with people who hate you isn't great for PR. Oh wait, no, that's exactly what it was, but I guess you'll just have to take my word for it. Except no, I forgot. You don't have to take my word for it. You know, Peyton, I thought you would have figured that this was not the lie to go with because, you know, being the smartest little guy in the whole world, you'd know that content creators have every fucking moment of their lives timestamped. So at noon Central Time on April 18th, I started recording my podcast. It went for 2 hours, but that ended around 2:15-ish. Got myself a glass of water, started winding down, going through all of the messages.
And now he's just arguing about, like, oh, I couldn't have possibly watched the entire thing because I was busy. When that wasn't the claim that was made. Nobody is claiming that he watched the entire freaking interview thing or whatever. Peyton's claiming that you were claiming you didn't know about the live. Peyton proved that you knew about the live. You were like, well, I didn't watch the entire thing. And then he goes on his tangent to be like, oh, this is me explaining how I didn't watch the entire thing. Also, I am curious about this podcast.
Started winding down, going through all of the messages in the group chat, because God, there was a fucking lot of them, and I sent this response to somebody. God, there was a winding down, going through all of the messages in the group. Myself a glass of water, started.
Caleb, thank you for the whatever that was. I'm not good at TikTok. What is that? What is this? Oh, it's a heart. Yeah. Thank you for the heart thing. I don't know what that does, but I appreciate you. See, Twitch chat, why can't you be like that? You know? Why can't you be like that? King Heart? Is that good? Sounds like a TikTok streamer now? A little bit. Drive is basically a low-key... I can't even read this. A low-key subscription game.
About to go get the Henny.
NB Shark, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay, W. Much appreciated. YouTube, why can't you be like that? Cinna has anything to say about it? We're not watching Cinna. Cinna will get me banned again. Cinna will get me banned again. What were we watching? Oh, this.
Winding down, going through all of the messages in the group chat, because God, there was a fucking lot of them, and I sent around 2:15-ish. So at noon Central Time on April 18th, I started recording my podcast. It went for 2 hours, but that ended around 2:15-ish. Got myself a glass of water, started winding down, going through all of the messages.
You're trying to bait members to go up? No, I'm trying to bait anybody.
Group chat, because God, there was a fucking lot of them, and I sent this response to somebody at 2:36. Nothing to do with the live, though. Had it even started yet? I don't know. I wasn't there. Went and did some video prep and research because I needed to record 2 days of content because I was flying to Texas the following day. And at 3:44, I went out and started recording. I filmed until 6:27 p.m., and then I started editing while I was cooking dinner for my wife while doing all...
How is any of this relevant? I don't understand. Like, you knew the live was happening. He made a post about it. How much knowledge he had doesn't matter. Right? It doesn't matter, right? He still knew about it.
All of that, I keep getting notifications going absolutely batshit in the group chat. So I open it up to see what was the matter. And clearly there was a live that was not going well. So I open up the link and I see Z in a very heated argument with Blackwood. I'm like, oh, that's not a good look. Maybe everybody should leave the fucking live. Which is the message I sent at 6:42 p.m. See, but you already knew that, didn't you, Peyton? You knew.
Yeah, how was that? Okay, I'm gonna go back to Peyton's video. How is that?
I'll explain. The audience, like the rest of these buddies who are trying to lie to you right now. Let's take a listen and then
I'm trying to figure out if this like contradicts Peyton's claim.
And I'll explain.
What I did is I went and met up in person with a couple of people of color who were involved, a couple of whom were present and did understand the context of those comments. And I asked them, where are you at on this and what do you need from me? And they said they were excited to move forward. They were still in support of the mission and the organization. And at this point, that's all. I was like, cool, if you guys are in, I'm in. If you're out, I'm out. Where you guys go, I follow. I am here to support this mission. And that's what I did. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the mission. I'm proud of the work we accomplished. And I'm proud of the vast majority of people I got to do that with. However, another pasty-ass creator decided to go a different route and make videos exploiting the issue for views and clout. And he did this despite being told by numerous people of color involved that they did not want him doing this. They did not want him speaking for them. And that his actions were making them feel incredibly uncomfortable.
So he obviously didn't catch what he did. A lot of you probably didn't either. Some of you might have, but I'll break it down. So what he's trying to do here is perpetuate the narrative that I made people of color on the tour feel uncomfortable. But he's doing it differently than some people are. Some people are saying that it was after my second video that I made them uncomfortable. But obviously before my second video is when these messages were shared between him and I. He even said it himself.
I followed that person immediately after realizing that they were willing to exploit marginalized groups for their own gain. And they reached out to me. He's like, dude, I hope we can still be friends. He was trying to defend his actions. And while I was sitting next to two people of color who were involved with the whole thing, who had literally just told me that they were feeling uncomfortable and unsafe because of his actions, and that they were being harassed and having slurs I can't repeat hurled at them online because of his videos, I told him that he needed to stop. That if he really cared about the things that he was pretending to care about, this was not it.
But it seems like he's also trying to say that people of color felt uncomfortable by me before I even made my first video. They were telling me not to do my first video. But that's not the case, and that video wasn't about anyone who was on the tour. So why are they lying about this? It's because they're all following the playbook that Brandon and Z set up. See, after I made my video, they actually deactivated the Signal group chat for a little while, right? None of the influence for I did for a lot more sense in the context of them acting as if we've already had a conversation. The scripts, these are just miscellaneous, before that live even happened. No.
Oh, I got loud.
At the time and date.
Wait, did I miss where he talked about?
A dozen conflicting stories from a dozen different people.
Oh, here.
Going to do. I don't think
I did skip it.
Video. And what was his story again? Next up, we have Off Joe Wagon. A lot of you guys correctly assumed he was the person that sent me these DMs from that previous video. And what was his story again?
I want to be very clear that I and the majority of people who joined this fight did so because we are fighting for equality, whether it's class equality, gender equality, marriage equality, and definitely racial equality. So there's allegations of racist comments against an organizer in the group that I was a part of. I had some concerns. I was not present for any of these comments. I did not understand the context of any of these comments, and I've gotten a dozen conflicting stories from a dozen different people because, it's the fucking internet.
So he wasn't present for any of these comments. He got conflicting stories. What's a guy supposed to do? Oh.
Yeah, so he claims, Off Joe Agamuffin says he claims that he was not present for the comments. He got conflicting stories about the comments. He didn't know what was going on. Essentially. What does class equality even mean? That's actually a good question. What does class equality even mean? Communism? Maybe it means communism. But I haven't heard anybody describe it as class equality. It'll be more like class eradication. Because equality implies that there are still multiple different classes, but they're just equal classes. Didn't he say that he joined the live before sending the message? He did say that. So that's kind of the point. So he made the claim in this video.
Different people because, it's the fucking internet.
So he wasn't.
That I was a part of. I had some concerns. I was not present for any of these comments. I did not understand the context of any of these comments, and I've gotten a dozen conflicting stories from a dozen different people because, it's the fucking internet.
So he wasn't present for any of these comments. He got conflicting stories. What's a guy supposed to do?
Yeah. So he made the claim that he was not present for the comments. He got conflicting stories about the comments. He didn't know what was going on, essentially. And then Peyton showed a message to him saying, Jesus Christ dipped alive. It's pointless. There's absolutely no way forward on it. It's going to be productive. In a lot of ways, it's going to go bad. Get out. So, yeah. So he at least was aware about the comments. So I don't know what this whole I was outside filming a video at this time. Like, he was at least aware.
But you already knew that, didn't you, Peyton? You knew that because you were in the group chat, or at least you've had screenshots of every fucking thing ever sent. So you knew that I had not participated in that conversation whatsoever from 2:36 p.m. to 6:42 p.m. Central Time. So then you also know that all the information I was getting then at that point was coming from like 35 different people. But admitting that truth wouldn't be dramatic enough.
But like, you still knew about it. You by your own admission, you opened up the live before you sent the message. So how is Peyton lying here? Just because you didn't do your due diligence to figure out what's going on doesn't mean it's Peyton's fault. It actually doesn't matter because he didn't speak up when he needed to. No, yeah, he didn't do that either. So this is not like the defense he thinks it is.
for the great Peyton. So instead, you started cutting and curating your receipts to tell a different story, a good story, just not a true one. Now, here's where I was wrong.
Well, how is it untrue? He just described the exact same thing Peyton described, just with like more irrelevant information.
Differently, going back to that, I did not put nearly enough effort into understanding what had happened at that time. I saw to pack for a flight that I had to be up for before dawn. Wanted to spend a little bit of time with my wife that evening before I left for a few days. I was like, you know what, there's plenty of very competent cooks, or so I thought, in that kitchen who can fill me in later, and I don't need to be a part of it. And that was my bad. I should have done my due diligence to make sure that I properly informed myself about what had happened, rather than just trying to pick up the bits and pieces from what other people told me. Very much regret that, and I apologize, because it was absolutely a disservice, and I let down a lot of people because I didn't make sure that I was as informed as I could be.
Believe it or not, later on in that video, this dipshit made a crucial error.
Oh, right, dipshit, not dumbass. That's what you called me. Really, truly is a wonder your comedy career has flopped so bad when you've got such creative insults. Anyway,
Also, it's so funny to go on this entire tirade and be like, yeah, I should have spelled out more. I'm sorry. And then continue to go on another entire tirade. Like, your apology kind of falls flat when it's sandwiched between like tirade and tirade, you know? And he's trying to wrap to overwhelm your brain and then say he's making good points to get you to concede to his narrative. Yeah, but he's bad at it.
Pray tell, what was my crucial error?
So what he's trying to do here is perpetuate the narrative that I made people of color on the tour feel uncomfortable. But it seems like he's also trying to say that people of color felt uncomfortable by me before I even made my first video. They were telling me not to do my first video, but that's not the case. And
I've never once tried to insinuate that. In fact, I was the last person to find out you'd even made a video because I was in an airplane when it happened. And normally I chalk up your misunderstanding to plain stupidity, but that would be a crucial error because clearly you're just a disingenuous fuck. So here's my timeline of events. Since you seem to struggle with the basic concepts of time. I get on an airplane at 7 in the morning. I have a 5-hour layover in like Chicago, and then I finally get to Texas.
Bro, who cares? Why is this relevant? This is literally like 1.25 times speed. Do I have to go 2 times speed it? Like, I don't care. None of this matters. I don't care about the intricacies of your life. Address the allegations, the points.
5:20. I land and there's like 500 messages in the group chat. It's just a shitstorm in response to the video you posted. Now at this point, I know something bad is going on, but I have no idea what. I text the organizers, Brandon calls me, and I get his version of the story first. He assures me the event is still happening, everything's under control, and I'm like, hey, could I get a return flight booked? Because I didn't have one yet, and now I was just worried about being stranded in Texas. See, I probably should have done more due diligence in figuring out what was happening, but I was freaking out for myself at the moment. That was selfish.
Just more excuses. He just excuses. It's like, listen, I probably should have done more, but I had so much stuff going on. So like, I couldn't care about, the racism of the organizer of the event that I'm literally at. Right? I couldn't care about that. I couldn't spare any time to think about and care about that. I couldn't possibly. I just had so much going on.
My bad. Because trust me, I did not want to be stuck in Texas. Anyway, I get to my hotel, get settled, and then I go out for drinks with one of the black creators who was in the live and get their version of the story because I figured that.
I got to drink with one of the black creators. It's kind of funny.
My bad. Because trust me, I did not want to be stuck in Texas. Anyway, I get to my hotel, get settled, and then I go out for drinks with one of the black creators who was in the live and get their version of the story because I figured that they're going to be one of the best people to get the information from. This is where I got the information that your video was full of a lot of inaccuracies and you were making a lot of the people on the tour feel uncomfortable. I was like, cool, I heard from a black creator who was a part of the live that Peyton is a piece of shit exploiting race
Wait,
issues.
you heard from a black creator and he was just like, oh, Peyton must be racist because a black creator who I must remind you was on the tour. You feel me? Said Peyton was meanie bobini for calling the tour that they were on out in the live. He means in the live as in who was watching the live, not a black creator that was a participant.
Personal gain, and I unfollowed you. The next day, both of us go and get drinks and dinner with one of the women of color on the tour. She reiterates how uncomfortable your video has made her.
So, okay, he's just like, my question is why he's always around a singular, either a black person or woman of color. Right? just one of them. Why are there so few? Is my question. Answer at your quickest leisure. Why are there so few? He's like, yeah, I was around the one black person that was here, and he said he didn't like you, so don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. He's like, yeah, I went with the black person on the tour. The black person on the tour. And he was like, man, I don't like this Peyton guy. And I was like, man, you're so right, black person. You speak for all the black people. I'm going to unfollow him right now. You're totally correct. Like, I want you to think about this, chat. Why would, potentially, a black person who was on the tour not like the fact that Peyton was calling out the organizer of the tour? You know? Sure, maybe it's because Peyton's super racist and anti-black. But it also could be potentially because, I don't know, they materially benefit from the tour and they don't like that Peyton was messing up their bag. Maybe. Not saying that this is the case. But I'm just saying that it's entirely possible. It's entirely possible that the people of color that were on the tour did not like that Peyton was, you know, putting them in a bad position by calling out the racism on the behalf of, like, the black women. Did we just say Peyton's racist? I mean, that's kind of what this guy's implying, no? That Peyton is racist and he was disregarding what black people were thinking. I think he might be misusing there, but it seems like I'm misusing term there, but it seems like he's tokenizing. Is that a term? I'm not a linguist. It is a term. Been demanding that Dean give his earnings to a black woman on the tour, and he was blown back. That was funny. I did see that. Payne was like, "Well, if you want to make this right, just give your earnings to a black woman." And Dean was like, "Well, I've actually gone negative on the tour. I've actually lost money on the tour." That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. I don't necessarily agree with just give money to a black woman on the tour, therefore solve your issues. Like in principle, but like that was a funny thing to see Dean squirm about on.
Not only because of the peripheral hate and harassment, also because they had heard that you were planning to show up with a group of people and physically confront us at Texas A&M. That was the reason they said they feared for their safety. That was the reason that they were considering either not going or going armed.
What? Okay. So, I have questions. Is he referring to when Peyton was like, if you were a black woman creator and you can make it down to Texas A&M, come down to Texas A&M because we're going to make content together? And what he's saying is that a woman of color, not a black woman, he said woman of color, a woman of color caught wind of this happening. They were like, I fear for my life. I'm going to bring a gun. Is that what he's referring to? What are we even talking about?
What was the reason they said they feared for their safety? That was the reason that they had heard that you were planning to show up with a group of people and physically confront us at Texas A&M. That was the reason they said they feared for their safety.
What does physically confront us mean? Who are these people? How did they hear this? It's so funny that he has such specific evidence about, don't you know that at 9:42 a.m. PST, at 45 milliseconds, I started recording my podcast, and then at 2:30 p.m. PST, I ended recording my podcast, and then the next 2 seconds later, I opened up the group chat and I saw 52.35 messages in the group chat, and then 0.25 milliseconds later, I called Brandon and Brandon filled me in. Like he has such specific time evidence for the time to disprove Peyton, but he drank water, he got on a plane, but he has zero evidence, nothing to corroborate this. It's complete hearsay from somebody who could potentially exist. We don't know. We have no idea. So this nondescript woman of color who we don't know and have no evidence for said that she heard somehow, some way from someone that Peyton was going to show up and physically confront the tour at Texas A&M. And so this person that we just don't have no idea about, was so scared that she was going to bring a gun to this college campus. Am I getting that correct? Am I understanding that? I'm so confused.
What was the reason that they were considering either not going or going armed? It was at that moment, sitting there with that information that I just received, that we had our message exchange. So sorry your little crucial error wasn't what you thought it was, but that has been what I've said from the beginning, which you fucking know because you have the goddamn messages.
We're all following the playbook that Brandon and Z set up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We did for a while. The video, which you so kindly threw on us with no warning and threw us into chaos when the majority of us didn't even have a fraction of an idea what was going on, forced us in that moment to look to the organizers for guidance on what was happening. Let me be very—
Are you not in a, how old is this guy? How old is this guy? Are you not an adult? You have a wife. You have to look to these, like, basically these children to give you guidance about saying racism is bad. Like, I'm sorry. This is my liberals, dog. These are my liberals. This is what my allies. You have to wait to see what two white people have to say about if something is racist or not to speak out about it. That's what you're being criticized for. You're being criticized because you did not speak up when you needed to speak up. You are a coward. You are a coward. That's it. That's it. You are being criticized for being a coward.
very clear, one of those people who you've been very tight-lipped about was Mr. Jones X, who was telling us that the black creators were going to formulate a message and wanted to lead that message and for us to stay quiet. He was behind Z and Brandon. He told us that he had spoken to the creators in the live, which I don't know if that's true. I don't know what the fuck's true anymore. He told me specifically, personally on the phone, that what Z did was only racist if it was taken out of context, and I'm ashamed to admit that I was learning about microaggressions in real time. I'm glad I know what they are now. That was definitely...
I'm sorry, what? This person has 600,000 followers talking about political issues. 600,000 followers as a political TikToker, and he did not know what microaggressions were? Are you joking? This makes the critique that the black women were making on the live so much clearer. Because why is this loser on the freaking tour? Why is he on the tour? Why is he going to freaking combat and talk to Charlie Kirk? Why is he going to debate Charlie Kirk? He didn't know what microaggressions were until last month. He learned about microaggressions on the trip. He learned about microaggressions on the trip. And he's going to debate and combat Charlie Kirk. Why is he on the tour? What is going on? Bro, if these are my political influencers, we're going to jail. If this is my lawyer, I'm going to jail, bro. This is the best that politics on TikTok have to offer? This is the best. This is the best that politics on TikTok has to offer? This guy has 600,000 followers? And he was invited to go debate Charlie Kirk? And he didn't know what microaggressions were?
So what are you doing this Easter to celebrate with your family?
Well, I am glad you asked. I'm actually heading down to Texas right around Easter to get together with some of my internet family, and we are going to roast a bootlicking pig.
You want to come up here and talk?
Oh, you bet your ass we do, Charlie, in the chock full of shit factory.
Come on up, tough guy. Come on.
You know, from a 31-year-old who's desperately trying to identify as a man but needs to hire mall cops to protect him from the teenage girls he hangs around college campuses harassing when they slap his hat off.
And now I'm not. ICE.
What does that stand for?
Immigration Customs Enforcement.
Or when a teenage boy lightly tosses a water bottle at him.
At what point would I not be a racist then? When you stop enabling racists. Name one. That's an unbelievably racist thing to say.
Can you raise the volume? I mean, I can try.
Whoa, that's assault. Are you serious?
I do want to press charges, by the way.
We're gonna press charges against
I do want to press charges, by the way.
him.
Oh, I want to press charges. What, are you worried about melting, you little wicked bitch of the West? Well, after all that, calling other people tough guy is a bold strategy, Cotton. I bet all those barely legal babes really think you're a badass now, don't they? And to bring everybody up to speed who doesn't know who Chucklefuck Charlie Kirk here is, he is a 31-year-old man-child and community college dropout who spends all of his time hanging around college campuses, ogling questionably legal girls, and trying to find children he can feel intellectually superior to. He also co-founded Turning Point USA, which is a disinformation and propaganda organization that exclusively exists to try to indoctrinate children into being Nazis. Sorry, white nationalists. I mean Christian nationalists. Wait, sorry, not Christian nationalists, Christians and nationalists.
I've never described myself as a Christian nationalist, so I'm a Christian and a nationalist.
And though Chuckle Cuck is nothing more than a pathetically small man-child with a freakishly large forehead, if you give anybody enough Koch brothers bucks, they can see.
Like, I'm sorry, this loses all of its weight. The very little weight that it even had in the first place. When you realize that while he's saying this, he doesn't know what a microaggression is. Like, I'm sorry. While he is saying this, he does not know what a microaggression is. Currently, while he is saying the words that are coming out of his mouth, his own admission, he doesn't know what a microaggression is. Never heard of it.
Seriously, fuck America. And judging from the far right turn Gen Z men took in the most recent election, it is painfully clear that people like Charlie Kirk have been fucking young boys in America hard. But never fear, the Unfuck America tour is here, and a bunch of creators, myself included, are flying down to Texas to stand face to five-head with Charlie Kirk at Texas A&M on Tuesday. And we are going to give him the unique opportunity to have an intellectual matchup with people who are older than Matt Gaetz' girlfriend. But I know you are giddy to see this happen and you don't want to wait till Tuesday, so I figured I'd give you a little dramatization of what that might look like right now. But before I do that, I just want to say that bringing the fight to fascists is not free, so if you want to support us, we would really appreciate it, and you can do that by going to the tree on my page. It's the very first one. Now to the show.
It's like mass deportation really just is like cleansing the land.
No, it's not. It's restoring the law.
Wait. Isn't Velveeta Vladimir violating the law on this specific issue by rounding up people without giving them due process before shipping them off to foreign...
Like, I'm sorry, I cannot in good conscience watch this person knowing that at this moment he doesn't know what a microaggression is. I can't. That's so crazy. That's so insane. That's so insane. That's so insane. Why would he admit that? Why would he admit that? Why would he admit that? Why would he admit that's the craziest thing I've heard in this entire story. White women being racist to black women on the internet, not surprising, right? This 600,000 follower political TikToker not knowing what a microaggression is and admitting that on the internet. That's crazy. I have no words. I have
taken
no
out of
words.
context. And he told me specifically, personally on the phone, that what Z did was only racist if it was taken out of context. And I am ashamed to admit that I was learning about microaggressions in real time. I'm glad I know what they are now. That was definitely a blind spot for me. For that, I do really, truly apologize, because it allowed me to underestimate the severity of what Z had done. And it allowed me to give Z and Brandon the benefits of the doubt longer than I should have, because I was hoping that this was a blind spot for them too, and they were really there for the mission and wanting to grow and learn. Z then apologizes internally, and we take Mr. Jones's word as he has this covered, because we've all viewed him as a leader in the black community for a very long time. I am clearly
I need to know about Mr. Jones. Okay. I need to know about Mr. Jones. Quick detour. I need to know about Mr. Jones. Because Shadow told me that he bought this account. What does he do? How is he a leader in the black community? Wait, he has a YouTube. Wait. Does anybody know Mr. Jones on TikTok? I enjoy his content. He's a really good debater. He and his girlfriend, No Rads. Who's No Rads? Are awesome. Something happened that I missed. I'm hoping someone can give me the context. Someone accused him of being a grape apologist. Oh, I freaking hate TikTok speak. But to be fair, I don't want to get banned off TikTok. Apologist in a Discord or something, and his ex-wife was involved. Whatever went down, it seems disparaging and serious. r/debate talk snark. Every word that I read is a hit to my psyche. It's like a lobotomy. Every word drives the ice pick deeper and deeper into my eye socket. And every sentence is just moving the ice pick around. What is debate talk snark? Snark pages for debate talk creators. Who are these people, bro? Who are these people? Mama B drama. Who is Mama B? Who is this guy? Who is Luke Martin? Who is Envy? Wait, Mermaid. We know this person. It's age restricted.
Shit out of them. And then 7 to come over here, next thing you know, he arguing and arguing. 7 know he do.
What the flip-flop is going on the screen? What is going on this screen? What am I looking at? Who are these people? What is this chat? Why are there so many different colors? My eyes hurt. What is happening? Mr. Thomas posted a video about Mr. Jones on TikTok. You should watch it. Who is Mr. Thomas? Who are these people? Who are these people? Who's Mr. Thomas? Can I go back to just being just watching like black leftist TikTokers? How many people are still around? Probably not a lot of them. Mr. Thomas. I don't think it's the cup song. This person? That's Mr. Thomas. Okay, where's the this?
Look, I ain't even finna argue with a bitch. One thing I know, two things for certain. None of these hoes saying shit to my face, and none of these hoes finna see me at the bank. And I'ma keep.
Who is this person? Mr. Jones' ex made multiple unwanted sexual advances towards me while I lived with him. Then he kicked me and my baby out, gaslit, and victim blamed me the second I spoke up about it. This is my story, my experience. The only reason me and my baby aren't homeless is because Javon literally gave us a new house and signed over the lease to me. I went. Who's Javon? I went from seeing Jones as the uncle, mentor, teacher to just another man looking at me as a piece of meat. It was devastating and triggering my feelings and dismissive and minimized as he sat on the phone and lied about doing things that were many witnesses who will vouch for me. Because some of the things were done in a live over 300 people on November 16, 2024. This behavior continued into January until he moved out. I did not forgive your lame attempt at apologizing. You didn't even reach out to me. You reached out to Javon. Who's Javon? I don't know any of these people, bro. I'm so lost. Scary. Scary. It's freaking TikTok. After over a month of gaslighting and lying about it, you used every victim blaming tool in the book. If it really bothered her, you would have said something to me sooner. I didn't feel safe to come to you, and I said no as it was happening. You ignored it, and many no's. I don't like that, and stop, and should have been enough, Mr. Women Advocate.
You claim I'm obsessed with you.
Okay, I don't. Okay, jeez Louise, let's close the tab.
Shit.
Javon was her friend and then boyfriend, TikTok debater. Also, Jones is mutual. I don't know any of these people, bro. Why are there so many TikTok debaters? I don't know who this person is either. Why isn't there a Mr. Jones X Snark? Okay. Just we're gonna go back to Mr. Jones because I want to see his YouTube page.
Charlie Kirk claims that forced segregation under Jim Crow was a form of DEI. Nah, that's not just dumb. It's ludicrous.
Can we both agree that at one point there was no black athletes, and then what happened? They diversified.
We got rid of forced segregation, which is a form of DEI.
That's white nationalist propaganda disguised as a political hot take. A white nationalist dog whistle dressed up like a TED Talk. And if you believe it, you're not just missing.
I know this guy? What do you mean I know this guy? The other guy? Oh no, we do know the other guy. That's simple black theory. We do know this person who didn't DM me, so like I have no way to corroborate that. So I just don't know why these people are particularly relevant, you know?
So you want to unfuck America? It's simple. Don't be a conservative. Never in history has conservatism been good for a society. Not for your rights, not for your wages, not for your safety, not for your future. Every time progress was made, whether
I just want to know why people thought he was the advocate for like I want to know why people thought that he was like the spokesperson for black people. That's what I'm trying to find out. Right? All this other controversy, like that's, you know, we can get to that. But I want to know why people like a Jagamuffin here thought that this guy was the spokesperson for the black community.
My first question to you was, because somebody is oppressed worse somewhere else, does that mean that the person that's being oppressed, oppression doesn't matter?
I think this is...
If somebody came up to you and said, hey man, I just found out I had pancreatic cancer, and you're like, I don't give a fuck about your pancreatic cancer, I got brain cancer, would that be a reasonable thing to say?
These aren't even comparable things.
Tell me what the symmetry breaker is.
Man, cancer...
Tell me what the symmetry breaker is.
And the idea that black people in this country are...
Tell me what the
downtrodden.
symmetry breaker is.
The symmetry breaker is the fact that we are not oppressed in this country. We're not.
Based on what?
Yeah, you don't know what a symmetry breaker is. Got it. Just say I don't know, bro. Just say I don't know.
Okay. Then explain it to me. What's a symmetry breaker?
Symmetry breaker.
I've never heard that.
I know, because you don't read.
Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah.
Because it'd be crazy to come up here and say, well, I read a lot, and then want to engage in, social discourse, and then not know what a symmetry breaker is.
It's not social discourse, it's civil discourse. But go ahead. Continue.
Hey, Chris, was I wrong?
No, absolutely.
And why did I say social discourse, Chris?
Can you explain your previous what
I hate this type of content. I'm gonna be entirely real. I cannot stand it. Because I still don't even know what they're talking about. Where all I got is the other dude saying black people are not oppressed. And then this guy being like, haha, you haven't read anything yet. I knew you're not a reader. Like, you haven't even addressed that. Push back a little bit. He said black people are not oppressed, and it just like fades to black and fades back to being like, he doesn't know what a symmetry breaker is. He couldn't find one. Like I feel like him saying that black people are not oppressed is like a little bit more pressing than his rhetorical tactics. Personally, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm incorrect. And then he posted it like this was a own. Like a dunk.
Imagine this child
Symmetry breaker.
that they're smarter
Please.
than I am.
I'm not.
And then like he's not even engaged. He's like, imagine this child thinking he's smarter than I am. Like, what are we talking about? This is the problem with this type of content. It's just dunk own content. It's, I've embarrassed you in the marketplace of ideas. I have shown my interlocutors that their words do not hurt me. Like, that's all it is. It's not like, okay, why don't you think black people are oppressed? Let's get to the root of what you believe so we can figure out and we can walk that back. It's just like, give me your symmetry breaker. Give me a symmetry breaker. Like, it's literally just to make himself feel smart. Right? He wants the clip of him being the other guy being like, I don't know what a symmetry breaker is. Be like, of course you don't know. Well, I know. I did my homework in debate class. I did my homework in debate class. Instead of actually trying to change his mind.
Bro.
Social discourse.
I'm just saying, like, black people aren't oppressed.
Is
and
when
I don't
we're
want to be
talking
told
about
I'm oppressed.
social. Well, then don't. You can tell people whatever the fuck you want. You'd be wrong.
Right, your fantasy is not my reality, dog.
Right.
It's not.
I can't wait to post
it's not
clips of
about
this.
that, though.
I really can't wait to post a clip.
Come on, dude. That's like, what are we doing? He's giving the game away. He's literally giving the game away in a conversation. In a conversation, directly talking to somebody who holds an incorrect worldview. Your first thought is, I'm going to get so many views off of this. I'm going to get so many views off of this. And this is the God King of black people? This is the person that Jagamuffin said is like the spokesperson for black people? No wonder he didn't care about Z's racism. He doesn't care about anything. He cares about how many views he's going to get. Cares about how many clips he's going to make and how much money he's going to make. That's it. That's all he cares about. He doesn't care about black issues, which is why he's like excusing Z's racism. Because he pays him. Z gives him money. But please, show me why he's the CEO of black people. He must have something. Right? something. Maybe this one.
Hey everyone, so I just debated an irrational, incompetent, quite honestly delusional individual on the left.
Bro, did you forget the internet is forever? I don't even typically do
Oh,
this.
wait. Javon. I found Javon. Who's this guy? I can't stand this style of content, bro. I can't stand it. 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 This is the guy that went viral for talking to hogs. So are you flirting with debate streamers? Please. Wait, capitalism versus communism. Okay, I lied. This is what I want to hear. This is what I want to hear.
Do you know that the first light bulb ever turned on is still on and has never gone out? One of my favorite capitalism stories. The light bulb companies got together.
Okay, I kind of like this content. You didn't get a lot of views, but I prefer this.
Said we are not going to make good light bulbs because it is not profitable for us to do so. So they sold people light bulbs that didn't have a long shelf life. And it wasn't until the guy who invented LEDs came along where they went, well, now we're just fucked because LEDs are so cheap to make. We can't really do this practice anymore. Light bulbs, when they were originally made, lasted fucking forever. But instead of selling those because they couldn't make as much money, they decided
seems like a good dude. He does a lot of debate content with hogs. I still like that content.
To sit on that and only sell light bulbs.
Dan is here. He has beef with Alina, another rabbit hole. Who's Dan? Who's Alina? I don't know these people, chat. Please, you have to give me more. Who is Dan? Or Alina? Who are these people? What are these names? Dan Malik? He was on the tour too? Okay, is he like, do we like him or not like him? I need someone to explain this to me. Just give me the rundown. That was the correct response. Is he good or bad? Just give me the dynamics here. Alina called out the tour originally. Okay, give me Alina's ad. I need to start building my board out. My board is empty. I just have 2 people, which is just Andra and Mr. Off. I'm trying to get the lore. He's bad. Oh, Dan, they're calling you bad in chat. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, Dan, give me your side of the story, Dan. Give me your side of the story. What is going on? Explain. I need to hear from somebody who has first-hand accounts. Welcome to TikTok. Oh, it's Dean. Oh, Dean, listen. I got beef with you. Chat, if you don't know, Dean's in the TikTok chat. I got beef with you, Dean. I got issues. I got problems. I got problems. Now Dean, I don't need your side of the story. What's going on here? Someone please explain this to me. I need to know what's happening. It's too much to type. Okay. Hear me out. Discord. I need explanations. And I promise you, man, I think you're a cool dude. I appreciate that. But I still have issues. I still have problems. To be fair, I think our problems can be rectified. But the problems are there nonetheless. Discord, get on it. I can't. There are too many things happening. We have the tour, and then we have the Dean side. And then we have some overlap between the two. keep a TikTok chat on the stream, or is it TOS? Here, I can do this for now. I missed the drama between Dan and Alina. Also, the Alina thing didn't even show up. Chat gave me the wrong act. I got a Discord call if you want. Yes. Send me a what's it called? A friend request. Alina blocked you probably. What did I do? wait. Why would Alina block me? I'm not even on TikTok. I'm not even on. Okay. No, I will not accept that. I'm not even on TikTok. Why would I get blocked? I'm literally just a third-party bystander here. I just got here, okay? What? Okay, just someone to give me a Melita's ad. Okay, no, I'm going to Google. I'm going to Google. Now I'm invested. Is it Miss? This person? Is this the person that we like or don't like? I haven't decided yet. Yes? Okay, what does she do? Oh wait, Dan, it's you. Let's see what you did, Dan.
This is what's gonna happen. All right, I'm about to run. I'm a bitch.
I'm not surprised.
I'm a bitch. I'm a misogynist.
No, you're not. You're not a bitch. You're not.
Let's flip this, please.
I mean, you are a bitch, but that's not the main criticism. The main criticism is you had a 7-hour live because someone said "ooh" and said you're not welcome here. That's fucking weird, dude.
I was proud.
There are so many people, bro. Why are there so many people? Okay. Let me break down what I know. I know Dean. There's for some reason 2 Deans. I know Parker. I've heard of Mermaid. Apparently we don't like Mermaid, from what I understand. I was told Mermaid no good. Dan's in the chat. Simple Black Theory I've heard of and I've talked to. He was in my chat last stream. That apparently also was bad and was getting criticized. And then I also know Peyton. Well, Peyton's not involved at all because apparently everybody hates Peyton. I'm trying my best. I'm trying. Okay. I'm doing my best to try to understand. Why is TikTok drama so complicated? I miss when TikTok drama was literally just like, what's your Discord? It's Shonda Black on Discord as well. SEANDABLACK. Okay, but Twitch chat loves Peyton. Finish Peyton's videos if you haven't. No, we did finish Peyton's video. We went from Peyton's video. We finished all of it.
When they know
to Jagamuffin, or sorry, off Jawagon. I'm so sorry. To his video and his response, and we were watching that, and that response was not very good. And then we went down an entire rabbit hole. Dan is on the be wary list. Okay, Jawagon's response was so bad. My name was on Peyton's whiteboard. Oh, you were on the unfollow list. But I'm fair. I am magnanimous. I will hear your side of the story to see what's going on. My mind can be changed. I unfollowed Dan for what he did to Alina. What did Dan do to Alina? Nobody is telling me. Nobody is telling me. Okay. We're gonna draw up sides here. All right, we have the red team and the blue team. Here. This is the red team over here. Oh, that's here. That's the red team over here. And then we have the blue team over here. And over here we have Mr. Jagamuffin and then Andra. And then we have I think Dan's over here too. But like Alina's over here. And Peyton's over here. I think Dean's over here. And like Mermaid's over here, I think. And then like I don't know, other people and stuff. He's saying that on TikTok Live, turn on TikTok Live request. How do I do that? I'm streaming on my computer. I'm sending the stream to TikTok from my OBS. So I don't know how to do that in this way. I don't even know if I can do that. Let's say, okay. Go live. I can only share. Why is it like this? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna go crazy, bro. There's too much stuff going on. I thought I was gonna be on Discord. I'll talk to Dan on Discord. Dean and Parker made 30,000 each. $30,000. My God. Jeez Louise. Let me in on the grift, Dean. Gosh darn it. I don't make money like that. That is not true. Listen, a TikTok chatter said it. Must be true. Dan didn't give me some money. That's what I heard. Okay, wait. Who did you hear it from? I need to know who your primary sources are. I checked when live Dean and Parker and counted the call outs and they made 500 an hour. Z said he got 7K today. Wait, how is Z talking? What like where today on her TikTok? Why? Okay, there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. Go check Z's recent video. So I got beef with I got more beef with Z than I got with anybody else. I'm gonna be real. I don't know what Z's TikTok is. I'm gonna be real. Hold on, wait. Okay, I got a friend request from Dan. I don't know what Z's TikTok is. Z runs campaigns. I'm aware of Z. I'm also aware of soul strategies and such. I don't know what Z's TikTok is. So oh, I found it. Never mind. Here, we're gonna.
Today is May 9th of 2025, and the Trump administration has just arrested a Democratic elected official from the state of New Jersey.
Okay.
It appears as if we're one step closer to declaring martial law, but the real question still remains. Who the fuck is Z Cohen Sanchez, and where is this $100,000? Now, typically speaking, when people...
Well, okay, to be entirely fair, and we'll bring Dan on in a second. I'm not watching the entire thing, but to be entirely fair, like, to act like we can't ask where the $10,000 is because Trump is doing Trump shit. I don't know about that. I still kind of want to know where $10,000 is. I don't care about really any of this, but like, I am relatively curious. You feel me? $10,000 is $10,000. I can care about multiple things at once. But here, we're gonna bring on Dan to hear what Dan's side of the story is. Oh, sorry, $100,000. Excuse me. That's a lot of money. My mind doesn't even go there originally. 3 minutes? As in, like, we can talk for 3 minutes, or you want me to wait 3 minutes? Who is Dan? Dan was on the tour. Keep up, chat. We have the board, right? We have Dan, who's on the tour. Dean was headlining the tour. Oh, also Parker's here too. Parker. I'll be on in 3 minutes. Okay. Here, I'll accept your friend request. So you can call me when you're ready. Mr. Jones is on the red too. Okay, I'll add Mr. Jones here. Mr. Jones. And I'll also add Z. Z. You know what? I'll add a second thing here. I'm gonna take all of this. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, there's more space. I'm gonna put the green right here. I'm gonna put me there. Sean. Because I'm not involved. I'm a third party investigator. Could put an asterisk on Jones, baby. Oh my goodness. Man, TikTok is so needy sometimes. Yeah, meow, meow, meow. Okay. While we wait, let's see what Z has to say. Z's name should be more bold since she's more of the issue. I'll circle her. Okay, I'm trying my best here, chat. I'm trying. I'll circle her as being problem child number 1. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what's happening. Please, chat. Please just cut me a little bit of slack. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I'm so confused.
People try to tear down leftist movements, I simply ignore them because our goal is to organize.
Okay, she's a part of a leftist movement, sure. I can't 2 times speed this for some reason.
Electorally and win elections, and their goal is to profit off your outrage through clicks and views. But I've decided today that I'm actually going to respond because Peyton has decided to get on this app and accuse me of money laundering, which is a crime. First, I want to address the 95.
She's right on that. Money laundering is a crime. You should not be doing that. That's not good. No bueno.
$5,000 because clearly it's really cute that you don't know how businesses and PACs work, but that is actually a very typical practice that businesses process reimbursements because it's a lot easier to do it through business than through a PAC. The $95,000 specifically was for our deep canvassing program and our voter registration program where we hired over 30 canvassers that worked for over 8 weeks. Plus also we had a phone banking program as well, which was very successful. And if you want to see the receipts from that too, I'm happy to share those. So let's take a look at all of the receipts. Every single transaction that was done for the...
Which, she's not wrong. This is what I said last stream, is that like what she's describing is not incorrect. This is how like nonprofits and like PACs interact and operate. But, oh wait, Dan is calling. All right, everybody quiet. Wait, sorry Dan, I missed your call. Join call. Wait, hello? Yes, give me 1 second. Let me add you to my OBS so chat can hear you. How do I... Wait, Discord. Dan. Okay, can you say something?
Can you hear me?
Yes, chat, can you hear Dan? Maybe a tad loud so I can turn you down a little bit. Yes? Perfect. Okay. Awesome. So do you want to introduce yourself and who you are? Because I don't know who you are. I know my Twitch chat also probably doesn't.
Oh, yeah. My name is Dan Malik. I've been making political content since about August on TikTok mostly. I think you had me pulled up earlier. I think I'm one of the smaller creators that went to this event, and this is my story. No, yeah. So I can speak to the Alina beef, and I can also speak to some of the details that you're going through your board here, if you'd like.
Yeah, whatever you want to give me. I am completely like out of the loop on pretty much all of this.
Okay.
So yeah.
So this all started, I can't remember the exact date in April that the tour was officially announced. But I was live, basically happy to announce this announcement, as it were, to my chat, because this is like a big deal, at least for us, that we'd be on a tour with the likes of people like Dean and Parker, going out there and talking to potential voters, because obviously, people in college a lot of time don't vote. So I gotta not read chat. Chat, I'm gonna avoid reading you guys until I'm done speaking, because otherwise this will take 7 hours.
Yeah, I don't listen.
Yeah. So anyway, so we started going through the list of all the other creators, so that I can follow everybody and get to know a little bit more about their content and get ready for this tour. Do you know about the tour at all? Should I like talk about it or?
I am familiar with the tour in generality. Yes.
Okay. Cool. So as we're going through the creators, there was another creator that you saw earlier named Alina.
Okay.
In the chat. Now at the time, Alina and I were mutuals. She'd been on my live maybe once. I think I'd been on her live twice. Mostly cordial, and every time I brought a person up, she would have something to say in chat, like, "Oh, another white man. Oh, another white man." I bring up a woman, she's like, "Oh, finally a woman, but she's white." And I bring up an Asian woman, and she's like, "Finally a person of color, but it's the only non-white woman." And it just kept going like that. And I was like, "Hey, Alina, I'm sorry, because like chat's going really fast. Like, what's going on? Do you want to like come up and talk about what the issue is?" So she comes up, and we start having a conversation about like her issues with the tour. And she had two main issues. Number one was the lack of representation, and number two was the fact that the tour was being headlined by two straight cishet white boys.
Okay.
The straight is double. I shouldn't have said straight because het implies. Anyway,
Yeah.
two cishet white boys. So we started having a conversation about that. I brought up Z, the organizer. Now this was before everything.
Sure.
So at the time, she was just an organizer. My knowledge of Z was that she worked to try to get the Democrats elected in the two Florida special elections, because there was Matt Gaetz' seat was empty, and then the guy who ended up doing that Signal chat leak, he was a House member. So my knowledge was she worked for a PAC that tried very hard to get them elected. Now those were Republican plus 30 districts. They ended up being plus 15. So I was like, all right. I mean, it sounds like that was a pretty big shift, and she seemed like she did a good job. She seemed like she knew what she was talking about. So that was my knowledge of Z.
Okay.
God, I wish I looked a little bit more into her, but that's just, too late for that anyway. So she comes up, she explains a little bit more about the tour, and then a longtime viewer of mine comes up, who happens to be a black man, and he was explaining why he didn't really mind that Dean and Parker was the headliners. And then she mentioned in that conversation that Dean was racist. Okay. And Malik was like, I don't know if he cares that I name drop him, but the guest was like, "Wait, are you talking about because he's the N-word when he was 14?" And she was like, "Whoa, you really think he changed? Come on." So Dean, by the hand of God, happened to be going through his FYP and saw this. So he requested, and then a conversation spurred on from there. Long story short, all right, it was like a 5-hour conversation, which ultimately I thought was and all these the live I'm referring to is on my YouTube. It was all recorded. Now, ultimately, I thought this conversation was actually super productive. Basically, everyone that came up on the conversation agreed that there was a lack of representation, particularly Black women. Now, I don't know if Z, because Z claimed that there were some people that hadn't confirmed yet, which may or may not be true. I have no idea, and I cannot speak to that. But when that live took place, so when the official announcement took place, there was a distinct lack of Black women on the tour. So everyone agreed with that. The thing that a lot of people were disagreeing with was that it's like a problem for Dean and Parker to be the headliners of the tour, given that they were the largest political content creators on the tour. I think there were a couple content creators that were larger, but weren't so much in like politics or weren't so much in debates in particular. So that's really where the connection was. But for the most part, I thought it was a really what's the word? A really good conversation and a real productive conversation for people ranging from all sides of the left. We had Jaden come up for a little while, and I don't know if you know who Jaden is. If you want to add him to the board, he's not super.
I don't know who Jaden is. Do you have his at?
Okay.
Or do you know his?
He's a voice actor and also a political content creator on the left.
Okay.
Yeah.
We love Jaden. Chad's saying so. Chad, give me his at.
I can't spell his last name. If someone wants to put it in the chat. His last name was with an L, but I can't remember it. Jaden's not trying to be involved. Trust. Yeah, that's fair.
I'm just curious.
So yeah, conversation went really, really well, I thought, and chat thought.
Okay.
So, I get sent a clip. Now this is now gonna be a little bit less about the tour and just more about me and Alina, and then I'll talk a little bit more about the tour because I know there's a lot of people that don't know the context of what happened with the Alina situation.
Sure.
So I get sent a clip of Alina talking about this conversation afterwards. This is like a day or two later on her live. And she's talking about how she felt like she was dogpiled. And she also said something along the lines of, so one of the things that came up in the conversation was that she didn't think that Dean and Parker could speak to the struggles that marginalized communities go through because they're white. Which I mean is a relatively fair assessment. But I when pushed back on and people said, you know, white people can still feel empathy, she just implied that without some kind of marginalization, you won't be able to empathize with marginalized communities. So I said something along the lines of, well, outside of like a period of, you might not know, but I'm of Middle Eastern descent. Outside of like the few years after 9/11, I didn't think I felt much marginalization in my youth. Like it was, this couple of years were rough. I was bullied a little bit, but other than that, and I think I can still empathize. So I don't know that it's fair to say that white people can't empathize because they hadn't experienced marginalization. Yeah, no one will ever know what it's like to be a black person in the United States, unless you're a black person in the United States. But anyway, so in the clip that I was sent, she implied that the only reason I can empathize is because 9/11 happened. And I thought that was a little weird. Like I took a little bit of offense to that. And I mentioned it in my Discord, my private Discord. So for whatever reason, because I mentioned that I felt weird about her saying that, that led to her and her community saying that my community was bullying her ever since that live, the 5-hour live.
Okay.
So this then led to, I guess, them creating this this ghost in the shadows that they're boxing with, because our community had gotten over it. Like I just mentioned that it was a little weird in my Discord, but beyond that, we stopped talking about it. Show the memes that haven't come up in the timeline yet. The problem is Alina lied to you about when the memes came up in the timeline, so give me a second, chat. Sorry. Anyway, we had moved on. Everything was over, I thought. I thought it was a productive conversation, and the way she made it sound was like it was not a productive conversation. I think that's a little weird, but that was it. And we moved on. I mean, I think it's fair for me to be able to speak my opinion in my own Discord, but...
Was this before, this all happening before the tour was happening, right?
This was before the tour, correct. Okay. So, a day or two before the tour, I'm live, I'm ending my live, and I know there's like a feature where you can host people after you end your live on Twitch.
Yeah.
So we don't really have that on TikTok, but we still do something called raids.
Yeah, it's called raids on Twitch as well. So.
Oh, okay, perfect. So I usually I have a really hard time getting off live, right? So my viewers peter down from like 800 all the way down to 100. I'm like, oh, it's not worth fucking rating anybody, because I was talking about context or whatever. But I was like, oh, chat, wait, let's give somebody a fat raid here. Who should we raid? We had like 600 viewers at the time. And so my chat recommends Erica Shante, all right? And Erica Shante happens to be a black woman. So okay. I pick up my phone to see what Erica Shante is up to, because I've learned this mistake. Never raid somebody without seeing what they're talking about, because one time I raided a friend who was talking about his breakup, and it was like a really sad and somber live vibe, and then people are coming in, Dan raid, and it was just not it. So I picked up my phone to see what Erica was up to, and Erica was doing something called pickle time, which I've now learned is something that she does to wind down her lives after like political debates, political discussions, whatever she does. TikTok has filters where she's dressed up like a pickle and dancing, and there were like 6 people on her panel all dressed up like gingerbread men with the filter. So I look at my phone, and by the way, my reaction and all of this is recorded on YouTube. So like the Alina fans hate that the video is still up there, because it disproves everything that they say. But I pick up my phone and I'm like, oh, chat, I don't know if we should be rating her right now. And then I watch it for a little bit, and it's unhinged and it's funny, and I'm like, you know what? Actually, we should be rating her right now. And so we do. We go in there and rate her. And you see, the Alina fans are already crashing out in chat. I love it. So we go and rate her, okay? And my people are so fun, all right? They're just, They're saying Dan Raid, they're saying we love pickle time, blah, 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 blah. And the first thing that happens is Alina types in chat. Now, I didn't know this because, like I said, everyone was dressed up as gingerbread men. Alina types in chat, ew. Now, this is what Alina and her fans are claiming that is what made me upset and what made me hold a 7-hour live. So this is the talking point. Like, you know how the right takes one little crumb of truth and then turns it into this massive lie?
Sure.
This is the talking point. What then happened was that one of the mods, I guess this is a mod for at the time, both Erica and Alina, said, I wonder if the Dan Raid is going to be talking as much shit as they were last night. And I thought that was weird. I was like, I don't remember talking any shit last night, but okay. So then when one of my people said, wait, why are you guys like being weird about this? Alina said to one of my community members, I'm Erica's good friend, and you're not welcome here.
Okay.
Now, one thing, there are 3 problems with this.
Sure.
Number one, I didn't appreciate that she was speaking for the host, Erica, given that Erica had no idea what was going on. Erica even said, hey, why is the Dan Raid being attacked? Like that's something that she said on the live when she noticed it. That's number one. Number two, she also called the raid performative, implying that I just raided her because she was a Black woman, which was so strange to me because
was that Alina or was that Erica?
Alina said that, yes.
Okay.
To a different one of my community members.
Okay.
Yeah, so she was replying to some of the people from my chat.
Okay.
So she called the raid performative. That's number two. And what was interesting about that was just 2 days ago, or whenever the live was when she was on my live, she was criticizing Dean for not raiding enough Black women.
Okay.
And Dean was like, you know what, that's fair. So you know, I'm welcome to take any suggestions for people to raid. So then I do raid a Black woman, not for that reason, but even if it was, and it's like a lose-lose, right? If you raid a Black woman, it's performative. If you don't, you're not raiding enough Black women. So I thought that was weird too. But it was just so strange to me that she would push back against a raid. So Erica is a smaller creator than I am, and Alina is a bigger creator than me, and she was upset that her friend, allegedly, or alleged friend, was getting a raid from a larger creator. Erica, by the way, was ecstatic for the raid. Right now, currently, after all this has happened, I am good friends with Erica, and Alina and Erica are not on speaking terms.
Okay. So, and then after this, there was the 7-hour live, if I'm understanding.
Yeah, okay. So tour happens, all right?
Okay.
Tour happens, and
wait, is Alina also at the tour? So who's at the tour in this situation?
Oh, okay. Erica's on the tour.
Okay.
And I'm not sure. So they're mad for no reason. Yeah, basically, and I'll get into that. Sorry, Bon. So I'm not sure if Erica was invited because Alina brought up the lack of representation or not. I can't speak to that. That's and I wouldn't trust what Z says on that anyway. So it's possible that Erica was invited because of Alina bringing up that issue. And another thing that's really, really frustrating to me is that I said maybe 15 times in my 7-hour live, and I'll get to it in a second, that I'm not upset about Alina bringing up lack of representation. I actually agree with it. I'm upset that she lied about me and my community. And then people still in the comments are like, Dan's upset that they say either that she said ew or that she was speaking out about lack of representation. And it wasn't either of those two things. But really frustrating for me that it's being represented in that way. Now, if it was just about me, it'd be one thing. When they started to bring my community into it, it got really annoying. When they started talking about my girlfriend on one of Alina's lives, saying like, I can't believe he would do that while his girlfriend was in the room. Well, she's not going to be his girlfriend for long, blah, blah, blah. That really started to get fucking weird. But anyway, okay, 7-hour live. This is the big the big issue that they all have with me. So Alina had been talking about how she was dogpiled on the 5-hour live, how we were treating the words of Jaden better than her words, even though they were saying the same thing, and they weren't saying the same thing. I'll get into that in a second. She was talking about how the comments were brutal to her, And between that and what happened in the Erica raid, I just needed to set the record straight. So that 7-hour live included me watching the 5-hour live with the chat on the screen, so that we can debunk the fact that she said the chat was brutal to her. We watched the full 5 hours, and there were maybe 2 mean comments. Now, there were a lot of people that disagreed with her, and if just disagreeing with someone is a brutal comment, then I don't know what to tell you. But there were 2 mean comments in the 5-hour live that we watched. Now, other things that took place in that 7-hour live were me bringing up guests to talk to explain the difference between inherent racism and internalized racism. I misused the words, so I was learning in real time. Also, I was getting distracted and just talking to chat. I was answering questions. They presented it as if it was a 7-hour misogynistic bash session of Alina. That wasn't what it was. It was watching a 5-hour video to debunk her lying. So that's still 7 hours about her. Okay, listen, chat. Would it be okay if I held a 7-hour live debunking Candace Owens?
I would say don't even worry about the chat. They just
you're right.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. So I want to refocus back onto the tour. That's what I kind of care about.
Yes, and I will get back on the tour actually. So one of the big criticisms that I got was, why did you hold a 7-hour live about Alina but didn't talk about Z or anything that happened on the tour?
Okay.
And this criticism has been explained by multiple people. Basically, there's a guy, Mr. Jones. Do you know who Mr. Jones is?
His name has come up in this story a few times.
Okay. So Mr. Jones, you ever seen Game of Thrones?
One more time?
You ever seen Game of Thrones?
No, I have not seen Game of Thrones.
Okay. Well, there's this character called Littlefinger who was like this master manipulator from behind the scenes. So basically, Mr. Jones, when the Z, so Z went on. Oh, do you know about the live where Z went on with the microaggressions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So that live happens, right?
Okay.
That was like 2 days before the tour. That live happens, and people are trying to figure out like what's going on. I know certainly the Black creators, at the very least, Erica was saying, Z, you need to speak on this. This is not okay. Blah blah blah. And Jones told the Black creators on the tour that this situation was being handled internally, that we were speaking to the PR people of AOC and Bernie Sanders, and they're saying, she shouldn't apologize and blah blah blah, but she will apologize. We're just working on it. It's all being handled internally. And then Jones told the non-Black people on the tour that there was a consensus among the Black people not to speak about this at all.
Okay.
So that's the information I got from Jones. This was like a phone call from Jones. And at the time, I trusted Jones. I had no reason not to believe that. So I'm not going to speak on something if I don't give the Black people on the tour the chance to speak on it first. I don't think that's my place. And so I didn't. And I mentioned it when people were like, why aren't you talking about Z? I was like, it's not my place to speak on that right now.
Okay.
When it became clear that Jones, and also this is just for your board. Jones told Z that the Black creators on the tour were all going to walk unless she stepped down and had him become in charge of managing the creators, and had his partner at the time, they are no longer together, become the face of the tour.
Okay.
But he did not actually bring this to the Black creators. This is just something that he said to Z.
So whatever happened to that? So that just...
Is there whatever happened to that?
Yeah.
Oh, well, once all the lies came out, everyone just left the tour except for like 4 people.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And also his partner didn't know anything about this, according to her, and left him. So that's some more separate.
Yeah, I heard that as well from chat.
Yeah. Okay. So all of that comes out in a Santana live a couple days after my live, and that's when everyone is now realizing that Jones lied to all of us, and we start to talk about what happened on the tour, what happened in that live, et cetera, et cetera. Jones also was was not, I don't want to say pressuring us, but he was convincing everyone to sign an NDA to not speak about all of this. And fortunately, most of us did not do that.
Okay.
So in regards to Z and everything that happened, I want to say probably 80% of the people on the tour put out videos or lives condemning what she did, explain the situation with Jones. That's what I did as well. There was a lot of behind the scenes stuff with Z that really made a lot of us uncomfortable. So like Z's, we essentially had a meeting where we said we're not going to do this tour unless Z steps down, and when she didn't, 80% of us walked.
Okay. So how does Peyton relate to you specifically? Because I know
okay.
I know that
right.
the dude with the neon shirt, I forgot his name.
Off the Wagon.
Yeah, Off the Wagon. I know Off the Wagon has beef with Peyton specifically for making the video. So how did you feel about the video when the video was made? And like, what was that situation from your perspective?
Okay. So the first video comes out.
Okay.
Okay. I think Peyton now has 3 videos about it.
Yeah.
First video comes out before the tour, and it talks about Z coming up on that live and being racist, and it explains that he is still gonna go, but he's not going with the tour. And I can't remember. It's been a while since I've watched that video, but so that video is not the video that most of us are mad about. I can't speak for everybody. There was a second video where he talked about not returning they gave him BMW rental for 2 weeks. Watching that video was the first time I heard about that. And by the way, this is now where I think where the 100K went. I think they just spent it poorly, but that's conjecture. I have no idea. No lawsuits, please. But yeah, the pack rented him a BMW for 2 weeks, and basically when he made the first video saying that he's like done with the tour and he hates them all and whatever, they were like, okay, you got to return that. But in that video, he talked about how he spoke to 3 black creators on the tour, and the black creators on the tour needed to pay their own way, whereas the white creators didn't. Now, this was like a massive bold-faced lie. I don't know if he was lied to and then passed on that lie, or if he was the originator of the lie. I have no idea. But every single black creator that was on the tour had everything they spent covered. Like, they did not spend a dime. I've spoken to every single one of them. So as Dean, and we'll get into Dean in a second, but so that's the problem. And I think
also, before we move on, I do have a question. This is a clarifying question for me. How many people total was on the tour, and how many of those people were black? Because I think that is also an important part of the story. Because everybody's saying that we acknowledge that there was a lack of diversity. I just don't know.
Right. So at that time, there was a lack of diversity, particularly related to black women. When the tour happened, I want to say there were like 30 creators. They took them off the website, so I don't know off the top of my head. We might be able to like reverse engineer it, but it was 30 creators, or 35 creators maybe. 10 were black, and 3 were black women.
Okay.
Now, not all of those creators went to this first stop. There were a few creators that were planning on going to the next stop if it happened because they couldn't make it. But I know there were 3 black women on the tour with us in Texas. That I know.
Okay.
Yeah. Where was I? Sorry. Peyton. Right. Okay. So something that I've been noticing a lot lately, and this is, I guess, just my personal gripe, is that a lot of people on the internet can't have 2 things be true at the same time.
Sure.
So, for example, Peyton was in the right for calling out racism, but he was in the wrong for lying about black people having to pay their way and white people not having to. And so a lot of the people on the tour that are getting criticism, now I'm not going to say all of them. There are certain people getting criticisms for correct reasons. And I'm not going to name who exactly that is, but I think y'all might know who that is. But there are, but a lot of the criticism that people on the tour are getting are, oh, they hate Peyton for calling out the racism. When in reality, they're just upset that Peyton boldface lied about them. In regards to the black creators, like the black creators were furious about this.
Clarifying question. Because you said that there were Black creators who were scheduled to be on the tour, but not for this specific stop. And again, I have
at least one off the top of my head.
Okay, could Peyton have potentially been talking about that person in that instance?
No, that person didn't. So the Black creators all spoke amongst each other. They all confirmed that there was not a single one of them that would have had to pay their own way. There's only one person on the entire tour that had to pay his own way, and he was aggressively white and aggressively cishet.
Okay, I have to go back and watch the video to see, because freaking TikTok videos are too long now. It's like 14 minutes. But yeah, you can continue.
Yeah, so I don't know. I DM'd Peyton for the first time ever after he put out his third video. Because his third video, you said you watched it, so you know, it was a bunch of receipts about Andra, and then it was some receipts about Jordan, and there was some stuff about Dean, and then there was like the miscellaneous, like I think he called us miscellaneous pieces of shit, which were myself, Hannah, Johnny, and then Hear Me Out on this. I don't understand, number one, how Jones isn't on that at all. That's insane to me. But let's put that aside. I also don't know what the relation is with us four. Hear Me Out on this is still defending Z. I'm not really sure how she's related to myself, Johnny, and Hannah, who have all washed our hands of Z. He also didn't provide any receipts or any reason why he's upset with us. Now, this is my guess, because I reached out to Peyton and said, hey, I was thinking about making a video about this, but I'm going to reach out privately just to see if maybe we could have a quick conversation or whatever. He hasn't responded. My guess is that there was a live that Dean hosted to talk about all this shit. And there was like, you might have seen it. There's like a 9-panel, and I'm one of those boxes, like the Brady Bunch.
Okay.
And I emphasized a couple times in that live that there were bad faith actors involved here. And I guess I was implying that he was one of them. And to be fair to Peyton, there's a couple things I want to be fair to Peyton about right here on the record. To be fair to Peyton, I don't know, like I said before, if he was bold-faced lying or if someone bold-faced lied to him. In which case, it's not fair for me to say that he's a bad faith actor on that front, because I don't know. I need more information to know for sure. That's number one. Number two, to be fair to Peyton, in his most recent video, he said something along the lines of, I don't want people using my name to harass the creators on this tour, particularly the Black creators on the tour. And that's something I really appreciated, given that that's something that Alina is not doing at all. In fact, I have clips of her encouraging her people to harass myself and Erica. So, and as a reminder, Erica's a Black woman. So yeah, I think Peyton did a lot of things right, and I think Peyton did a few things wrong. I don't know why I'm on his whiteboard in particular. I'd love to know.
Could it be, because I don't know the intricacies of when you spoke up. Could it be the timing of when you spoke up and not speaking up fast enough for like the general consensus of TikTok to be like, so it looks like you're running defense for Z, as opposed to like something active that you're doing?
Yeah, if that's the case, then I don't know why that list is so short then, because that's most of the creators didn't speak up in the proper amount of time. And again, why wouldn't it be Jones who told everyone not to speak up? Why wouldn't he be on the list? That's why it's so weird to me.
I don't know.
And it also doesn't include, there are other creators besides Hear Me Out on this that are currently defending Z that are not on his list of unfollow people. So I just don't get it.
I don't know. That's a question that Peyton has to answer. I don't have a contact with Peyton.
And I mean, maybe he will. But for those that are, by the way, for those that are asking, there's people in chat asking, where's the receipts? If you want me to play, I have a 6-minute clip of Alina and her panel basically saying like, women should cover their drinks around Dan. Dan should be nowhere near children. Dan's girlfriend is going to break up with him soon. Alina herself saying, oh, you want to make Dan crash out? Go into his chat and spam EU. I have never, in the quote unquote 7-hour live, I stated 15 times, nobody in my community is going to DM, is going to harass, or is going to report anybody involved in this live. And what happened? They still claim that I'm out here bullying, harassing, and bringing my community. I just don't get it. What did they say about Erica? I mean, he can play the hit piece. So Alina posted a hit piece about me and Erica that's edited out of context. It's still on her page. she also had people make accounts. Like there's accounts named Ew and there's accounts named Dan Crashed Out Over Ew that all posted that same video. You can play that video if you want. It's literally like a hit piece. It's just edited to make Erica look like she's lying, which she's not. And I mean, you could play it for chat if they want to see it.
Chat can go. Chat knows more than I do. They can go find it if they want to. My focus is specifically on the tour situation because that's what I've kind of gotten into it specifically. And it sounds like the Alina Dan saga is like a separate situation.
Yeah, no, it is, and that's something that I do want to clarify because a lot of people say, oh, Dan was upset with Alina for calling out lack of representation. That's a complete bull-faced lie. Who cares? I mean, Sean asked me, so that's who cares, I guess.
So yeah, I do want to. I have a question as well, kind of tangentially related, but I do want to hear your thoughts as somebody who's on the tour. What are your thoughts on the efficacy of the tour itself, like following Charlie Kirk around, debating Charlie Kirk, and the first like the instance of the tour that did happen, and if it were to have continued? I'm curious about that.
Great question. So I think the idea of us like going to debate Charlie Kirk is probably not the best move, but I will say that it wasn't like everyone's intention. There was 30 creators and all of them had different intentions about how they wanted to approach this. What was really effective was actually like speaking to the students on the campus. The way I saw that day go was it was 3 parts. Part 1, very unorganized and not going well. Part 2, we caught our stride, and part 3 was like it was like inspirational, frankly. Like the last few hours where we started having a crowd and just started having conversations with college students was really something else to witness. And I do think maybe not a tour following Charlie Kirk in particular, but tours on college campuses, talking to students about their issues, not their issues, but the issues they care about and about policy positions they care about, I think actually would be efficacious, especially given that the shift from left to right of young men in this country it's the largest shift of any demographic. And I think it's something that we shouldn't just abandon because Charlie Kirk has his grip on it. It doesn't make sense to me.
Do you think that is what you're saying? I do agree with that, like, you know, doing outreach specifically to where like young voters are is important. But do you see the criticism that of the tour itself, because the tour was not marketed as like, you know, we're going to go out and talk to young people. It was marketed as like, we're going to go harass Charlie Kirk. And that's kind of like what a lot of people got from it. When people first told me about the tour, that's what I got from it. And that was my original critique was just like, I don't know how like effective it is to like, you know, censor Charlie Kirk in this situation about, you know, fixing or changing the demographics in America.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair criticism. I think first of all, I hated the name. Let me just put that out there. I really hated the name of the tour. I think centering it around Charlie Kirk has its pluses and minuses. On the plus side, Charlie Kirk spent like $40 million in 2023. We don't have the final numbers for 2024. It's higher than that. So in an off-year election to essentially indoctrinate college students, and the idea of like countering his brand of misinformation in particular, I think is not necessarily a bad thing. However, I do agree that centering it around Charlie Kirk makes it seem unprofessional, makes it seem petty, and so yeah, like I don't know what the answer is. I'm not, as Z would call herself, a political operative. I don't know what the best path forward is, certainly, but I do know that that what we were seeing on the back half of that day was really something crucial, to the point where like we were planning on continuing the tour whether or not it was with this pack. Now that those plans have not come to fruition, but yeah, I think there's a lot of good that can be done with going to where voters are and speaking to them.
I hear you. On the criticism about Dean, now you're not Dean, so I'm not gonna ask you to speak for Dean. I can ask Dean myself because Dean was in here earlier. About Dean and Parker being the headliners specifically. I want to get your thoughts on that and the criticism surrounding that.
So that's it's good you reminded me of this because I think this was one of the crucial points that I also disagreed with on Alina here, which was that Alina said that she and Jaden had the same thoughts, and when we went back and watched the live, their thoughts were very different, and I agree a lot more with what Jaden's thoughts were. So Alina's thoughts were white men can never lead a revolution or a leftist movement or something like that. And first of all, I mean, I don't know that necessarily this tour was a revolution, but she implied that it's there's no way it can be effective because they're white. Whereas Jaden came in and said, for better or for worse, it's clear that these white men are the most popular in this forum and through TikTok debates and whatever. And so they need to do everything in their power to uplift the voices of marginalized groups. And I 100% agree with that. He actually made some really good points about how a lot of times in this debate community, we might bring up a black person when the MAGA person is speaking about black issues to speak on that. And while that's great, black people are affected by more than just racial issues, more than just police brutality. Black people are affected by healthcare. Black people are affected by terrorists. Black people are affected by all this stuff. So you brought up a great point, which is that we shouldn't just be bringing up, and I'm using the royal we. I don't know who exactly does this or who doesn't, but we shouldn't just be bringing up black people to speak on quote unquote black issues because all issues are black issues. I thought that was a really, really good point.
Do you think that, because
go ahead,
this is a critique that I've held for this sphere. I'm not just like debate sphere, but like content online anyway. In that we oftentimes promote specifically like, you know, young white voices, because it's something that you said in the conversation with the black women. I don't know how much you've seen of that, but it's something that stuck out to me that I was just like, oh, I don't know how good that is. Where she said that like, of course we're gonna bring up a young white kid to speak to other young white kids because it just makes sense. And in a world where there are a lack of black voices being listened to in the general content space, it's on TikTok and it's also on Twitch. Like, I am the largest black political commentator on Twitch, just full stop. And there's a lack of voices in that regard. And I can understand why people felt as if the tour is more reinforcing that while acknowledging like, yeah, that's a problem, but like we're still going to promote and focus on the white voices because that's just what works, as opposed to trying to rectify that by, you know, not necessarily featuring heavily Dean and Parker specifically, but also, you know, feeding in or doing a better job feeding into other black voices as well.
Yeah, and I actually think that the day of we I'm not gonna say we, I guess, but like the collective did a really good job of that. Everyone had a chance to come up and speak pretty much whenever they wanted to. While Dean and Parker were the headliners, anytime somebody wanted to come up and speak to their experiences, they were always welcome to. Now, I don't necessarily disagree. I think it would probably be awesome if the headliners weren't two cishet white men. But I just don't know what is the most effective way to do it, because we'd probably have to have some kind of like stats on that, some history of what would be the most effective. I genuinely don't know.
Do you think that, because it's kind of, to me, appears like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like Dean and Parker are so large because they are, partially because they are, you know, young white men, and that's what people are listened to, and therefore they get more opportunities because they are so large, because they are those young white men, and it's kind of like self-fulfilling in that way. And it's why like a lot of this comes from like, this entire situation comes from a lot of frustration from like those black women on the call in the first place, being like, you know, it feels like they're getting these opportunities because they're large, but they're large because they are young white men in the first place. And that's kind of where it stems from.
I think it's a really good point. Yeah. I can see that. Like it's like a snowball effect, right? Like it's, yeah. No, I agree. And I guess the best way is to do our best to not necessarily rectify, but to balance the scales in that regards.
Yeah. And so I think like that's just where a lot of frustration is. I'm not gonna sit here and act like everybody did everything perfectly in the situation, because there's a lot of issues in. I have issues with like debate content online in general, so I kind of want to get into this as well. I don't want to hold you forever, but I do think it's an interesting conversation about like the efficacy of like debating MAGA as content as opposed to focusing on bolstering education in the left specifically. But yeah, so I want to get your thoughts on that too.
So this one's tough for me because I personally think people watch for whatever few people do watch me watch more for the debates than anything else. Now it could be just because like I'm better at debating than I am at like just speaking on issues. I don't know, but anytime I do like a panel to just talk about the issues that are important, it's like a tenth of the viewership. Now this is obviously just anecdotal, but it does seem like that's where the viewership is. And the problem is with these algorithms is if you want to get in front of the eyes that need to see this, you need to have some viewership to get there. It's same thing with the snowball that we were talking about before. So it's and a lot of times I think with debating, it's informative and entertaining, and that's something that is important to keep people's interest. So I don't know. I've tried doing different types of lives. I personally am focusing more on debating. I don't know if it's the most effective. Frankly, it's probably not. But I'm not a political expert by any stretch. This isn't my my day job. Like I said, I only started doing this in August, when Joe Biden dropped out of the election or dropped out of the race, and I thought, oh shit, we actually have a chance now because the polls were back to like 50-50 with Kamala.
Yeah.
I also thought she was a much better candidate. So I'm not an expert. That's my personal opinion. You can take that, with as much grain of as many grains of salt as you see fit.
I think that's fair. I think it's just your perspective. But it's good to pick the brain of somebody who does debates, because I don't do debates because I personally don't find them truly effective. And so I'm open to having my mind changed, which is ironically what debates are supposed to do. And so I am curious about like who you're speaking to when you do debates. So a problem that I've had is like when I see people do debates, like debating this MAGA person or whatever, it kind of feels like they're talking past the MAGA person and just like kind of trying to like kind of run circles around them for the entertainment value that you were speaking to, as opposed to like either changing that person's mind. What is your goal with debates, and what are you trying to accomplish?
So generally speaking, my goal is not necessarily to change the person's mind who I'm talking to, but it's to showcase to people that are watching that may be in the middle, may be not necessarily politically informed, may be disillusioned with the person that they were planning on voting for, or in this case have voted for, and for those people to see, okay, well, Dan has everything Dan says is backed up by receipts, and everything that the other person says is backed up by vibes. Maybe like the other side is wrong about this stuff, and maybe I should be voting for more progressive policies. That's usually who I'm talking to. Now I'm gonna send you on Discord just a link really quick to if I can find it. So Donald Trump's first interview after the election, we did a review of it on my live, and sorry, that the link I sent you is timestamped, but I didn't mean to timestamp it. Just ignore the timestamp. And we did a review of it and basically counted up how many lies he told, and I think it was 77 lies in 77 minutes, something like that. So there's a guy that came up who voted for Trump. And I told everyone after we're done doing the review, if you guys disagree with any of my fact checks, feel free to come up and debunk anything.
As the ceremony.
And so this guy came up and he was ready to defend Trump. He was like, "There's no way. Like, you're one of these liberals who just makes shit up, just hates Trump, Trump remainer syndrome, blah blah blah." He comes up and we start debating a little bit, and then I say, "Okay, well, what if he did actually tell these 77 lies?" I sent you the link on Discord if you want to. Yeah, what if he did tell these 77 lies? And he said, if you can prove that to me, then I'm done with Trump. So we started going through the 77 lies. This took 3 hours, by the way. I think that the video I sent you was 3 hours.
Yeah.
By lie 10, his stomach was turned. Like, he was disgusted that he'd been lied to. He was disgusted and Donald still went on to win. Kathy, you're not even listening. This video took place after Donald won the election. But yeah, he was disgusted that he was essentially in an echo chamber, and so now he's doing his best to speak out to people around him because he's in I can't remember exactly what he does for work, but everyone he works with is like a young white guy that voted for Trump. So he's doing his best to push back on the lies. He wants to like make amends for having voted for him in 2024, and so he's trying to pull people out of the cult. And I think stuff like that is like super powerful.
Do you think that that's debate content? Because I would argue that this is actually not like debate content as it's like traditionally seen, where it's kind of like more blood sport, trying to like embarrass your opponent as opposed to like having a conversation. Because I do see the efficacy in having a conversation with somebody and trying to understand your worldview. Because even here, you're trying to convert that person that you're talking to, essentially, right? I think it's a little bit different than like even the debates that we were just talking about before, where you're like making content for the audience to pick up on and maybe change some minds. Like I think this is extremely valuable, but not necessarily the same as like debate content, if that makes sense.
I think there's two things in regards to that. First of all, it started as a debate, but when it became clear that he was acting in good faith, when it became clear that like he had an open mind, it evolved into a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But number two, and I think it's frustrating that this is the case, but it's almost like to open the door to these conversations, you need to have people watching, because otherwise, if no one's watching, then you're not gonna be able to have these conversations. And to get people watching are the debates, because debates are more entertaining. And people in chat are gonna say, so it is all about the views. I don't make money off of views on TikTok. But if I have 1 view versus 1,000 views, it's the same amount of money being made, which is none. The money comes from like gifts and all that stuff. So the idea is to have the widest net, you need to have more views, and to have more views, you need to get on the algorithm, you need to get on the FYP, and to do that, it seems like debating works more than just having conversations, at least at the start, and then and then you can evolve it from there. So something that we do like to do is like once every couple weeks, we do only friendlies and just talk about where we want to go as a party. We also sometimes just do discussions over debates. That's just my life. Again, I can't speak for Dean. I can't speak for anybody else. That's just my life. But I don't knock anyone that only does debates, and I don't knock anyone that does no debates. If you're out there trying to spread the truth, then I respect what you're doing. Period.
Okay. I appreciate your perspective. Actually, it's good to hear from the other side of the content that I just do not engage with.
I'm happy to help. If you have any other specific questions about the tour, I'm happy to answer them. There's actually something I don't know if it's going to come up, but it was about like this Dean Coffee thing. I don't know if you had spoken on that at all, but I just wanted to let everyone know about that. I was there when like the coffee was arriving, and we had been out of water for I think 2 hours.
But
I don't blame
explain
anyone.
the Dean Coffee thing? I don't know what that was referring to.
Yeah, so on I think Z's conversation with Destiny, she said that like Dean wanted coffee moved from like a Starbucks cup to a Starbucks cup to a non-Starbucks cup because he didn't want to promote Starbucks because they were boycotted, and so that was criticized as being like performative or whatever. And I just want to speak to the fact that we were like we were all very dehydrated. It was very hot. I missed the Starbucks order when they were taking orders, so I got there and I think someone offered me a sip of theirs because I was so thirsty, and then I had to trek to find a place with water. So I don't blame Dean at all for drinking the Starbucks that he did. I just wanted to add a little context. A lot of people are saying like, how dare he? And I was just like, we were so thirsty, and that part of that is because of disorganization from the pack. The fact that we ran out of water midday in Texas heat was insane.
Sure, I haven't seen that criticism, so I'll take your word for it that it exists, and that's a thing.
I just think if you keep doing like the Charlie Kelly board with the red pieces of string connecting the pins, eventually Dean's coffee cup is going to come up. So I figured I'd just speak on that.
Sure. And if I have a conversation with Dean, which I might have if Dean's open to it, then I'll ask him as well about the coffee cup just to get his perspective on it. And yeah, Chad, do you have any other questions about the tour specifically? Because I still feel like I don't know anything. If this feels like so out of my my purview of like what my content usually is, what I usually talk about. Oh, I do have a question about. I don't know if you can answer this question. It's a quick question for Z. Why was I not invited on the tour? All right, I feel disrespected by this. Like that's crazy. Like I know I'm not on TikTok like that, but like nobody even asked me. Like, crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question. I am going to answer a couple of questions in chat though. Is he still going on the tour for round 2? Nope. The video that is on your screen right now with me wearing the blue shirt, it's like second row, is me saying that I left the tour, mostly because of what took place with Z and all that. They signed an NDA. They can't talk about it. That's also not true. There's only like 3 people that signed an NDA. Jones was one of them, and a couple of others. Nobody else signed an NDA, so we can't talk about it.
Wait, also, what was Jones's role? Is he with like Ground Game Pack? Like, what? How is he associated with this?
Oh, talk about the memes. Okay, wait. Thank you, good vibes. Sorry, I forgot the memes. I will answer your question about Jones, and then I'll go to the memes. So Jones was not associated with the pack. Jones got on the tour a little bit after I was confirmed. Him and his partner at the time, No Rads, got on the tour, and I guess he just started taking more and more control until the point where he started like manipulating everybody to try to get himself to be the. He essentially tried to get Z's position to be split into a position for him on the back end and No Rads on the front end. And he lied to both the black creators and to Z and to the non-black creators and told all of us different stories to make it seem like everyone was on the same page.
Is he who Z was?
That's a whole other video. If you want to learn more about that, Santana breaks it down beautifully.
I don't know who that is either, so
Okay, you're going to want to call Santana. Santana's great. His name is Santana Jones. I imagine that the next time somebody respectfully calls him Mr. Jones, it's going to bring up PTSD because of this situation. But yeah, Santana Jones is another creator on TikTok. I don't know if he's on other platforms, but he was also on the tour. He was actually, I think, the first person asked to be on the tour, and he breaks down the whole Jones situation very, very well.
Okay. Is Jones the person that Z was referring to when Z was talking about on the TikTok live that there are black creators involved in organizing the tour, or were there like other people she was referring to then?
No, she was talking about, yes, Becca Day's video is also very good. She was talking about, I guess, people behind the scenes. I thought that her statement was a little weird, to be honest. It felt tokenization-y. Just saying, oh, well, like your criticisms are not fair to the black people behind the scenes. I don't know exactly what she was talking about. She was not, I don't believe she was talking about the creators though.
Okay.
Okay, someone asked me to talk about the memes. Yeah, so after Alina lied to Erica and said I was only rating her because she was a black woman, and after she told my community that we weren't welcome there because she's a good friend of Erica's, I posted in my Discord, oh yeah, I'm burning this bridge, and I made some memes, and they've been really upset about the memes. I'm gonna send you the memes, and you can judge them if you'd like.
Okay, I cannot judge the. To be fair, I do want to hear what Alina's story is from her side, because I am a fair and magnanimous person. And so if I just hear her side,
I'm gonna send you my most recent meme, and then you can make a determination on that, because this is something that I think even people that are against Z and are pro Peyton are starting to criticize, which is the fact that.
But why do you say good luck getting Alina? Does Alina hate me?
Oh, she would not come. She wouldn't come up, because if for her to come up, she would have to like have like receipts or anything to back up anything she says. So yeah, good luck with that. But yeah, so she's held, I want to say, 33 lives now about the Unfuck America tour. I don't know. I I don't know how many lives she needs to keep milking this. She has a live goal on all of her lives for $200. Her Discord is sub only. It's just so strange that they would call other people performative. And then she just keeps doing lives about the Unfuck America tour. And then I get criticized for a 7-hour live debunking her lives, but she has what, 20 lives shit talking Dean. Right after she called him a racist grifter, and he gets up on my panel, she backpedals, but then goes back on her live and continues to call him a racist. I don't know. It just seems so weird to me. So I just sent you the meme that I'm referring to. If you want to show the chat, you're welcome to.
I don't want to judge Alina based upon her characterization of her words, because I think
you should get her side of the story, for sure.
And honestly, I mostly care about the Dean stuff, because this actually sounds exactly like stuff that happens on Twitch as well. I like a lot of interpersonal beef and issues that kind of extend beyond just the political discourse. Like obviously, if you see the chat, like you have people who like Dean and people who hate Dean, and so it's like people are just, you know, combating it out. I think what is a more interesting question is just like the tour, why it didn't seem to work out in this way, and what can be done better in the future, separate from like Z and Z's behavior, because like that's definitely a huge part of it. But like as creators who do have a political audience and do political things, what can we do better to push for and make those things happen in a way that's effective? And just in general, I don't know if anything that I've seen from any of the tour for the last week or so, like from really anybody involved, has been like directly effective in that way. But it's definitely an interesting conversation to look into.
Yeah, 100%. And I do think the focus should be on that. Like the petty stuff continuing is, you know, I mean, it's good for views, I guess, but it is what it is. Would anyone have spoken out about the live panel if Peyton didn't call it out, though? I can't speak for everybody, but I know some people definitely would have. And if not for Joan, here's the question. No one knows what would have taken place if not for Jones's machinations, if not for Jones's scheming in the situation. We don't know if Z would have apologized publicly. Now, I personally, given what's taken place, I don't think she would have, or it would have been empty. But yeah, we don't know what Z would have apologized for, if Z would have apologized publicly. We definitely don't know which of the creators would have backed Z 100% and which would have been silent, and which would have come out earlier if not for Jones. We really don't know, because Jones essentially manipulated the whole situation. And like I said, the Santana video, I think you opened it up, covers that so well.
Yeah, it's 3 hours long.
It is 3 hours.
Back when I was on TikTok, literally you had 60-second videos, and that was the limit.
See, the problem is to debunk lies takes so much longer than the lie. So it's really and that's something that I get criticized for with the 7-hour live. It's like, yeah, well, I'm sorry, there was a lot of lies to debunk. It takes a while. Then with the Santana thing, 3 hours, yeah, but there's a lot of lies to get through.
But it's all vertical video. I just don't know how effective vertical video is.
No, I don't blame you, bro. I don't blame you.
I'm horizontal video all the way. Yeah, I'll let you reclaim your time. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate hearing your perspective and somebody who was actually on the tour, and about somebody who does debates as well.
So, yeah. I really appreciate you for having me. Dan, did you sign an NDA? No, I didn't. I can speak on pretty much anything. The only thing I can't speak on is something that I don't know for sure. So like, I'm not gonna speak on where the $100,000 is, because I have no idea. It probably was just spent poorly if I were to make a guess. But anything I know about, I can definitely speak on. But yeah, thank you so much for having me up, Sean. And if you have any other questions, I'll be in chat for a little bit longer.
Yep, I appreciate that.
All right, have a good one.
You too. Peace.
Bye.
Oh, chat. That was Dan Malik, who's on the red side, in the red corner. Oh, dang, I did have a question. But the question was just mostly like, how did Dan and Dean find my TikToks? You wanna know how? Probably ops. I am convinced that there are ops in TikTok. I don't believe that you're just scrolling by and you see yourself pop up. Hassan said it. Hassan was, oh, I was just scrolling by and they were talking about. I don't believe it. Don't believe it in the slightest. But yeah, anyway, there's a lot of creators sitting in here. If you're a creator, sound off. I want to see you. Let me know all my TikTokers. Let me know all my TikTokers. I need to know. About that for me, and I'd never listened to you before. Well, welcome in. Hello. This is my second TikTok stream ever. They won't say they have other accounts. Wait, so they just okay, they hop on an alt and they just sit in chats to see if people talk about them on their alts? That can't be that can't be healthy. Is he for Dean when you were on my FYP? Really? That's pretty funny. Yep, they do. Okay, how do y'all know this? It's me. I'm Radio Rebel. What are you, like freaking 90? I'm just joking. I think they get tagged about this issue. If you get tagged in a TikTok, like a live stream, I'm so confused. I don't know how TikTok works. I don't know. Well, next we'll defend yourself, Dean. We'll talk to Dean next. You know what? I'll be fair. Dean was in here and Dean said I was a cool person. And so I will, again, I'm a fair, magnanimous person. Also, I'm not a bitch. I'll talk to Dean live. And I'll tell Dean my issues with him. You know what I mean? Can you tag in chat and they see it? I don't know. They might go to the creators' comments and at them say you're being talked about in this live stream or whatever. Everyone, what did Asmon do now? Nobody told me. I keep getting, people are always like, oh, Asmon did this thing. And I'm like, what did Asmon do? Anyway, what I've learned from this is freaking TikTok people are crazy. Like the viewers are more like fanatic than like sports teams. You pick your side and you rock with that side. There's no change. Like they're going at it right now. They are going at it right now. Like, and honestly, I respect it. One's in the chat if you're gonna do that for me, and as you should ride for me and only me. 100 TikTokers versus one leftist. 3 mods ban that guy. 0 mods ban that guy. What always, but I ain't loyal. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anyway, yeah, I'll have a conversation. You know what? I'll have a conversation with all the TikTokers. You know what? I get everybody. I'm gonna get Z on my stream. I'm gonna get Dean on my stream. I'm gonna get Simple Black Theory on my stream. I'm gonna get who else is involved in this? Mermaid. I've learned a lot of names. Jagamuffin, Peyton, Alina, Santana. Don't platform Mr. Jones X. Don't get Z. I need to see what she has to say. I'm fair and magnanimous. Dean already said Dean. Who else is involved? Honestly, I have the same question I want to ask everybody involved, and that is, do you think the tour was effective? Everybody who went to the tour and the people who organized the tour, I want to know, and I want to ask them, do they think the tour is effective? And the best use of our time, money, and resources? I'm curious. We could watch her Epstein interview. We're not watching her Epstein interview. I refuse. Watch it to see what Asmon did. This is 51 minutes. Jeez, little freaking wheeze, bro. Jeez, little freaking wheeze. Written properly, I think it would have been. Maybe.
I want to go over.
They aren't going to give an honest answer. I at least want to know. Right? Because they genuinely might think that it would be effective. Denisha Carter's sharing screenshots of them asking her to join Unfuck America. Wait, they tried to get Denisha Carter? First of all, F Denisha Carter. I got issues and beef with Denisha Carter. I got more issues with Denisha Carter than I do with Dean, honestly. I don't like that girl. Not a fan. In before she hopped in my live stream asking to join as well. Who's Denisha Carter? Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry. Also, she got canceled like 2 weeks ago too, or 2 months ago. So, honestly, maybe I just have beef with a lot of TikTok people. That honestly might be it. I feel like Denisha Carter could have edited that screenshot, I gotta lie. Honestly, number one, I wouldn't put it past her. Number two, I wouldn't put it past them to invite Denisha Carter as well. You know? Hate this sound ages, but young activists need to learn organizing is hard work. 100%. I think there's an issue with people who fall into a lot of money. Start their nonprofit in high school because it would make them a bunch of monies. And then having no guidance, not being told no. Yeah, thank you for the King Heart, as I've learned. I still don't know what that means, but I appreciate that. I think it's money. And yeah, maybe I'll insert myself back on political TikTok. Because for those of you who don't know, this is a little bit of lore for you. I got my start on political TikTok. I know. But I was a part of the this collective back in the day in 2021 called the Black Leftist Hype House. Early political TikToker back in my day. Oh, you were the guy in the content cop? Chill. Yes, come back, Sean. We need you. Ugh. It's 1 penny. What is good for the algo? Oh. W. I'll take the penny. I'll take the penny. The scene needs you. Well, will I get into drama? Because it sounds like y'all got a lot of drama over there, right? Back in Twitch, our house ain't clean. You feel me? We got issues. You feel me? But y'all got drama over there too. W. Payton, he low-key on our side too. This guy has been saying that for everybody so far. You're already in drama, friend. To be fair, not my goal. I didn't expect for people who are actually involved to come into my my stream. To be entirely clear. You said that about Z? I think you started on TikTok because of how young you are. That's fine. You're on there. You do look young though. That's crazy. Wait, TikTok chat. I have a question. How old do I look? Twitch chat, shut your mouth. Covering you up. 26, 33. 33. 26, 29, 22, 25. 86, 28, mid-20s, 42. 42. Oh, it's MP Sharky. MP Sharky, go back to freaking Twitch. 23, 26, 25, 30, 30. I think y'all are trolling. Wait, live restricted for some audiences. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Regulated goods content? What does that even mean? It restricted my live stream for regulated goods content? What is regulated goods content? Alcohol, tobacco, firearms, online gambling. What did I do? I didn't even do anything. Someone reported you most likely for what? Discussing drugs or other related substances? When did I discuss drugs? When did I discuss drugs? Drugs? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna. I'm gonna. I'm not using freaking TikTok lingo. Gosh, freaking. Can I appeal? Let me appeal. I don't know how to do that.
The boys are liars. The boys are liars. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy.
I didn't even say anything, bro. I didn't even say anything, and they got me. Bro, they're preying on my downfall. They want me to fail. You Gopnik, thank you for the raid.
Just subscribed. Yugo PNXI salute.
Thank you for the raid.
Yugon gay heart. Yugon dancy dance. Yugon raid. YUGOP and
so
IK raid.
crazy.
Yugon gay heart. Yugon dancy dance. Yugon QT.
They don't want to see you win. They don't want to see me winning. Anyway, maybe next stream when I'm unrestricted, we'll talk to Dean and we'll get Dean's side of the story. Because I think it'll be funny. Because again, I'm fair. I'm fair. Restart? I have to stop it and start it again? Does that work? Okay. How do I do that? End live. Go live. The mama said, I don't want to see you winning. They want to see you in a penitentiary. I need me a little baby who gon' listen. That's why I have to keep a tunnel vision. My mama tell me, boy, make a decision. Wait, does it say I'm live? Wait, let me do this. Copy. Hello? TikTok? Am I back? Hello? Wait, I'm live. W, we're back. W, we're back. We are back. Okay. Okay. So, essentially, what we do is we talk to everybody for the pure content of it. We talk to Deed. We talk to Jagamuffin. We talk to Harry Sisson. Maybe he'll get uncanceled.
We have some major breaking news. The Trump administration
he's still doing
just
stuff.
arrested.
Want me to get off Joe wagon? I mean, if you want to, I'm down to talk to anybody. I'm down to talk to anybody about their experience on the tour. And why they think it's effective and what their role was. I am literally third party observer. I'm down to see. Talk to Peyton. How many was on the tour? Apparently like 30 people. I'm down to talk to 30 people. Why not? Like, Mermaid is I don't even know what Mermaid's ad is. Mermaid. I think this is the mermaid person.
Hi besties, I am finally home, and in
Okay, but I want to hear about the tour. Show me the tour. Oh, she has no pro tour videos or pre-tour videos. Wait.
I saw a piece of heaven for me, and I
Aha! Exposed. Now we have faces. I recognize none of these people. This is not helpful to me. Is she on the good side or the bad side? To be fair, there's no good and bad side. There's only red side and blue side. Do we do it that way? We will. And then the green side is me. I'm like the Jedi. Wait, no. Mermaid's here. They say she's transphobic. They do say she's transphobic. But I don't know. So glad to have met you. Wait, this person was also on the tour then. Amanda. Who's Amanda?
Escalating tensions, shaky trade winds, and a senator under fire. Here's your news in 60 seconds or less. After 31 civilians were killed in Indian missile strikes, India has followed up with drone attacks inside
Wait, why was she invited? I wasn't invited. No, okay, no offense to her. That was mean. That's Mr. Jones's ex-partner. This person? Oh, this is NORAD's. Oh. I learned something. I'm learning so much stuff. This is like my end game. Wait.
Here in the crowd, man.
Wait, Conscious Lee was there? Okay, I know this person. I know this person. That's my mutual. Conscious Lee. I know Jay Williams J.
My little brother is a part of the Illuminati. I'm sorry, Josh.
I know him. Jay was not involved. I know him. I'm aware of him. You know, we had the same amount of followers at the same time. Then he exploded on TikTok, and I just didn't. So, I think we were both at like 8,000 followers at the same time, and now he's at like 1.4 million. Who else do I know?
Somebody that's born and raised here.
Who's the pissed off barber or bartender? I can't read. Who's this guy?
Well, folks, seeing as how it is May the 4th and our sitting president...
Okay, can I say? All of his content is exactly the same. You know Dan Malik now? I do. All of his content is exactly the same. I just feel like I clicked on the same video or same content as Jagamuffin.
Definitely be a member of the fucking Sith. I feel like it is probably pretty important for me to point out to you that Pumpkin Spice Palpatine just said he does not know if American citizens deserve due process. Pardon me, I shall slow it down and repeat myself. The most powerful person on the entire planet just said he does not know if American citizens deserve due process.
This is just Jagabuffin's brother?
Me 6 ways from Sunday, folks. This sumbitch can't even figure out if he needs to upload.
And I will say, and this is the reason why I'm not the biggest fan of this content either, just because, like, this is what Trump did today wrong content. Because, like, yeah, Trump's a fascist. You know what I mean? Like, how many different ways can we say it? Like, it feels like very much like in the now content instead of like looking towards the future content. Not saying that it's bad, right? This is definitely Not the worst political content I've seen, but like, I do want more like this is what the future holds for the left, and this is what we should be getting towards, as opposed to like this is what happened today style content. Does that make sense? I think there's still a usefulness for it, but I just wish that it was, you know, how can we avoid this in the future? This is what we look forward to doing in the future. It's like window alert on my work laptop content. Yeah, actually, that's a good way to put it. Like headline article content that pops up when you're scrolling. Like, oh, this is what happened today. Okay, cool. Not like this is what happened today. Let's get into how we fix it. Let's get into how we change it. No offense to this person. I've only saw like 30 seconds of his content, but that's just my first initial reaction. It's like we could be doing a little more effective work.
Hold the Constitution. I am seriously starting to believe that this son of a bitch could wipe his ass with our Constitution in front of a crowd and they would clap. Side note.
I mean, like, that's basically what has happened for the last, like, 2016, 2020. So, like, he's not wrong. It just feels a little bit more surface level than I would appreciate. Which is kind of why I'm not on TikTok, because I kind of also realize, like, this is what people want to see. You know? I acknowledge that. I'm a fair and magnanimous person. But yeah, I'm happy learning about everybody involved. You feel me? Oh, it's Hannah. Okay, so let's see what Hannah has to say.
Hi everyone, it's Hannah, or Americana Hannah. We are just 3 days away from hitting the road for the Unfuck America tour.
Wait,
and
hold on.
I hear a lot of arguments about Trump. I hear a lot of arguments about Kamala. I couldn't tell which was the right one. I'm not a very political person. Would you rather have me voted uninformed?
But was that a decision to be uninformed?
I'm a physics major. I have a lot of studying to do. I can't just inform myself, right? So, are you telling me that I should have voted randomly or not?
If you wanted the opportunity to vote, which first and foremost, you know, for black people, it's a little bit different, right? Because we had to fight and die for the opportunity to vote. Now you, white man in America, were given that right, no issue. But with that being said, you...
Like, okay, pure critique. What he's saying is not incorrect. I don't know if it's like useful. And we're like, I just think like this sort of content is not my favorite because this conversation is necessary. Right, to talk to somebody who like thinks that like, you know, engaging in politics is not their prerogative. You know what I mean? Like, how useful the rhetoric of like, well, you're white, so you know, you gotta, you know, you don't have to worry about this. It's kind of like it's kind of the thing you're talking about. Like, you're not wrong, right? But you're just explaining why he's not engaged. He's not engaged because it doesn't affect him. So telling him that this doesn't affect you is not going to force him to be engaged. You know what I mean? Like, it's important to call out privilege where privilege exists, but it's still a reaction, right? And there needs to be more after that, like, initial be like, okay, this privilege exists, to get into, now this is why you should care. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm explaining this correctly.
Fight and die for the opportunity to vote. Now you, white man in America, were given that right, no issue. But
not gonna change his mind, it's probably gonna turn him off. Yeah.
You actually have the ability to make an impact, and you saying that, oh, I was busy, that's an excuse.
I hear a lot of arguments about Trump. I hear a lot of arguments about Kamala. I couldn't tell which was the right one to vote for. Like, there's so much confusion, there's so much misinformation.
How has your life changed prior to the election and then post-election?
I don't think it's changed much at all.
You have the privilege of not worrying about both, because whether it was Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, you are going to be fine.
I hear a lot of arguments about Trump. I hear
like he's not incorrect. He's not incorrect on this analysis, right? His analysis about how like white supremacy insulates, right, white people from having to engage with the consequences of their actions. He's not wrong. He's correct, right? But is that effective in like doing what I assume he's trying to do, and that's change this person's mind. Right? Because you are correct. He has the privilege of not having to worry about who the president is. Right? That is a privilege that he has. He's acknowledging that, and he's just saying, like, you know, I'm uninformed. Who cares? You know? You have to get past that fact that he does have this privilege to then going into, okay, now that you understand that you do have this privilege, this is why you should care, right? This is why you should care. You're saying it's important to point out the privilege, also explain why you should. Exactly, Dan, exactly, right? Which I'm sure that Satana does in this conversation. It just doesn't show up into this video. But the important part of videos like this is to give people talking points and rhetoric to use in their real life. You want somebody who's a liberal to watch this and be like, oh, I have to do this to my parents to get them to do something, to get them to care, to get them to, you know, be anti-Trump. Right? But you losing that, like, why you should care part is why it's not going to function. What would you say differently, Sean? Well, number one, I wouldn't do it on camera, right? This is a process that's going to take, you know, time to do. You feel me? And this is what I always said. I have a video talking about this as well. Is you hit him in the points of marginalization that he does face, right? While he is a white man in America, he is still marginalized because of his class position, right? Bro is a college student. Like, 9 times out of 10, bro got bills to pay. He's going to work for somebody else. He's still operating under a class functional framework. He's going to get a job. He's going to be exploited by his boss. This is capitalism. Unless he is literally the son of Jeff Bezos, he's going to be affected by capitalism. Attack him on that. Attack him how Trump's economic policies are not going to help him as somebody who's going to have to work for a living because he needs to get a job. Right? About the fact that, like, once he turns 26, he's going to age out of healthcare. Things of that nature. School funding. The fact that he's going to have to pay for all of his education. To be fair, like, again, there is a world where this person is, like, literally the most privileged person ever, and it doesn't matter to him. He could be the son of Jeff Bezos for all we know. Then none of that will work, and in that case, I don't think this person you should just kind of leave on their own because they have such a unique experience that you can't speak to, right? But for, like, the rest of the 99%, the rest of these students around here, you feel me? You talk to them based upon the issues that they do face. You meet them where they're at. Again, it's something I talked about in, and we'll get to the Asmon thing in a second. In this video titled "How the Left Should Deal with Alt-Right Radicalization,"
even
right?
white men
Here.
Or something like that. But to answer the question, the best way to reach these men is to meet them at the points of marginalization that they do face, their class position. Even white men have their labor exploited under this mode of production. They hate their bosses too. They are faced with poverty and they're straddled with debt just like the rest of us, and we provide a solution to that. The right gives them solutions that are shrouded in bigotry. You were fired unjustly from your job? The right will tell you that an immigrant took it instead of your boss deciding that your livelihood was overhead that they were willing to cut. The right will tell them that they need to be mad at trans kids, that women are out to destroy their careers with false accusations, and that black people are inherently violent and the driver behind crime. They thrive off of the culture war because they don't actually have the best interests of anybody except for the ruling class at heart. So don't engage with the culture war because you will lose that fight. The best way to reach these men is to show them that we, as the left, truly have their best interests at heart. The right gives them lies. We give them the truth.
Yeah. That's the conversation. That's the conversation. You have to meet them at the points of marginalization that they do face. Which is why I push back on this idea that, like, oh, only straight white men can, like, talk to other straight white men. Because if I'm talking to this kid right here, again, there is a very, where is he at? I lost it. I have too many tabs open. Yeah, if I'm talking to this kid right here, I was a college student. I was also in college. We have something that we can talk to, we can agree on, and we can have that conversation. You feel me? He's probably working class. He may be rich working class, but he's still, for the most part, going to have to get a job when he graduates from college. He has to work for somebody else, right? That will exploit his labor. He needs healthcare. He wants to buy a house. These are all things that are pretty consistent. And there is a chance, there's a chance that like he falls in a situation where like he gets so downtrodden that he's in a worse class position than I do, or that I am. Right? And so I have to engage with that person, right? And be like, these are your issues. Here's how we can fix your issues. White guy couldn't pick up between Kamala and Trump. He needs to be shown what it means in voting against your self-interest, healthcare, student debt, working class, etc. And this is the only issue. This is the problem. The problem, right? The problem is the Democrats have a huge issue when it comes to doing actually good policy. It's very hard for me as a person who is trying to pull people away from the right to do that when the Democrats are saying, yeah, we don't want free healthcare. When I say, you want healthcare, we can give you free healthcare. Democrats are like, no free healthcare over here. I'm like, okay, sick. Sick, cool. I'm like, you have student debt. We'll cancel your student debt. And they're like, nope, not doing that either. Cool. So the Democrats need to play ball. They need to get in the lab, get in the studio and start producing. I can't sell a song that's not made yet. They gotta get on the correct side of the issue and actually push for policies that people want, so that we, as the people with the messenger, people with the platforms, can then go to the people who are like this to be like, hey, we got something for you over here. We got something for you over here. They need to give us something. They need to provide something that we can message off of. And this is where the Democrats failed in the 2024 election. Trumpers are going to ride and die for him. You're incorrect, Chatter. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You know Trumpers at all. You're incorrect. If you think that Trump supporters are just inherently, they have a gene in their body to just be Trump supporters forever, why debate them? Why? Why do any of this at all? Why even have this conversation in the first place if you can't change people's minds? You know what I mean? Shouldn't we put our time elsewhere to not do any of this instead of funding this entire tour to go debate people if their minds can't be changed? Because they can. People are not inherently one way or the other. They can be swayed. They are guided by, and this is a concept called dialectical materialism, right? They are informed by their material reality. They are both informed by, and they both inform their material reality. What the society that they live in and their material reality feeds into them, guides their position, and they then go out and enact politics on others, right? They advocate for policies, they say things, they do things that then guide other people's material realities. And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Their minds can be changed, which is why we do what we do. We bring the facts to hopefully change their minds in the future. You know? That's the idea. They brought out the Hillary playbook. At least we aren't him and run on progressive policies. 100%. Don't be scared. And this is the problem, is because the problem is that the Democrats are still a capitalist donor-funded party. Because they are funded by donors, they are so beholden to donors, which means that they have to tailor the policies that they enact, they advocate for, to make their donors happy. Right? Which leads them playing this like middle ground game to be like, oh, we're not as bad as the Republicans, but we're still not going to give you everything that'll make your life better. Right? But just suck it up and deal with us because we're not the Republicans. And it's unfortunate, right? It's unfortunate that that's the case, but that's what they're doing. And so the Democrats need to be better so that we can better message to people, so we can pull people away from the right, because so long as the Democrats keep failing in that regard, we're going to keep failing, and then Trump is going to continue running power, and then the Republicans are going to keep winning and winning and winning and winning and winning. You feel me?
It's confusing. There's so much misinformation.
How has your life changed prior to the election and then?
I already saw this. Who's Laura Trump? I didn't even know that was a person, honestly. Oh yeah, jeez Louise. Honestly, still disrespectful I wasn't invited. I'll say it. I'll say it. I wouldn't have went, but I still wanted to be invited. Let me include me, please. But yeah, I think that's all the TikTok stuff that I wanted to talk about today. There's more like Z going on Destiny's stream.
When I look at Dean and
I really appreciate at Destiny for having me on and tell my side of the story. Like, come on, bro. Career over before it even started. Destiny in the middle of the PR nightmare. Are you dumb? Destiny was pro-Israel, girl, you are toast. Going on Destiny is definitely on brand. Like, they're not wrong. Destiny's not good. Especially during the middle of him having credible allegations of sexual misconduct. Credible allegations of sexual misconduct. Why would you do this? It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. Z is pro-Israel, so it's pretty aligned with the right. I mean, that's a deeper, wider conversation, right? Deeper, wider conversation that I won't litigate about why, especially in the midst of a genocide, people who are pro-Israel being elevated to the top spot to like change the culture of America for the left. Relatively interesting. Like, intersectionality is important, and it just includes solidarity with the Palestinian people. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? Going to a guy who thinks it's okay to say the N-word while a white man is certainly a choice for when you're being accused of racism. Yeah. Z is a planet op. Nah, she just has money. That's it. I don't think she's planted. I think she's just, I don't know how she got her money or how she got in her experience, but I think she fell into a position where she's able to make herself a bunch of money and have a lot of power in over like the like ground game political space. And that's how it happened. Same difference? I think it's a little bit different. Clinton implies that like somebody put her there. She could just very well have just came from money. Like, I don't know her parents' situation, but she could have came from money, and she wanted to do a little bit of a political endeavor as her like resume booster, and this is what it turned into. And she didn't know how to run it, and she did something stupid, and now she's doubling down by going on a freaking sex pest podcast. I haven't even gotten to the Mr. Jones stuff. There's so much stuff here, bro. I do not envy TikTokers. Do not envy them in the slightest. There's so many people. TikTok streets are wild. There's too many. Back in my day, it was simple. You had Aunt Karen, Tizzy Ent, Dinesh, Conscious Lee, Jay Williams J, and that was it. Jolly Good Ginger. That was it. That was the extent of the political TikTok space. And then on the other side, you had Nick videos, Kai videos. You had Tyler Bluntman. You had, who else did you have? I don't know. Papa Gut was around, I guess. I don't know. Let's talk about old videos, who I responded to. I used to be a response TikTok person.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Oh, Teacher Luke. This guy's insane. He's in jail. I believe he's in a Thai prison right now because dude is a pedophile. That was crazy. This guy,
you know, all of these things.
The Republican hype house. That I was Vitaly. No, Vitaly was way later. Was he a teacher? Pedo teacher? Yes. He was an English teacher. He was a pedophile. Teacher Luke. Arrested. Teacher Luke and TikTok star accused of in Thailand of having sex with a teenager. Luke Rockwell was released on bail after he was charged in Bangkok for luring a minor for indecent purposes, police said. I told you. Also, he said the N-word. So, like, where's it at? Let me find it. My hair used to be short. Oh, Too Raw, Too Real is still around. I don't know where it is. Oh, wait. Okay, Jay, you want to see a funny video that I made? Here. It's got like 130,000 likes or views.
She told me to crack an egg in her ass and beat it until it was scrambled.
Lord, please forgive me for what I'm about to do. First, I'm going to go over the rules. 1, there's no heat loss. This is a perfect system. And 2, we're using the average male in the U.S. for all the measurements. For safety egg temperature, we're using the average of these two numbers. For the average butthole temperature, we're actually using 101 degrees. Average male makes about 160 thrusts per sexual encounter. For average about 5.4 minutes. 1 thrust every 0.8 seconds. Using this kinematic equation, with this information, given a velocity of 0.3 meters per second per thrust. Using these averages, but assuming he's only pumping with about 75% of his body weight, in order to make up for any inconsistent thrust, we get about 50 kilograms. And given the average is about 3 tablespoons of egg, we get this. Using the kinetic energy formula, and these two pieces of information, we get about 2.6 joules of energy per thrust. To find out how much energy is required, we need to plug in all this information into this formula. So the mass is 50 kilograms, the specific heat is 1, just like the specific heat of water, because we're mostly made of water. And then delta T is the temperature difference converted to Celsius, which for me is about 3.9. So we plug in the mass of the egg, specific heat of the water converted into joules, and the temperature difference we need to achieve, and that gives us 0.3813 kilojoules, which is converted to joules. And we divide this by this to get this many thrusts.
She told me to crack an egg in her ass.
Yeah. So according to my math,
and we divide this by this to get this many thrusts.
If you thrust 145 times, you can cook an egg inside of the human body. Yeah, this is the content I did back in the day, outside of politics. Oh, here.
Simply because they have more
This is freaking loud, bro.
encounters with the police because they commit more crime. This isn't racist. It's just a fact. Let's look.
I want you to pay very close attention to the verbiage here. He said black people are more likely to be killed by the police because they commit more crime. And he's going to bring up statistics that say they commit more crime, right? No, he's not going to do that. This is what he says.
2020, black people committed 5,025 murders, but white people committed 4,188. That's over 50% of all murders. And that 50% correlates to the...
You notice how he said black people commit more crime and that's why they killed more, but then he only brought up the murder statistic. Almost like he selected a very small amount of data in order to fit his narrative. Then he goes on to state that because black people commit more murders, that justifies black people being killed by police more, like that has any correlation at all. This graph that everybody uses from the FBI only accounts for total... It's not a graph, it's a table. Total arrests. Not even talking about convictions. And if we were talking about convictions, you would see that black people are 7 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of murder, 2.5 for sexual assault, and 12 times for drug crimes. And you're supposed to be a teacher.
Simply because they have more...
See, the reason why I spend so much time with this guy is because of this clip.
Is a bad word to say? The point of this video is I have students that are learning English that sometimes use this word that don't fully understand how bad it is.
So he's a teacher for students learning English, non-American students. Continuing to push this racist narrative that black people are more violent, are aggressive, are animals. And this is why you see such a prevalent expression of anti-blackness all over the world. People like him. We have people like him teaching young kids in other countries these kinds of things. No wonder there's anti-blackness all across the world. And he's also like, he's sexually assaulting his students, okay? He did it. This came out like 2 years later. Like, yeah. Ugh, jeez, the freaking Louise, bro. There's also this one. This is actually my highest viewed TikTok, I believe. Actually, it's this one.
All right, y'all, we're gonna mess with Greg
It's got
Abbott
1.5 million views.
and all the other. All right, y'all, we're gonna mess with Greg Abbott and all the other idiots that decided to outlaw abortion in Texas after.
Okay, hear me out, right? What if somebody very technical, very handsome, set up a bot that automatically sent the request to their website? Oh wait, it was me. I did that. It's right here. Unfortunately, it's not as efficient as it could be, which means it only sends one request every 10 to 15 seconds or so, but leave this running overnight, then
All right, y'all.
I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. That's freaking loud. This was the first one I did. First time I heard of you on a Asmon stream, yeah. And then I did this pretty consistent. Actually, I think we launched something else actually recently. We did. They still didn't fix this, bro. That's so funny. We launched another initiative like 2 days ago for a fight against like or about immigration. And so I worked on H. H was my thing. Right now, powerful companies are aiding and abetting ICE and DHS's violent attacks on the immigrant community, all in the name of for profit. Take Avelo Airlines, a commercial airliner chartering deportation flights on the behalf of the Trump administration. The game plan. Avelo is actively recruiting new crew members to staff these flights, so we're coding a super cool and helpful new tool to fill the application pool. Take action below to automatically submit applications for the deportation flight attendant position. So yeah. If you go here and you use the code, you'll see code that I wrote to basically submit applications to Avelo to help them find their forever person to staff these flights. So you should definitely go and do that. Among taking a look at the other things that we've done as well. I'm not sure why I want to watch you watch yourself rather than you saying shit you want to say. Because I want to do what I want to do. So, you know. Don't like it? Don't know what to tell you, chatter. Don't know what to tell you. Let me take a little trip down memory lane. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with a black man taking a trip down memory lane, chat? You got a problem with that? Can I just look and see? Is that an issue? Anyway. I think I might call it here. Actually, wait, Asmon. Chat said, "Look, I'll take a look at this for like 10 seconds." So we'll see what Asmon did.
Over something that was sent to me. Okay, before you all go somewhere else to look at more Ethan stuff, which I will say this much: I am done talking about Ethan. I'm done. Unless something comes up, we've covered it enough. There's been so much fucking coverage of Ethan, and I understand why. Especially like,
I mean, we knew Ethan's dad was like a sex pest and a weirdo, but like, is there new stuff with Ethan's dad?
Over this weekend with the discussion happening on Friday, like there's just been so much. There's been so much stuff happening that has taken a backseat to the Ethan stuff. I feel like we have ran this well dry. Let that motherfucker post through his divorce, okay? If that does happen, we will talk about it. But
I didn't even talk about the Ethan stuff today because like I'm just like, even I get tired of doing Ethan every day. I like taking the day to go through like TikTok stuff. It's fun, right? That's fun. I enjoyed doing that. Right? We'll be back at Ethan's stuff tomorrow, talking about Ethan's dad apparently, or him being misogynistic towards denims, to having to button it, you know? Ethan posted stories implying that Hassan was on drugs. I don't understand what his post was trying to say. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Ethan is like, he's doing Ethan stuff, you know?
There's only so much we can talk about, while there's something else that I want to go over, right? There are people
on the screenshot, did I get my pass revoked? What pass do you mean, Grumlow? Explain. What do you mean by that?
who have much bigger platforms like Asmon, who are, as I'll show you today, teaching his chat how to do right-wing dog whistles, how to do racism.
I mean, to be okay, no, I won't say it. I won't say it. TikTok is gonna ban me if I even make that joke.
Online. Let's watch.
This girl, let me see if I can pull it up. I can't play the clip that got her popular because it's literally just her calling a little kid the N-word, right? And so basically, let me see if I can just pull this up and find it here. And where the fuck did it go?
You can play that, by the way. You can play that clip because it's within context.
I'm trying to find like her name. But let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, this is exactly what happened. And let me see, is it maybe trending on Twitter? Yeah.
Asmon is easy to stop. His viewer numbers just need to drop. Once that happens, Asmon will drop the grift quick. Yes, the problem is, like, how does one make that happen?
There it is. It's a weird fuck.
Honestly, you just gotta let the well run dry. You gotta let him get bored.
Name, so I couldn't.
Once Asmon's heart's not in it anymore, his audience will leave for somebody whose heart is in it, you know? Once Asmon's like, I'm not clicking on that link because I'm tired of this for a second, his audience will go somewhere else.
That's what it was.
But so long as Asmon's like, oh yeah, let me click this link of this white lady saying the N-word, his chat will keep sending him the links. Once he stops clicking the links, then the chat will stop coming. So you need, for not the audience to get bored, but for Asmon to get bored.
So basically what happened is that a white mom basically called a 5-year-old black kid the N-word. And so in response to that, the internet did what it does best, and it doxed her. It found her home. It found like all of her information, and it started harassing her and doing the usual stuff that everybody...
Oh, they were harassing her.
The internet as hard R. I didn't watch the clip. I'm just going to assume that the answer to that is yes. Anyway, let's see here if I can look at this here. And so she is raised at this very point in time. Help me protect my family. My name is Shiloh.
Here's the important part. So he's going to go over the donations. He's showing the donations, and people in his chat start linking the GoFundMe, or whatever it's called, the Give Send Go, right? Now, Based Good Basadu, I guess it's just another, like, yeah, classic internet culture. Easy Holy, Easy Clap Good, W Mans. Yeah.
Like, honestly, I don't even think Asmon's chat cares about this, right? They're just like, oh, this will make the liberals mad. This will make the libs mad if we say that this is good. That's it. They're doing vice signaling stuff. They're just like, I'm going to act as though as cope. That's not cope. You think they care about anything, bro? They don't. They want to dunk on SJWs. They yearn for 2016. That's it. That's it. That's all they do. They do want to say the N-word, so they probably care a little. Even then, they hate women, though. You know what I mean? They hate women. They hate mothers. They don't care for, like, this person. They don't care about protecting her family. Is my take. They don't care about, like, what she's actually talking about here, right? But they see that this is making, or they think this is something that will make, like, left-wingers mad, right? And they're like, oh, we can dunk on some SJWs. Right? Dug on the wokes. right? So they're on her side just by proxy of that. That's it. He started banning a bunch of people who talking about important counters, but multiple times, calling it spam, just saying it at least spamming the truth rather than lies.
I've been put in a very dire situation. I recently had a kid.
I watched it. Don't blame her at all. Yeah, let's not blame the lady for calling a 5-year-old the N-word. You can call kids a lot of things. Little shit.
And I just want to point out, these are the same people who clutch about what I said about slave owners. And Asmon said I was going for, or I was preaching for like white genocide or whatever. Like, these people don't care. They don't care. It's completely cynical. They don't care about free speech. They don't care about edginess or whatever. You feel me? It's just about team sports. It's just, oh, are you an SJW? Then I'm not on your side.
Bastard. You know,
people might be right out the building a time machine.
Asshole.
Honestly, if people are able to actually do that, net positive.
Little fuck. You can call them a lot of things.
Okay,
and you would be.
The C word is just as bad as the N word.
In most cases.
You know who else thinks that way? Freaking Ethan. And again, it's hard to tell exactly what Asmon. I think Asmon might actually genuinely believe that, but it's hard to tell with his audience what they're genuinely believe and what they are just saying because like they know that it'll make the like SJWs look bad. You know what I mean? And at this point, it's like kind of like a circle. Does it even matter how like what ratio of his people genuinely believes that this is a good thing, right? Or that are just feeding into it? Not really. Not particularly.
Appropriately doing that. Look at that Rockwell $400 donation comment, bro. Since 1865, the United States has been an occupied state, a state who worships the N-word. I am glad to contribute in any way towards the end of N-wordlatry. We cannot be afraid of blaspheming the black animal.
Like if I said what I think these people deserved, I'd get banned. Not just on TikTok. So just know that I'm thinking it. Just know that it's up here. And you haven't found a way to prosecute me for thought crimes yet.
Steal from my 18-year-old son your 18-month-old son's diaper bag in the park. I called the kid out for what he was, which, by the way, mean that I called him the N-word. Another man who recently found out that he has a history with law enforcement proceeded to record me and follow me to my car. He then posted these videos online, which caused my family, myself, and I great turmoil.
Is it POS for your community to see something like this and then cheer it on? Technically, no. Is it TOS to foster a community of racists? Technically, no. Should it be? I would argue yes.
We're back on Twitch drama now. Just got back. Yes, we are. This is our side. So TikTok has like fun drama of like, oh, this tour that was going on, and she said a microaggression to a TikTok live of black women, right? Twitch just has Nazis. Twitch just straight up has Nazis as the largest political commentators on the platform, fostering a Nazi audience, and doing that this way. That's what we have.
Yes. I would argue yes. Check this out. Okay, what?
Like we have like literally a chat of people who are saying that it's base to call a 5-year-old kid like slurs. Like, what do we do about that? What do you do about that? I don't know.
I would argue yes. Check this out. Okay, what? Oh yeah, I saw this morning too. Yeah, after some brief research, I'm going to go ahead and say that it's highly unlikely that the kid at the center of the Shiloh Hendrix is a 5-year-old. Approximately 38 inches, approximately 50 inches. The average height of a 5-year-old is 43 inches. 50 inches is the average height of a 10-year-old. Wow, thanks, you know, Reddit. Thanks, Twitter.
Yeah, sick. He called a 10-year-old a slur. That makes it so much better.
Would it be acceptable if this was a grown man? No. No, it would not be acceptable if you were to call a grown man the N-word. Or a 10-year-old, or a 5-year-old.
A black child to justify causing them harm. Yeah, that's what they do from the police as well. Oh, speaking of, I didn't talk about. Did y'all see the story about the police that killed this guy's son? And so I think the guy hit a cop with his car. And that entire thing. Hinton Jr., yep. And how that sparked discourse on. I saw a little bit on Twitter.
Sean, the
I didn't see any
"She's my
pictures.
African princess."
The comments were starting to turn on the cops. I mean, that's not surprising. You had a retired cop that was directing traffic for graduation. That's also not surprising. Like, I don't expect somebody who lost her son to be like rational and be like, I'm gonna, get this cop that killed my kid. Like, that's unsurprising as well. I saw the stare down video. I didn't know the context. I didn't see the stare down video. I just saw the court video about the brother and how all the cops that were posted up in that situation as well. But I did see an interesting discussion about, like, to be right, I did also see people justifying it, but a discussion about the way that the police operate, and how, like, kind of just like violence against the state in general, like extrapolating this out from like just the police force to like, the U.S. Presence in Middle Eastern countries, like, and how like there's an allegory there about like you kill like somebody, a part of this apparatus kills your family member, and you're not thinking, oh, I need to get this specific cop. You see them as like a overarching occupying force, and so just killing any member of the occupying force is like what goes through your mind, especially if you're not rational. You feel me? So I saw that as well. I think it's an interesting conversation. You know what I mean? It's really no surprise this was going to happen at some point with how the police operates. I mean, not even at some point. This is normal, Like, again, I don't expect somebody who's just lost their son to be acting in a rational manner. And like, regardless if you think it's justified or not, it doesn't matter. He's going to jail. He killed a cop. He's going to jail. Like, there's nothing that really anybody can do to stop that. You feel me? We're having a nuanced. I try. Like, I understand. Right? That's just how this is the human mindset. Like, he doesn't view like that cop as the bad person. He says the cops killed my son, and so in his mind, again, this is an irrational way to think, but I understand how he got here. In his mind, he's like, the cops killed my son. I'm going to kill one of the cops back, as like a generality, as an overarching entity, right? And that was his mindset. You feel me? And the issue extends to like, because this is the way. This isn't unique to the cops. Cops do this, and like police defenders do this to the black community. They justify violence in the black community by using other members of the black community to justify violence. 1350. Black people are 13% of the population, but commit 50% of the crimes. Therefore, cops have to shoot George Floyd or kill George Floyd. I heard an interesting take that if people are mad at him and not Luigi, they're racist. I understand where that comes from. I do think that there's a different situation. It's definitely a more emotional aspect that came from like the cop being like a retired cop or whatever, and people are more likely to have a retired cop in the family than like a healthcare CEO. So it's a lot easier to justify violence against Brian Thompson as opposed to like you know, a random you know, retired beat cop or whatever. And so I think that could be also a reason why people feel different about this situation as opposed to Luigi Mangione. But there is an analogy to be drawn between both the retired cop and Brian Thompson operate as a part of an overarching system that people have or draw issues with. And this will always happen, right? Luigi Mangione, or I don't know the father's name, right? Situations like this will always happen when you fail to actually address the underlying issues that people have with these systems. So long as you push for these systems to exist, and so long as you push for no change to happen to these systems, you're always going to inevitably have the violence boil over to the point where there are random acts of violence that are committed on against, you know, people who you might not think deserve it. Rodney, thank you. Does that make sense? It's literally because we like people who defend the police always talk about how, oh, it's not the police, it's just one bad apple. But they don't know how the idiom extends past just one bad apple. It's one bad apple spoils the bunch. If you have a bad apple and you don't take care of that bad apple and remove that bad apple, the entire bunch is going to be spoiled, and you're going to end up having somebody who picks up a different apple and ends up throwing that apple away because it's also spoiled, right? Have you been in a situation where like you have a loaf of bread, right? You big loaf of bread, you're about to eat it, you look down, you see mold on the back loaf, you're like, oh, no, I can't eat this. I don't know if there's if there's mold on this loaf or this specific slice, but I know it came from a moldy loaf. Maybe it's unfair to that piece of bread, right? Maybe it's unfair to that retired cop. But when you have a system that is literally built on protecting the worst among you, this is inevitably going to happen the entire time, right? When you have a system that is literally built, and a doctrine that is literally built to protect the worst people among you, right? You're going to have people who didn't commit the acts of violence be caught in the crossfire. That's what the thin blue line does. The thin blue line protects the worst cops, right? And saying, yeah, no, the worst cops among us are still a part of us, which means we still need to protect them, right? So if you protect the worst cops among you, people are going to associate the best cops among that group as being equally culpable to the worst cops. And they wouldn't necessarily be incorrect. And so if you want a situation that's not like the situation with Rodney, right? If you don't want acts of violence to be acted upon by or on random officers, you need to do away with the system. You need to. There is no way, absolutely no way, to avoid situations like that while this system, or a system of the thin blue line, exists. It cannot. Cannot. I think it's closer to 50-50. And also it's a systemic issue. This makes it harder to deal with. It operates in dangerous ways. Is a system built on the dumb, violent, and the deviant. And the institution itself becomes corrupted and thus a valid target.
You should not be calling people the N-word and then making $500,000 off of it.
My social security number has been leaked. My address, my phone number have been given out freely.
Send me a clip from your stream. I love to talk soon. Yo, Peyton. What's up? Yeah, I'd love to have a conversation with you. I've heard things from both sides. People have issues. People have problems. But I do want to hear your topic of discussion. Yeah. Do you have Discord is the question. Peyton the people's champ. My chat is very pro Peyton. More TikTok drama. We might do it tomorrow if you're available tomorrow. Because I want to get to the bottom of this. What happened on this tour? What's going on here? And also, I live for drama, so give me more drama. But yeah.
My family members are being attacked. My eldest child may not be going back to school. Even where I exercise has been exposed. And so anyway, and there's been, I don't know really who this guy is.
I'm dying at how they're all coming to you. I am a journalist, chat. It's actually interesting.
No idea what's
It's also full circle because I started on TikTok. That's pretty funny.
But they may need to relocate. Yes, and we're going to read some of the
anonymous thing
because basically now, and this started, by the way, this started with Carmelo Anthony.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. What does he mean? This started by Carmelo Anthony. No, Sean, you platform Dan, so you endorse all of his takes? Yeah, I must. What does this mean? Entirely different situations. What does he mean by that? What does he mean? What does he mean this started with Carmelo Anthony?
Started with Carmelo Anthony.
Who's violence starting with a single person? No, you're not even understanding, right? He's talking about racism. He's saying that this specific situation where this white lady out of nowhere just flipped off a black kid and called him the N-word started with Carmelo Anthony. They're not analogous. They're not analogous.
For those of you who may not recall, Carmelo Anthony is the name of the high school student in Texas. Carmelo Anthony, charged in fatal Frisco track meet
doing
stabbing.
the you get one, we get one, right? I think Carmelo Anthony is bad. He got to GoFundMe on your side. By your side, he means like black people, I guess, which also means SJWs, I guess. You got that one. So now we get one, as in white people. we get to have ours now. Like, what are we talking about? That's bro. I'm telling you, Twitch is so bad. This is Asmongold is the largest political content creator literally on the internet. Not even the largest on Twitch. Not even the largest streamer who's a political content creator. He is the largest political content creator on the internet. He's larger than CNN. He gets more concurrent viewers than CNN does. Like, what are we talking about? Insanity.
Anthony is the name of the high school student in
Is this Asmon providing material
Texas.
support for terrorism? I don't know what that word means. Yeah.
Carmelo Anthony, charged in fatal Frisco track meet stabbing, released on bond. What Asmon is asserting here is that the fundraiser for this racist woman calling a child the N-word is in response, retaliation to a legal fund raising money for Carmelo Anthony, who has been
racist, bro. Asmon is so racist. I don't even know, bro. What do you say to that? What do you say to that?
basically smeared before his trial even started, before the charges were even filed, as engaging in white genocide, doing a racially anti-white motivated hate crime at a Texas high school track meet. Now, one can intuit certain things from an incident like this, right? Saying that it was anti-white racism would be a massive stretch, requires a lot of imagination.
Right? Like, you don't even have to say that you think he's innocent. right? You can think that he's guilty. You can think that he shouldn't have stabbed the kid, right? But like to say like, oh, number one, he's doing white genocide or he's pro-white genocide and he wants to kill all white people, and this is like this is cause for the race war to happen or whatever. And two, that the GoFundMe for the racist lady is in retaliation to that. I just remember the white kid's dad literally said, "Do not make this a race issue. Jesus would not want this," or something like that. And then bam, neo-Nazi groups flooded it into the city. Yeah, to the point where the dad got on the phone. Like there was a neo-Nazi who was talking about it, and the dad got on the phone and was like, "Hey, I don't like what you're doing. I don't like that you're using my son like this." And he was like, "Sir, with all due respect, I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think. You know, we're gonna keep doing this. You don't understand." Like, what do you, I don't know what you do. I do not know what you do.
But the way that the right-wing media immediately jumped on this as an example of white genocide, of anti-white racism, basically granted this kid, like, no fair trial. Just like the trial of Luigi Mangione. The media... Like,
Mangione.
How do you get a fair trial? How do you get a unbiased jury when the media has speculated over, like, you having done this for specific reasons that the media has laid out?
Also, what is this channel? I'm curious. Is this a new channel?
It's not
Have I been posted on this channel before? Sean. Racism. That's all I can describe it as. Racism. A lot of facades. Some mics. But where's all the Seans at? This is like slavery all over again. I can't even say that with a straight face. Kai Hana, thank you for the prime. Burple, thank you for the 2 months. And UFYGY, thank you for this 9 months, an hour ago. I missed it. Everyone always forgets about Sean. Yeah, don't they know that I'm the guy in the content cop? Sorry. Wait, did it restrict my live again? I told you it's Dean. No, I don't think Dean is mass reporting me, chat. I'm gonna be real. I don't. No, I think it's fine. It's fine. Got restricted both times when you mentioned content cop. Dean is live right now, I think. Yeah, like, I think Jack, I'm joking. Okay, what is Dean talking about? Let me see. Maybe he's talking about the tour and seeing what the tour is up to. I don't know. All right, Dean. I would like to. He's not live. Oh, he was? Dang. Maybe it is Dean then. Okay, it's fine. I do have to call it right here, though, chat. This was a fun stream. I had an enjoyable time digging into the drama. Getting back to my roots as a TikToker. Also, very little Ethan. I'm kind of tired of talking about Ethan a little bit. You know? Just a little bit. I want to go get a burger. So I say we give it a little bit of time. We let all the Ethan stuff culminate, and then we do another big stream. Bow. You not leave I have abandonment issues? Just go to Hassan. Hassan's live. That's where you're going anyway, chat. I know you. I know what you are.
Kashmir territory, or Kashmir territory that
He's still in France. I thought you said he was going back to LA. Let's see. Oh, when is Jody live? Oh, it's an ad. Girl dinner with Pokimane. Thank you for texting me about material realism. You're welcome. All right, chat. Thanks for being here. Shout out you, TikTok chat and YouTube chat. YouTube chat is like the middle child of my streaming career. I'm gonna be real. Here. How do I end TikTok? I don't think I can raid on TikTok on my computer. There's too many freaking tabs I have open. This is still going. It's so behind. Dean get a grip, his backup. Oh. Why is he live on his backup? His alt. Apparently that I've learned that TikTokers do to hide from people and to get secret information about lives and stuff. Which I would never do because I'm really about it. Anyway. All right, adios, goodbye, TikTok. Thank you for coming. I will be back again tomorrow, maybe, if I'm not restricted. Raid Pokey on her birthday. Does he get banned a lot due to his guests? Ah. I see. All right, well, I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe having a conversation with Dean at some point and Peyton at some point. And whoever else wants to talk. Honestly, I'll talk to anybody about the tour stuff just to see what's happening, what's going on. And I don't think I can raid. I don't think that's a thing. You should talk to Santana? Sure, I'm down. Why not? You can tell anybody they want to if they want to have a conversation, then I am open to doing so. Maybe I press this button. Oh. Well, that did the job.
I did everything right and they indicted
I expect anything
me.
with 100 bits. Yeah, that was fun. Wait, is it Cutie's birthday or is it Pokey's birthday? Why would I raid Cutie on Pokey's birthday? Or why would I raid Pokey on Cutie's birthday? It's someone's birthday. It's Pokey's B-Day. Here, I hope she appreciates my 200 viewers. Also, bye YouTube chat. Adios.